The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. Great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B side and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Lower bracket, round 2, match 1 begins now.
The flash out, but he is stuck and go. It's a little janky. Gets the kill, gets the second. Nice! Brought down, and this time, Sam. Oh my god, he might actually have to want to pull back, but he sticks around. He goes to Yobi, but. Nice!
What time is it?
Let's see. Stay on the sniper for him, the adversary. BNC, he'll get one. Qadsiah take the series 3-0.
Lower bracket, round 2, match 2 begins now.
A little too late. 30 seconds remain, and then down towards the left. It's gonna be Chow. He's position now, stepping on top of the bomb sites. Can spot AD.
Dangerous,
Quick
dangerous.
headshot does it. Grand, he has not to peek. But look at this counter push from XQQ. Finds the frag for X-Rock. YH is through bridge. He is spotted. YH stuck. YHL all the way up here. But those coming on. Clear it out. Sunny is in a
Spotted into corner. Does get the headshot. Good shot on first.
and Evolution Power Gaming close out the series in 3-1, 2 overtimes, but at the end of the day, it's them to do the work.
when the clamor fades. After the brutal clashes of the group stage and quarterfinals, we've witnessed the rise of hungry newcomers and said farewell to veterans stepping away from the spotlight. The once crowded stairway to glory now holds only 4 contenders, each burning with unshakable ambition.
It has a little happy and excited because we get to represent Philippines in the big stage.
这4强，我觉得每个队伍都有机会夺冠吧。A gente sabe que a oportunidade está aí, é só pegar e fazer a diferença, fazer diferente do ano passado e acertar nossos erros, que a gente tem mais uma oportunidade de ser campeão.
从小组赛其实就已经非常的艰辛了，然后再到淘汰赛，就是每一场比赛当最后一次比赛打。
Standing high, seeing those hungry eyes across the stage, and clearly sees the same raging fire that once burned inside of them, and that storm rolling in from afar. They've all come here for one thing: to lift that trophy. The cruelty of double elimination ends here. From this moment on, every step is the final chapter.
其实 STS 他们5个队员都挺厉害的吧，让我深刻的就是那个 No 吧，因为他比较年轻嘛，在打法上比较激进吧。
We all know that EG is an experienced team. They're good at analyzing plays.
Já perdeu para eles, mas isso aqui é FPS, isso aqui é esports. Funciona assim, uma hora você perde, uma hora você ganha.
其实去年跟他们打的话，他们正面的冲击力还是挺大的吧。其实我一直觉得 QAD 他们枪法都挺准的。
This fragile balance on a razor's edge is destined to shatter in the very next second. The gates to the grand final now stand wide open, and everyone has arrived with one purpose: to fight until the very last chapter.
那还是上次那句话吧，去年你们是亚军，今年还能赢你们。
O sentimento é o mesmo que eu estava no passado, que é tentar ser campeão, vou ser campeão, fazer de tudo para ser campeão.
Para sa amin, natutuwa kami, tinatawag kaming underdog kasi para kaming pina-underestimate ba kasi. Yan ang gusto namin, kaya ginagalingan namin lalo.
成都这个城市，一是本来就是我们成都一季的大本营嘛，二是这个场馆的话，因为我们 S21总决赛就在这里，然后当时也是拿到了冠军，希望这次结果也会好吧。
This is the brutal prelude to the crown. Only by conquering their rivals can they earn the right to ascend to the pinnacle of glory.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS Grand Finals here for 2025. I am Valdez, with me is Bench and Sneaky Frog, and we are in the big arena with the giant screen behind us and the fans all in front of us gathered here to watch some great CROSSFIRE. As before we get too deep into it, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game CROSSFIRE. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner and Gamer for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor and 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. And Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witness the journey to the champion. Thanks to our official partner Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system, built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win. And guys, we're getting straight into the action here. We do have the upper bracket finals to start our day off, and of course the lower bracket finals later today. Definitely going to be a fun time, starting off with Stallions up against AG. Let's take a look at the top killers here at the CFS.
Of course, going to be N9 from Baisha, marking the #1 spot with 51 kills, followed by Gokun from Team Liquid, who has been taken out from tournament briefly. Navi's Adrian is going to be in top 3, but following right up is going to be 3 players from all gamers, ZY, Joy, and ZQ. All 3 players marking the top 10 spot. And for the side of Stallions, we may be able to see the players on the second half of the screen soon.
Yeah, and I feel like it is going to be quite the exciting day. You know, first day in the arena already. The pressure is definitely at its highest. You know, some players already have been through the arena multiple times. As we take a look at the bracket, of course, it is going to be Team Stallions in the upper bracket final. Whoever wins that is going to go straight to the grand final, and whoever loses is going to have to fight another best-of-5 series up against the winners of Qadsiah and Evolution Power, which is going to be a very interesting bracket in all honesty. I mean, 2 Chinese teams and a Filipino team and a Brazilian team has made it all the way to top 4.
But then again, if you do come to think about it, Team Stallions, when they first came to the tournament, we didn't pick them as like the best team out there. But being the dark horse they are, they were able to make their climb against teams like EP, against other top teams like Twisted Minds, and then now they're here to face off one of the top teams in China. Of course, most of the talents did predict all gamers as the champions to be taking the trophy to their home in 2025. So really looking forward to this matchup now that they're actually facing them against each other in the upper brackets.
We do have the AI ranking prediction here, as all gamers and Evolution Power Gaming up at the top, but then Stallions ahead of Qadsiah at least, although I would say AI has been a little bit iffy this tournament. You know, they've been good at times, not so good at other times, and I think this mainly kind of goes off of power ranking. For us, I think Team Stallions, their power level right now, their form right now is really high, and that's why we think they can challenge some of the best.
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of form, right, the Stallions and I think all the other Chinese teams really do agree with it. They are shooting really good, and they are shooting out of the arena, that's for sure. And looking at the leading stats, of course, the kid who is leading the charge in terms of the shooting is going to be No. He's been, you know, on fire the entire time that he has been in Chengdu, from group stage going into playoffs, and, you know, has had performances even while he was actually sick in that one series up against the other team. But of course, all gamers and Qadsiah and Evolution Power, interestingly enough, led by all of their leaders on their team. I mean, ZQ, Feifei, I mean, Mino has had a very, very good series, especially that last one.
Yeah, the in-game leaders are going to step up huge to the plate, not just providing the tactics and the strats for the teams, but at the same time, being able to gun down the opponents one by one to put the numbers up there. And in terms of KD leaderboards, it does do go on par with that statement, because you can see players like Kano, players like VNC, they're just up there as well. And for all gamers already already sitting 120 kills comfortably, but that's going to be Kano that is taking that #1 spot from Team Stallions. And for all gamers, looking at the stat board right here, right now, could be a little bit frisky to go in this matchup against Team Stallions tonight.
Yeah, definitely can. Looks like we've updated this KD leaders with players that are only left in the tournament based on this. Because we had guys like Juan who is still around, you know, on this list. But I think we've removed all the players that are knocked out at this point in time. Kind of makes sense that Do is up at the top for his team of all gamers. And yeah, looking good. A lot of AG players, a lot of Stallions players up there towards the top.
Yeah, I feel like the teaser earlier that we did see, they did have a point about Stallions, that it is not just No who's kind of leading the charge of the team. You also see KLB and Loy in the rankings, and I feel like the collective, you know, strength of this team has kind of led them to very, very nice places. And we're going to take a look at the first kill round win stats. And of course, I feel like one of the main reasons why Team Stallions has been doing so well in this tournament is they're really converting their first kill very, very well. As soon as they get the first pick off, they don't really rush the site immediately like we saw them from last time. It is kind of like a 50-50. Do they rush or do they not? So it kind of keeps the enemy teams on their toes. And of course, their GR side has been very, very impressive. And considering that, you know, a lot of people are saying, hey, they're kind of reliant on their aggression, they're kind of reliant on their frontline push, but, you know, their defense is just as good.
Yeah, the narrative just continues on where Team Stallions, they're good in converting that first kill to a round win. That means they're playing the stable game, they're playing with composure, but at the same time, as you can see on the bottom right here, they're #1 in the clutches, 10 clutches. So whenever somebody from the team is in the needs of his teammates to clutch the rounds out, they will just about right do it. But 2 eliminations and top 4 locked in after day 8. As Evas fall 0-3, but every map went the distance. Qadsiah keep Brazil in the race. X-Rock rally after early losses, but fall 1-3 to Evolution Power Gaming, exiting in 5th to 6th place. The final 4 from 3 regions are confirmed. That's going to be Stallions, All Gamers, Qadsiah, and Evolution Power.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise, I would say, from this tournament is just how far Stallions are going, but also, you know, besides that, AG and EP, it makes sense they're here. Qadsiah makes sense they're here. Like, we considered them to be probably top 4 teams. I would say that other surprises, stuff like Baisha not making it out of groups, the fact they're just gone the entire time. X-Rock got knocked out by EP, as we did just see, so no other Chinese team's going to be in our top 4. As the bigger arena means bigger consequences. Stallions versus AG for the first grand final seed history for the Philippines, or AG's return to the grand finals. And Qadsiah versus Evolution Power repeats last year's grand final, but only one can stay alive here at the tournament, as they're both in the lower bracket, so they don't have that second life. They've already lost it, but fighting for a spot in the loser bracket finals, which will happen tomorrow.
Fighting till their last breath, essentially, for the lower brackets. But for upper brackets, both Team Stallions and All Gamers, they do have that one more shot, even if they do get dropped here. And for Stallions, even if they're taken down by All Gamers at the end of the day, they are going to be playing against either Qadsiah or EP. I think most of the times, through EWC and through the group stages and bit of the playoffs, Stallions had the chance to play against them. So I believe it's a fair amount of standing chance for both of the teams, and at the same time, whoever gets you know, bumped down to the lower bracket, still a fair standing chance for both of the teams as well. So there's definitely a lot of stakes. You know, it's just better off to go into the grand finals without having the hassle to play in the lower brackets once again.
Yeah, it is just interesting that we did get the Evolution Power versus Qadsiah matchup so early in the lower bracket, right? Because last year was actually one of the most exciting finals that we have seen back in Hangzhou. You know, a Brazilian team going into the grand finals that we haven't seen in a while, ever since like 2018, 2019, roughly, when VS was still around. So it is going to be interesting to see how good these two teams have prepared for each other, because in all honesty, I feel like Qadsiah doesn't want to lose to Evolution Power, and I think Evolution Power has something to prove by not wanting to lose up against Qadsiah as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stakes for that that lower bracket semifinals is what we're calling it, and it's going to be an awesome story once we do get there. But before we do get into that, we of course have the upper bracket final to see which of these teams is going to make it and grab that seat in the grand finals. But before we get into that, let's jump to our opening on the stage.
After the brutal clashes of the group stage and quarterfinals, we've witnessed the rise of hungry newcomers and said farewell to veterans stepping away from the spotlight. The once crowded stairway to glory now holds only 4 contenders, each burning with unshakable ambition.
It has a little happy and excited because we get to represent Philippines in the big stage.
这4强，我觉得每个队伍都有机会夺冠吧。A gente sabe que a oportunidade está aí, é só pegar e fazer a diferença, fazer diferente do ano passado e acertar nossos erros, que a gente tem mais uma oportunidade de ser campeão.
从小组赛其实就已经非常的艰辛了，然后再到淘汰赛，就是每一场比赛当最后一次比赛打。
Standing high, seeing those hungry eyes across the stage, and clearly sees the same raging fire that once burned inside of them, and that storm rolling in from afar. They've all come here for one thing: to lift that trophy. The cruelty of double elimination ends here. From this moment on, every step is the final chapter.
其实 STS 他们5个队员都挺厉害的吧，让我深刻的就是那个 No 吧，因为他比较年轻嘛，在打法上比较激进吧。
We all know that AG is an experienced team. They're good at analyzing plays.
Já perdeu para eles, mas isso aqui é FPS, isso aqui é esports. Funciona assim, uma hora você perde, uma hora você ganha.
其实去年跟他们打的话，他们正面的冲击力还是挺大的吧。其实我一直觉得 QAD 他们枪法都挺准的。
This fragile balance on a razor's edge is destined to shatter in the very next second. The gates to the grand final now stand wide open, and everyone has arrived with one purpose: to fight until the very last chapter.
那还是上次那句话吧，去年你们是亚军，今年还能赢你们。
O sentimento é o mesmo que eu estava no passado, que é tentar ser campeão, vou ser campeão, fazer de tudo para ser campeão.
para sa amin, natutuwa kami, tinatawag kaming underdog kasi para kaming pina-underestimate ba kasi. Yan ang gusto namin, kaya ginagalingan namin lalo.
成都这个城市，一是本来就是我们成都一季的大本营嘛，二是这个场馆的话，因为我们 S21总决赛就在这里，然后当时也是拿到了冠军，希望这次结果也会好吧。
This is the brutal prelude to the crown. Only by conquering their rivals can they earn the right to ascend to the pinnacle of glory.
Only 4 teams remain. And now, to enter the lower bracket semifinal, fighting to stay in the race. Please welcome Qadsiah and Evolution Power Gaming. A setback may have pushed them down the bracket, but it never cracked their discipline. Regrouped and recalibrated, both teams now stand here, surging with intent, determined to continue their championship pursuit. Down here, every round matters and is a test of will, as 2 enter this stage with everything on the line, and only one keeps the journey alive. The upper bracket finalists, the undefeated titans of this tournament, Team Stallions and all gamers. With fierce momentum and flawless playoffs runs, these two titans have conquered every challenge so far. Now, these two face on this stage, and only one will advance directly to the grand final. The stage is set. Let's dive into the action. Gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, CROSSFIRE fans in the arena and around the world, welcome back to Chengdu, and welcome to Day 9 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble.
现场以及屏幕前的各位 Cfesports 们，大家好，我是今天的主持人妮妮，欢迎大家来到2025 CFS 世界总决赛的比赛现场。
We stand at the summit of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Only 4 teams remain in the race over the next final 3 days. Today, the path splits. One, a battle for survival. The other, for a direct path into the grand final. From here on out, the margin for error is slim. Every moment shapes a legacy. There is no room for hesitation.
此刻，4支战队已经集结完毕。 他们即将在接下来3天的比赛当中展开最后一搏，争夺近在咫尺的桂冠。究竟是哪支战队能够战胜对手，笑到最后？比赛舞台已准备就绪，让我们一起期待他们的精彩表现。2025 CFS 世界总决赛即将开战，敢赢才能称王。
This is Day 9 of the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, where champions are made, and only those bold enough will dare to dominate!
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and of course Bella Nini there on the stage, welcoming our teams into the Grand Finals arena. We're not at the Grand Finals just yet, but, well, I guess technically we are, the CFS Grand Finals, but not at the finals of the Grand Finals just yet. We do have to get through some best of fives before we get there. We have 2 today, and we are going to be starting off with Stallions up against AG. And this one is, it's going to be a close one. I would expect this to actually be a very close matchup, as we are going to take a look at the predictions in a little bit. But first, let's introduce our players from our teams.
Yeah, Team Stallions, of course, going up first on a generational run for the region of the Philippines. Kano, of course, leading the charge in terms of the statistics. KD with a 1.46, KR with a 1.05, and the rest of the team leading the charge. However, I am a bit worried for the 2 players on the side of Team Stallions, especially here for KLB. He hasn't been performing like the usual that we did see in the group stage. He was going toe-to-toe with the best, but of course he kind of struggled with some of the playoff games. But of course, I mean, if it's any time to step up, it is in this arena.
Yeah, of course, the wonder kid of Kano just absolutely playing out his mind, being able to lift the heavy weights for the team. And like you mentioned, KLP just having a bit of a bad day, a bit of a bad run, but this is the moment where he can really just come back to his best form and really get it going. Because as we do look at their previous matches here, was able to take down Swamp Gaming and also Baisha, which I believe, was an uphill battle to me to watch. But at the end of the day, it was them to survive 2-1. Twisted Minds taken out swiftly, and then just a couple days ago, taking down Evolution Power Gaming 3-2. And even on one of the maps that EP is very, very favored at.
Yeah, I mean, this entire story could have been changed entirely if they did not beat Baisha in the group stage. Imagine we could have had Baisha here instead, and it would have been a very different story. Let's take a look at All Gamers, who did seed directly into the playoffs, and since then, they have only been winning. ZY, Jue, ZQ, Do, and 1222. With the reintroduction of ZQ into this roster, he has done such an excellent job of leading the charge for the team. Do getting a lot of the MVPs, though, in terms of just clutch moments and really good consistency, I have to say, from Do. Has been playing better and better as we get to bigger stages. As the pressure is mounting, he just gets even better. So definitely a very important factor as we do move to the big stage here. They only beat EVOS Arc 3-2. It was actually a close match.
That was actually what was on everyone's minds right before this series, right? I mean, All Gamers, we expected them to be the final boss going into this tournament. Then all of a sudden, they kind of faltered up against EVOS Arc, who, if you guys remember your history with Team Stallions, they kind of just swept them aside in the grand finals back in regionals. So I think Team Stallions, granted, you know, the record isn't looking too good. This happened in EWC, of course. But I feel like in terms of form, Team Stallions, you know, this is their best shot in beating the All Gamers.
Yeah, definitely the best chance they have gotten thus far in this year to really have a really good shot at taking down one of the top teams in China, of course. Having ZQ back in their roster does enable ZUI, according to Sneaky Frog in his analysis, and I do 100% believe in that, as All Gamers did prove to come out 2-0 in this entire tournament, even though some of them did falter behind a little bit, losing 2 maps to EVOS Arc, but EVOS Arc as well had a run themselves. But like you said, head-to-head, not looking too good for Team Stallions, but at the same time, just the way how Team Stallions was able to swim through this entire tournament, now that they have gotten all the feelings in their hands, and maybe that could translate to a greatness happening here in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions that we have will be, yes, Stallions have looked good under pressure so far in front of these pretty big crowds when there is a lot of pressure in best of fives, but now we're in front of a very AG-favored crowd. Everybody here is cheering for AG, and you're on a bigger stage with the entire crowd right in front of you, so it's kind of like the next step in terms of testing Team Stallions. And, you know, they have incredible talents. There's no questioning that. But they're up against a team that has tons of experience, has incredible talent themselves. And so I'm sure AG are going to be feeling very comfortable here tonight. As we do look at the key players, it is Kano up against ZQ.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things that All Gamers really have to look out for is once Team Stallions kind of gets in the rhythm and in the game, they just start peeking, you know, left, right, and center. They're going to try all the angles that they can. And obviously with All Gamers, they're more of a defaulty kind of team, more of a strat-based kind of team. And I feel like it's all about that mid-rounding, in my opinion. I feel like ZQ has to outcall KLB, but at the same time, he has to read the other players as well. Because I feel like Stallions doesn't really rely on, you know, listening to the call entirely. You know, there is going to be a bit of proactivity coming in from their side. So I would be expecting there is some stuff that is going to be a bit wild, especially in the first few rounds. But of course, we do have the talent prediction.
Well, I mean, it's All Gamers across the board, except you, Sneaky Frog, and the couple casters out there as well. Smooth, Penguin, Datum, and Bipolar, both, or all 5 of you guys going for Stallions, and it's going to be a pretty swift one you guys expect too. 3-1 as well. All in all, I feel like the predictions are going both ways, give or take how All Gamers has been the veterans in the scene, and Stallions are the young guns, but they were able to come to the show and actually, you know, put out the numbers that they can provide to the table. So, yeah, I think it's a well-deserved prediction, I would say.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, the form for Stallions is incredible, and right now here at this tournament, they've impressed a lot of people, and we're all kind of believing that they have the ability to take down AG. I think a lot of the AG predictions will be history-based, the fact that AG is this incredible organization, and all the players have so many titles under their belt, and so kind of feeling like they should be able to edge it out under all the pressure. But again, I think it'll just come down to who's playing better today, as the Philippines' first grand final run, potentially, versus China's secured spot, as Stallions chase Philippines' history, AG protecting the unbeaten record onwards from semifinals. First best-of-5 matchup, all eyes on both teams' map veto strategies. First best-of-5 between these two teams, as Stallions' win makes them the only team to win 3 champion teams in one event. So if they win, they will have beaten Baisha in a best-of-3, Evolution Power in a best of 5 and All Gamers in a best of 5. So that's an incredible kind of history to have under your belt.
Yeah, could definitely be the best run that a non-Chinese team has ever gone through in the CFS history. I mean, you're going through one of the most legendary teams in CROSSFIRE history, which is Baisha Gaming. Evolution Power could be chalked up to be in there as well, and All Gamers, of course, just like how I said, they're kind of the final boss of this tournament. Not too long ago as well, I mean, it was AG and Baisha going back and forth, and their form was unreal in 2024 and in 2023. So, history could be made in this arena, but still, I think Team Stallions really don't want to get too far ahead of themselves, considering it is the arena. They do have the crowd, and I feel like AG are not going to take this lying down, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so crazy to extend the narrative in such a way that Stallions is able to take down top championship teams. Of course, Baisha, like you mentioned, All Games that you've mentioned, EP as well, taking a championship themselves last year, and somehow these teams are looking to just get it up there, and Stallions is making say no to that. And according to KLB, we fear no one. We are ready for All Gamers on the biggest stage. So even though they're being the young guns, they're absolutely ready to just take it on in the arena.
Yeah, they treat every match with full intensity and don't underestimate anyone. We've learned composure and discipline from facing the top Chinese teams. Our strength is teamwork. Kano is our star, but everyone can deliver, and we've seen that. For sure. They don't really have the nerves when it comes to big stages. Anyone can really step up on this team. CROSSFIRE is a 5-man unit. Everybody needs to play well. Even if Kano is the star and playing really well, if a couple of the other guys aren't playing well, you definitely will lose to All Gamers. So it's going to come down to everybody doing their job here tonight.
Yeah, and I think KLB has a point, right? I mean, No is their star player, but at the same time, they don't treat them like a star player in this team. All 5 players are capable of producing their own. But of course, we have ZQ. We enter as challengers with respect for STS and full focus on us. And STS bring firepower and mid-round pressure, so coordination and positioning will be key. Every teammate matters. Our strength comes from trust and discipline, strategy, prepared deeply and adjusted our form to meet this matchup head-on. The crowd's energy drives us, turns excitement into focus on stage, and this is what I'm worried about for the side of Team Stallions. Now, there is the crowd on the side of All Gamers, and that kind of energy, they kind of feed off it. I mean, AG has done it time and time again in the biggest of stages, in the biggest of arenas. Why not? Why can't they do it again?
I mean, so now it really just comes down to tanks being able to enable the boys under such pressure, being most of the members on the roster are young guns. If we had more of a veteran players on the roster, Stallions, then having the crowd against you wouldn't be too much of a problem. But then at the same time, players like Kano, players like KLB, very, very good, but at the same time, just the vibe might not be there for them. And if that happens, so the mid-round strategy that Stallions is very vast that might not come into play all that much. So shouldn't be startled by that. Kano, top impact player of the Final Four. Of course, this guy will deliver time after time. 1.04 KR put him ahead, highest among all top 4 team players, and All Gamers have surely studied him. So the pressure will rise today and rise above.
Absolutely. We'll see who competes to conquer tonight. I think that, you kind of have a target on your back a little bit, and players do kind of, say, okay, this guy's one of the best. We need to be ready for him. As facing the Philippines again, after the EVO scare, AG must adapt. AG scrapped a hard-fought win against EVOS in the semifinals. Stallions demands full team adjustments, exactly as ZQ emphasized. So, yeah, I mean, they almost, we had the EVO scare, right? But they were able to overcome that. And now Stallions are really kind of the final boss of the Philippines.
Yeah, and I think that series actually is going to help the side of Team Stallions, right? I mean, EVOS for the longest time has kind of been this head-to-head rivalry that we have back in the Philippines. It's kind of been EVO Stallions back and forth for first and second. So I think it does kind of put a bit of a microscope against this All Gamer squad, and it is going to help because if you can counter EVOS, who can also beat AG, I mean, maybe Stallions can have a bit of a clue here. And at the same time, they both of the teams actually play wildly different, right? I mean, EVO's more of the strategic, more of the structured kind of team, but of course, the side of Stallions, they're more proactive, more reliant on their mid-round calling. So just like what ZQ said, they're going to have their positions on point, they're going to have their reads on point, because if they don't, one side of the map is going to get taken, and then all of a sudden the defense on the other side crumbles. So it is going to be a tough task for AG to try and find out what the rhythm is for the side of Stallions.
But then now we come to think that the deliverables do link back to the points we've made prior to this matchup, because now, if you do come to think about it, all gamers now know how to take down a Filipino team like Evo Sark, who is, of course, fighting that number 1, number 2 spot in the Philippines region. And for Team Stallions as well, now that they have that 2 wins against Chinese teams under the belt, then they've also got the caliber, got the strats well tied up in their backpacks to take down all gamers. So I think it just really comes down to how the veto is going to proceed, because I think that's going to be the most important part coming up in this matchup.
The veto is incredibly important. I personally, you know, I don't, as the desk host, get my prediction down there, but I really feel like Stallions' form at this tournament is the best we've seen. Like AG, they have the history behind them. They are a championship team. They have ZQ back. You can definitely say, okay, they should be the favorites. And, you know, we did predict them, a lot of us actually, did predict them to win the whole tournament before we even started the matches. But with Stallions' rise and the way that they're playing and the fact that they don't seem to be affected by normal things that pro gamers are affected by, which is, you know, pressure or the fans or the crowds or the expectations, you know, even with us saying, oh, well, now the expectations are on them to perform, they actually just perform better. So for me, I'm like, coming into this one, I think they might even perform even better on this stage. So I'm kind of feeling the Stallions hype. It doesn't even feel like false hype anymore. I do just think they have proven that they are potentially the best team at this entire tournament, and they have an opportunity to prove it here. I mean, if they win in a best of 5 against AG, they should be the big favorites for the actual finals in 3 or so days.
Yeah, not gonna lie, the head-to-head is gonna be very interesting, especially for the key players, right? I have a feeling that it is gonna be No, and it is probably gonna be ZQ, but in my opinion, if we're going role for role here, I mean, No versus Zhuey. Zhuey, granted that he has not had the best group stage, he has not had the best playoffs, but he can pop off at any time that he wants, and especially when Zhuey is popping off and he's rolling forward, matching that aggression of Team Stallions, that is gonna be a bit of a difficulty for their side. But, you know, if anyone else steps up to the plate for the side of all gamers, one of the people that I'm worried about the most is actually ZY, because ZY can really dismantle offenses. He can also go aggressive with Zhuey, maybe push the line forward in terms of defense, and not just that, provide a really good offense for the side of all gamers. So, yeah, if those two definitely step up to the plate, this could be a big problem for the side of Team Stallions.
And on top of that, I feel like the sniping department from Team Stallions is a little bit quiet against the head-to-head results with all gamers. Of course, all gamers not having the best of the days for the snipers themselves too, but I think it's just a little bit better on AG. And for Stallions, KLP just not being able to come alive rounds after rounds, time after time, it might just come back to bite them in the end. So I'm just hoping that KLP steps up to the plate and does what he is best at, because we've seen this boy and we've seen this player just do as good as other top Chinese snipers.
Yeah, it's a very big worry for me, especially because we cannot go like 5 rifles up against this AG squad. They're gonna need to play bog standard crossfire. Granted, KLB might pick up a sniper, but I feel like if he steps up to the plate, this is gonna be a very, very good series.
Yeah, I'm just hoping for, you know, 5 maps. As a non-biased kind of just viewer at this point in time, other guys here on the desk might feel differently. I just think that I want to see maybe the best of 5 we have at the tournament might happen here, you know, because there is a chance that whoever loses here goes down to losers final and maybe they get knocked out there. You know, we could have a world where we have like AG versus EP in the finals, which is in its own way pretty hype, but definitely excited for the Philippines story to actually happen. But guys, we have the band pick ready to go. Let's hop into that right now.
Thank you, Valdez. This is the big moment here, Sneaky. It's going to take a little bit here.
It's going to be
Stallions versus All Gamers, the veto. I feel like New Mexico getting ruled out by All Gamers is definitely one way to go. But for the side of Stallions, what would you say is a justifiable ban? Would it be new compound? Would it be port?
I would expect Ankara to be banned.
There you go.
And of course, New Mexico is going to be no-brainer of a ban here. Map number 1. Honestly, AG, I would see them banning sub-base if they are actually playing it safe for the first ban, and map number 1 could be Eagle Eye 2.0 immediately. But still, whole lot of options here for the side of AG, but this is now the difference from Team Stallions from 2024 to 2025. Their map pool is a lot bigger, so it's a lot harder to counter them in these first 3 maps. But Yeah, all gamers most likely will be banning either sub-base or this New Mexico. And I feel like AG, if they really want to play it safe, you pull out that New Mexico, man, because they barely play it. And there it is, New Mexico going to be banned here for AG. Map number 1 most likely is going to be sub-base for Stallions to get some momentum back in their way. But at the same time, let's not doubt that AG side that they've done their research about this map.
Give or take, Chinese team's sub-base is a pretty strong one too, but Stallions definitely taking their time to go through some of the options they have in their pockets. Sub-base, of course, is a no-brainer, like we mentioned. It's one of their best maps, so they are going to go right into it, and all gamers are going to start on the blacklist side, whereas Stallions will be left with the global risk to play on sub-base. And what is all gamers' response to have one of the more aggressive maps come out in the forward stage of the veto?
I have a feeling that AG is going to be picking Black Widow here, but I wouldn't recommend it, especially considering that if Stallions did win this sub-base map, they're going to roll that momentum for map number 2, but it is going to be Black Widow for map number 2. I mean, AG is also very good on that map. Kind of depends on the form here of Zhui and Du at the same time. If Du can actually pop off in map number 1, despite sub-base having, you know, less than favorable angles for the sniper, this could make all the difference. So map number 3 probably is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0 for the side of Stallions, and yeah, they're going to try and see if they can, you know, get the good first 3 maps here, because I feel like if AG didn't pick Black Widow for map 2, that would have been pulled down for map 3.
What about Sneaky Port for map 3?
Sneaky Port for map 3.
Sneaky Port may come through. Let's wait and see. But it's obviously going to be Eagle Eye 2.0. So Stallions are able to mark 3 decent maps for themselves. And
yeah,
what do you say for all gamers here now that they have
new compound,
one more pick coming through?
New compound.
I mean, does all gamer favor this ban pick up until map 3 thus far?
Yeah, I would say both teams actually favor each other here, with the exception of sub-base. So it is going to be new compound for map number 4. I think these first 3 maps are actually very, very good for Stallions. At the same time, kind of dependent on the form of all gamers here. But new compound going to be map number 4. Going to be a bit of trouble for the side of Stallions. I do not like how they defend the B site, especially here. So it is going to be a bit of a doozy if ever we do make it there. But map number 5 is going to be Port. And that is what I'm worried about. If ever we do get to map number 5, this is going to be very reliant on the side of Team Stallions, whether KLP performs or not. And if he doesn't, we're going to have to see those 5 EBRs once again. And they're going to have to get a bit creative to try and counter this top A sniper.
Yeah, I do feel like creativity is going to be the key, but the veto has been finished and it's been finalized. Sub-base will kick us off into the series, followed by Black Widow and Eagle Eye as map number 3. New compound as map number 4, and Port, of course, will be the decider for the series. And even the veto does hint to us that this one is going to be a very, very good series. I think out of all the series that we've casted here, Sneaky, I think this one has the best chance thus far to get us into Port.
For sure, being that it is going to be very close from both sides. Both teams, both first seeds of their respective region. And the teams are here, the entire crowd is here. We do have some Stallions fans. So we're going to try and see if we can get some cheers for their side, but it is most likely going to be all gamers, an all gamers crowd in the arena. So Stallions have to be prepared. All this pressure is now on their side. First time in the big arena here in China. Granted that they say time and time again that they are not affected by pressure, but it is still different when you're already here.
Yeah, when it comes to offline crowd, the pressure does really build on. Of course, there are the fans from all gamers chanting with some spirit to cheer for their team. And all gamers, give or take, being the veterans of the scene and being the veteran of CFPL at the same time, they have been put into such a spot many a times to not be thrown away. And for Stallions, sure, they've made it here thus far, but the pressure may just kick in. And if you do crumble under the pressure, then it's going to be a bit of a trouble. But I do trust in the coach, and I do trust in the guys. Tanks, of course, being the veteran, he himself, having so much record against the Chinese teams, being able to take down Chinese teams by himself, playing and also coaching. So definitely looking forward to the matchup here, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's kind of been him and Nice that has the highest percentage in terms of like wins out of timeouts, right? Tanks time and time again has figured out ways to kind of pull Team Stallions out of very, very bad spots and very bad positions. But at the same time, we have to respect the coaching side of the side of all gamers. You know, Dono for the longest time has led this team through multiple rosters. You know, granted it has has been a bit of a roller coaster in terms of results. You know, AG didn't have the best 2024, but 2025 definitely was a bit of a turnaround as soon as ZQ did come back. You know, Jabao, he is a good player, but he's not ZQ, my friend, unfortunately. But here we go. Sub-base is going to be the map, and it used to be AG's one of AG's most played map, and I think this is actually on purpose, especially back in CFPL, to try and see if they can get as much reps as possible, because they know that this Team Stallions team is going to be a big threat. But of course, we're going to take a look at the statistics. It's going to be no across the board. ADR, first kill, trade kill. It's at 120, 9, and 16. But at the same time, No is not the only player that they should look at when it comes to the map of Subbase. Loi has been performing very well in this map as well. But we're going to take a look at the other side. It is going to be ZQ on the ADR. First kill, 12-22, and ZQ once again on that final one. So it's going to be quite the back and forth, but at the same time, if AG cannot contain that momentum in the first 1, 2, 3, or 4 rounds for the side of Team Stallions, then Team Stallions is going to have a green light to just roll on forward in this game.
Roll on forward probably might just be the right key to unlock themselves a great future, but for now, All Gamers as well was able to convert a lot of the first kills to around 1 as well. But let's go take a look at our contenders here. Team Stallions will be cuddled up. They're going to start cheering up themselves. And for All Gamers as well, they are going to be keeping that composure. And looks like they're just about ready to just jump into Subbase any moment they want.
Yeah, and the last fair few final words, last few wise words from Tanks especially. You know, it's reminding the boys that this is their first time in the big arena. The crowd is going to be against them, but they're going to have to channel that energy in their game as well. But looking at the side of All Gamers, it's all business for them. They're already in their seats, probably warming up on that TD ship 2.0. But of course, last few final words, one final scream from the side of Stallions before they go back into their seats and try to play this best of 5. And this best of 5 is going to be very exciting. It is going to be history in the making, potentially. Philippines in the grand finals has never happened in the history of CFS. There is that one CFGI that Pacific Market won, but that isn't CFS, my friend, and this is going to be a different story. The year ender, where it matters the most, man.
The year ender. Best way to put it, I believe, Sneaky. And for Stallions, gonna need a bit of divine intervention as Tanks can pull the timeout once and through the entirety of a single map.
Yeah.
So still a bit of a room there left for the coaches to do get in the ways of the players and provide a bit more information when it's most needed. And the wise words do continue. The coach really understands what kind of pressure these players are going to be under, trying his best to relieve the stress and at the same time get them focused into the game, focused back on table, and looks like he's just about ready to go on track as well. He will be in the back seat. He'll be watching every single play the player makes and just writes down, takes notes, and whenever he finds that one flaw to be fixed easily, he will eventually pull the timeout.
Yeah, those one timeouts are going to be so important as well, especially when it comes to resets in this game. And knowing that AG can just easily dominate the map as well, you know, they're going to have to use that reset very sparingly, because, you know, if you only have one timeout in this entire, map, that's only one chance for the team to reset. So, yeah, they're going to have to use it wisely, that's for sure. It's either going to be super early or going to be somewhat late in the second half. Has to be a decision made by the coaches here. I mean, we have seen it in the playoffs. You know, we have seen it used bad. We have seen it used well. So, you know, timeouts can make all the difference in this series, in all honesty.
Timeouts have made differences for at least some of the coaches here. Nice, of course, using the timeouts to bring back the train back on their ends. And Tanks as well, pulling the timeouts in when it was most needed, especially when EP was just about to take on a roll. Tanks pulls the timeout and Stallions go on a roll once again, taking the tempo, taking the momentum away from their opponents and bringing it back into their hands. But looks like the players are now seated and ready to just dive in to this battle of blood.
Yeah, not gonna lie, you know, there is still a mystery of form for the side of All Gamers here. You know, granted that ZY and Jue didn't have the best group stage stats, but we already know what peak ZY could look like, especially in these fair few maps. And ZY, granted, he has kind of struggled a bit with the HK417 that he was rocking at the start of this tournament. You know, he has kind of rocked the AK-47 from time to time as well in these games, especially on those Ankara maps. So I wouldn't be surprised if it is pulled out for Black Widow Jue. At the same time, doesn't have to be statistically good. You know, it's not in his role, but I feel like, you know, I feel like when those two are online, it is definitely hell for our defenses. But I feel like we are about to start map number 1 very, very soon.
Very, very soon indeed, and this really is a nerve-cracking moment, isn't it, Sneaky? Because one of the dark horses has made the run, has made it this far to be present in this arena. And for all gamers, they have come to the show to prove that they are capable of holding onto the trophy, as now they're getting contested by one of the young teams of Philippines, Team Stallions, coming right up to their neck, just willing to take it away from them.
For sure. It's been a surprise for the entire region that we have made it this far. You know, it was kind of unexpected, not gonna lie. It is a sharp direction up for their side. It's the sudden rise, rather, is the word for it for the entire region. You know, it's not just the side of Team Stallions. You know, EVOs also had their run. Granted, it was a bit of limited time up against the Chinese teams, especially up against the All Gamer squad, but they took him all the way to 5. You know, even that final map of New Compound was actually very, very close, 10-8. If I'm not mistaken, and the only difference of that compound map was that 1v3 that Du had to pull out this team out of. And, you know, it was just a matter of a 25 HP player in the name of Du and Elvin just kind of hesitating in that very last second and, you know, not making the USB shot. But at the same time, that just goes to show how on point these Chinese players can be when it comes to clutch situations. So, granted that Team Stallions have had the most clutches in this tournament, they wouldn't want to rely on these clutch situations, especially a lot. Especially in the arena, man. Clutch situations are not going to be easy because you know that the pressure is mounting from the crowd and from the stage itself. It's not easy to be playing on stage in a top 4, in a top 3 situation. Absolutely. And, you know, at the end of the day, these are kids, but at the same time, it feels like they barely felt any pressure in this entire tournament.
Absolutely. But it's definitely been a hot minute having to see these two regions fight it off in one of the top stages, wasn't it? For sure. 2018 was the last one. I think it was the last trophy. If I'm not mistaken, the last time that a Chinese team and a Filipino team did face, oh yeah, it was ACL. This was actually not too long ago. Ironically, it was EVOS and Baisha Gaming who they almost took out, but unfortunately they got round 1 in that tournament, and you know, it was kind of like a preview of what could happen. But for Southeast Asia, 2025 has been the year that's been shining a bit more brighter towards the side of the Philippines, because ever since 2018, I felt like whenever it came down to the CROSSFIRE scene in Southeast Asia, Vietnam was somewhat taking the lead. For sure. Celebi was performing well, and then all of a sudden now you have a grand final stage of Team Stallions and EVOS both almost making it. EVOS unfortunately did fall behind by a map. And it's going to be only Team Stallions that are left in the scene. But they're right here, right now, just getting ready to fight against one of the top teams, All Gamers. And the narrative could be extended for a vengeance of the Brotherhood in Philippines. EVOS Arc being taken down by All Gamers, right? So if Stallions can make the win here, then the narrative continues where the Big Brother does take down the arch enemy of Philippines.
For sure, but that could be applied as well for the side of AG, right? I mean, Baisha Gaming has been eliminated by this team, so it is going to be the battle of the big brothers going into this one. But I think we are going to be starting sub-base very, very soon.
And there you have it. 2025 CFS Grand Finals happening right at the heart of Chengdu. This is going to be within the arena as well. All Gamers versus Team Stallions. That's going to happen on sub-base. Blacklist began by All Gamers, and they're already applying much pressure down towards A. Leading the charge is going to be 1-2-2-2. They're looking to send it down towards the Nook. Already stepping down. KLB with the sniper will have a response, but he has to hit the shots. Getting aggressive. Might be a little flinchy, but he does get the opening frag. Gets instantly traded out by Joy. Opening has been made on towards the A-bomb site. The rotation is coming in. Hot minute from the Team Stallions. Loy has already found himself in the bottom bomb site. There you go. He does get one, but quickly the nades will rain on him.
They got HEs That's another HC on the site. Zhui, ZQ are on very low HP. Granted, it has been a back and forth, but the HP bars is kind of favoring the side of Team Stallions. But they're going to have to take their sweet time. Bottom A in the missile is going to be so tough to retake. But good news, Du got taken out immediately thanks to KLB. So it is going to be a full-on rush on tight stairs.
I mean, this one is retakeable until JJ gets tapped out by Dre. Gonna be down to 3v2. The hit points low on all gamers. ZQ trying the best. It's gonna be 1-2 to find the frag. It's only down to the hands of Kano. He's found one. Just needs to find one more with the pistol. Now he does get the frag. And the defuse will follow through. Stallions marking round number 1 to themselves.
1-0. And you can always rely on No to get that 1v1 going. And I think he kind of saw the backside of ZQ there, kind of hiding on that ramp position. And the only difference was a few seconds off of that C4. If they did not have information of where where ZQ was, that would have been a done deal and first round going in the way of HC. But what a back and forth in the first round.
So us questioning whether if these young guns of Team Stallions, are they going to crumble under pressure or perform out? I guess the answer was just about there as Kano was able to find the double kill to himself and win the round right. Well-deserved to themselves. Going to be 1-0 for now, as all gamers, after a fast push down towards A, is going to be looking down towards mid and potentially make a rotation over towards B, as they did leave ZY as an anchor, looking in machine room. And for Stallions, they're going to be playing passive. KLB was looking to get involved early on in the rounds. He was peeking pretty deep in towards the Nook with a sniper of his own, going for the double sniper setup. So let's see what will be the change of turns, change of things here for all gamers. Of course, will be the rotation made towards B.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the adjustment now, Loy, instead of being the rotational player, it is going to be No playing that jail spot side, and KLB, it's going to have to be you hitting this first shot. Passage, there is going to be presence on his side as well. Good flash in towards Passage. JJ is going to fall. But here comes the rest of the AG squad. ZY is going to get Loy, but No with the answer back. Now it's a 4 versus 3, but No and KLB now starting to ring in this B side. ZQ is going to start to roll forward in towards Darkroom, but it's a 3 versus 2.
Be a 3v2. C4 yet to be planted, nor yet to be picked up as well. Kano and KLP still holding on to the line, still holds on to a couple of utils. The nades are going to be thrown, but it does get recovered. All gamers are going to be able to get the C4 down any moment soon here. And the moment if Stallions do walk in towards connector, ZQ on top of Raptors, springs out, gets the drop onto KLP. So once again, the Wonder Bay put to the test once again. Kano versus 2. He has done it time after time. There's 1. Needs to find ZQ as well. Kano will fall back briefly, buying the room, buying the time. Half a minute remains on the clock and all gamers. ZQ does recover the C4 and goes for the plan. Kano is going to step onto the bomb site. ZQ, does he have an idea? He's going to go for the check. Shots being fired will reveal his position. Going to be on 1v1 with pistols. Kano not looking the right way. And ZQ is going to be able to save the day for all gamers.
ZQ with some very good movement in that B site, getting that plant on top of one of the missiles. So No, despite the great effort from the side of Team Stallion to try and get this B site back, it was down to that 1v1, and the veteran does get it. So AG punching back in this game, and ZY, 1200th kill in this entire CFS history. So he's getting up there with the best of the best. And speaking of the best, the A side is going to be taken. JJ on the right side, fully flashed. AG side, KLB does hit Shui, but the rest of the squad is going to start to file in. KLB now on the underside of A, but he could not get anything done. No, and KLB out of commission.
Out of commission indeed. Going to be down to a 2v4 whilst having ZY as an anchor as well. They're going to be forcing it down towards the side. Staircase has been taken, but the players holding on to Silo are going to be ZQ and Du, and this one is going to be tough as ZY sells the flank perfectly. All gamers quick to lead out 2-1.
That is one of the bad habits of the side of Team Stallions, right? They do like to overcommit to fights, especially on that A site. Kind of looks like a losing battle, but at the same time, if KLP got maybe 1 or 2 players with that early push from the tight stairs side, could have gotten something going. But AG going to get their second round on the board. Team Stallions going to be scrambling to get one back. But it is going to be another passive defense coming in from them. Once again, No being the rotational player in between the sites. But still, AG is going to try to look for a B-side hit.
And once again, the IGL for all gamers are going to be, or rather is going to be leading the pack here, 6-1. Just some absurd numbers being put out, coming back to the scene here. And if he's just continuing to do and perform like this, all gamers are looking very scary here for Stallions to take on. But as we proceed in round number 4, just about a minute 40 on the clock, and going to be pretty default on both of the teams here. It's just mid control and machine room control will be granted briefly as all gamers now stacked outside of B. They are looking to cross the angle, but KLP at times has to hit the shots. First one, of course, going to miss, but JJ with a good swing does a bunch of damage. Kano's going to find one, but is quickly traded out. KLP with a good hold, but he himself traded out as well.
Yeah, nice shot by Dude with the TRG. Now it is all on Lloyd to get this 1 versus 3, but this is looking nigh impossible. Zeke on the top side still somehow gets him. Du and Jue still very healthy in this situation, and it is going to be a very difficult time to come back in this round. 3-1. I like the adjustment from the side of Team Stallions to actually put KLP away from Darkroom, because the passage flash is actually going to fully blind him, and instead that lockers room is going to be fully wide open. But KLP getting 2 at the same time. I think they were hoping that JJ could have gotten 1 more there, and that would have resulted in 2 versus 2. But here comes KLP, machine room push, and he's going to hide for it now. Pre-fire around the corner. Loy and KLP spotted and read like a book with that push.
I mean, Stallions wanted to give a push towards Machine and was able to plant 2 players in towards Woods. That's going to be Kano and JJ, but they can't spring as both players that pushed out towards Machine Room, which is Loy and KLB, both knocked out from the lobby. Going to be a 5-on-3. And rounds after rounds, it does feel a little bit tougher for the side of Stallions, as all gamers are adapting to the gameplay that Stallions are making briefly on the board. And Subbase, of course, being Stallions' map pick, it does ring a little bit of bell here, doesn't it, Sneaky?
For sure.
But a bit of warning sign going around the board. I wouldn't be surprised to see Tanks call a timeout here if they drop this round, but still clutchable, still winnable, even though it's a 3-on-5, as they are playing on the global risk side of all things.
Yeah, but the AG is kind of expecting one of the players to try and make a play happen, right? That is kind of the logic for the side of AG. They know that one of the players of Stallions is eventually going to have to go aggressive and going to have to find something. But they are just going to be steady on the site itself. They're just going to be playing off angles. JJ has been struggling on sub-base time and time again, but he is going to need to find something, but not this early, my friend. Someone is staring right at you, but no. We'll get some damage on ZY. JJ on the right side, that makes it an instant 3v3. Low HP on No, and he's going to have to back off. They do get 12-22 and ZY.
I mean, there's the equalizer that they've been wanting for, and JJ with a clean headshot is going to take down Dre, and there's the man advantage. Dude does get the drop onto KLP. But it buys a bit more time for Stallions to go uncover and find a better position to hold. Going to be a 2-on-2 briefly. And the C4 is going to make a full rotation over towards B. So we are expecting here, Sneaky, a 2-on-2 retake. Let's see what is going to be the positions all gamers are going to be taking. Player up on Heaven and a player through Jail. And Stallions, they're going to go for that big split. I don't know if I like this here.
Yeah, JJ gonna have to hold Jail for now. I think he knows that they're gonna have to split the presence of these 2 players. And Du is gonna be a very difficult man to remove. He's been so lightning quick on this TRG. And he has been spotted on the 2nd floor. JJ is gonna peek at the right place at the right time, but both Du and ZQ hitting with their respective weapons. 4-1 now. AG on a roll on their BL side. Stallions not going to pull the trigger on that timeout. So I think there is still a bit of trust on the side of Stallions to try and see if they can get the reset going. But no.
There is the pause. I think it's a tech one. Should be resolved pretty quickly. Since the pause was called before any shots were made, should be a valid pause. Wouldn't be retreated backwards, as
I think he's been calling it.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, oh, there it is. There is the pause. And the coaches are going to be working out, as that 4-1 scoreline does not depict the best of Stallions.
For sure. That's why I can tell that all gamers has kind of done their homework in this game, especially. I mean, they have called out that B defense time and time again. The passage movement from ZY, especially blinding Darkroom, and that has been disrupting KLP from doing his usual work on the sniper, and that kind of forced him on a bad position up in the rafter side. So it has been quite the nice start for the side of AG, and AG done a really good job. And what I noticed as well is that the first presence comes in the way of lockers instead of passage, and as soon as they discover where KLP is, instead of throwing the flash immediately to Darkroom, they literally just assault site. So it kind of depends on what the reaction is for the side of Stallions, or what the reaction is for the side of Stallions in that locker room's push. All that information's being gained from those gunshots, and ZY gets a free entry every single time. So I think it's going to have to be Kano probably playing a bit more closer to the B side more than A, but that is the struggle of playing that rotational player in that jail side. You really don't know if it's A or B. It's going to have to be clear communication between your team.
I did love the spark of being able to throw an aggressive punch when they're down the rounds. Unfortunately, it was put to a pretty quick halt to both players that was out towards Machine Room. Was relatively fast to be cleared out, but Stallions was also able to get some equalizers back in their hands and bring it down for 3-on-3, then into 2v2. But here we go again. It's going to be KLP on the bomb site. Does open up towards ZY. That's the opening frag here, but KLP is quickly traded out. JJ as well at risk. Dre does not miss these. That's going to be Kano with a follow-up for the tie here. It's going to be 3-on-3 once again. C4 to be planted in this. Might just be one of those repetitions of round number 1, how all gamers were able to just run it down A.
Yeah, but here comes the running it down on A as well. Loy gonna get sprayed down by KLB. Will get both with one spray. Dude, the only one left alive. The no-scope not gonna hit that time. And Stallions running on into the site. Usually, I'd like to say that doesn't work, but I think they kind of used Loy as a distraction for the rest of the team. It kind of forces Tracers to go into that smoke and gets free information from KLB especially. And what a surprise from Team Stallions in that retake. It didn't work last time, but this time it did.
Great retake, and great to see how KLP is coming back alive, 6-6, and now Loy inside a Machine Room is going for some pot shots. Not gonna land, does a bit of damage, but is cleared out rather quickly. And KLP is booking on foot. JJ want to get involved. Kano and JJ finds a piece each. 3 players down for the side of all gamers, and this is making a look much better showing for Stallions and Tanks on the Magic once again here. Snaky, the pause is working wonders for the Young Guns of Philippines.
Yeah, they actually tried that strat in round number 5, the Woods into Machine Room Crunch. All the attention was on the side of Machine Room, but then as soon as the fight started to work out on Team Stallions, as soon as you saw KLB run away, you know, AG were still kind of gathering themselves, kind of trying to see what part of the map they want to attack, and all of a sudden JJ just assaults them from the backside into the forklift position. And it has been quite the impressive round for them so far, but the problem is, can they close it out? We know how clutch Do and 1222 can be.
Definitely. These players know how to take each other out. Kano's going to take a bunch of damage. He's going to be taken down to about half health.
That's info.
So that is a big info for Stallions, and they're going to instantly make some adjustments to their positioning. Do looking to creep their machine, it seems, on the minimap. It's going to be 1-2 to hold the line in towards middle. C4 yet to be picked up. There's still a minute left onto the clock, so I don't want to overextend myself just yet. They're going to recover it just now. But having yet to see which bomb site all gamers want to take this one down towards, I think it might just be B.
Yeah, but that smoke is actually going to make No take his sweet time to rotate, because he has no idea if 1222 stayed or not in that wood side. So it's up to KLB to kind of confirm the positions here of 1222 and Do with that sniper. And they have crossed into the side. KLB has to be careful. He is now playing the underside of second floor. No. Trying to get the spot in. Do with the second floor position. And I think they know both of the players are now in this locker room side. And Do will get No. KLB on the underside. Cannot get 1222 down, but delay is real. 1222 finally confirms KLB. But KLB now with the EPR, but he doesn't know that 1222 wrapping around in Darkroom. And this is what I was talking about. These two players can be just as clutch. Granted, it's a 3 versus 2, but that smoke in towards second mid that was blocking those doors kind of delayed No from rotating and helping his team in that B defense. And KLP a bit too late on the rotation.
A little bit too late. It's going to be ZY and ZQ across the board for the numbers here. And all gamers making a definite lead now, 5-2, 3 rounds in depth on top of Stallions. And for Stallions, now that they have spent their timeout, what could be their response? Could have been a cleaner retake, but it turns out playing a little bit spread, and All Gamers was just able to make sure to exploit these angles that was left behind for Stallions to cover. But round number 8, after somehow being able to win an uphill battle of 2 versus 3, All Gamers are looking to play default once again. ZY back in vents. Leafs in this guy cause mayhem in vents time after time, doing the X-Ray spin as well.
And there has been no point into taking vents for the side of Team Stallions at all. So Loy has to peek that vent side just in time to get all this information. But ZY, Jue, 12-22, are they going to crawl out the vent side? Nate's going to go through. Flash is going to go through as well. Loy's in danger, but he does get out just in time. Jue waiting for the re-peek. ZY almost gets right down, and that's a good pre-fire from Loy. JJ, no, clearing the rest of them out of control room, and it's only due. Does get JJ, but they know exactly where he is. He does have the C4.
All guns blazing for the side of Stallions, being able to gun down 4 players quickly. Down towards mid and down towards A. And now Do, having been spotted out, was able to pistol 1, but needs to go through 3 more. Tough situation he himself put in towards. And the wall wings are going to land from KLP. Stallions does mark up another round on the board. It's going to be 5 on 3. Last round remains for the first half.
Yeah, how many times that the Stallions has run into a 5 and 4 in sub base?
Not a lot, to be honest.
Actually, every time that they start on
Global Risk,
it always is a close first half.
Close, but usually I feel in the way that Stallions are going to find the 5th instead of a 4.
That's true.
So now that they are hopefully looking to find the 4th, could be a 6-3 still, the chances are there. The round is not over, it's just begun.
Yeah, it's been a bit dry for Loy at the start of this half. 3 and 8 in this game. JJ's kind of brought it back, good flash, but it is not going to counter the spray. No, not going to be enough to take down 12-22, but they do take out Jue. But ZY, though, they know that it is 2 players on the wood side, so that means control room is wide open.
Control is now cleared by ZY. Loy just caught off guard. The timing absolutely on point for All Gamers. It's going to be a 2-on-4 C4 now planted him down towards A as well, just right by Silo, it seems. KLB and KLP has it all to do. Of course, these 2 players, well, capable of clutching out, but they need to clear out ZY first. Not spotted just yet, and ZY springs the trap, gets the drop, and pistols out, finds a double kill. All Gamers leading out 6-3 on the first half.
Now we do have the side change. Let's see if that second half recovery is true for the side of Team Stallions. But at the same time, All Gamers, a lot of the key players looking very, very good in this one. Do hitting his shots, Jue finding his entries, and at the same time, ZQ, the captain, leading the charge for the squad. 10 and 5 in this game so far, as well as ZY with a 10 and 7. So it hasn't been an easy start for the side of Team Stallions to try and get anything going in this map.
But as long as Stallions being able to pick up the momentum back in their hands, as they are on the dictating side of the speed of the match, we'll take a 6-4, then into a 6-5, and then into a tie eventually. And if you do come to a tie after picking up the momentum, then Stallions have a standing chance to take their own map pick back into their own hands. Nate's up and over there, playing with the sweet time, going for the pot shots as well. ZY does take a bit of damage, but the rest of the squad will be remaining strong.
Let us see. 5 machine room push for the side of Stallions, but Do with a very good angle doesn't hit the feet of KLP, but he does want to go for a re-peek. ZY is going to be trying to push into that mid-wall position. Do still holding steady, but I don't think it's going to be a full commit for Stallions here. They just want to place KLP in lockers in order to actually alleviate the defense on A site. Problem is, Jue is still there.
Jue's still there, and the defense was a little too tough to break. Resets is going to be Stallions. They're going to back out from Machine and see if they can test the water down towards A. Could be a valid decision. Ooh. As KLP is going to somehow find Do through double doors.
Don't have to commit.
Now, honestly speaking, yes, they don't have to commit. And now 1-2 to try to get involved will be punished as well. The man advantage still lingers on the side. The Stallions, 40 seconds remain. Kano's going to take a whole punch while contesting down towards mid, and he's still alive. They're going to run it down towards Nook. Jue on the bomb site, trying to hold it down. One quick headshot, but he takes a bullet himself as well. C4 gets planted, and it's no one else but ZQ and ZY on a 2v3.
It's getting frisky here in this game. We're starting to play that Stallions chaotic game. It's been an all-over-the-place fight passage. B site, A site. No, with a sniper. Doesn't spot ZQ crossing into the site. No scope, not going to hit. KLB getting tagged up. Back to 1 HP. No, trying to get something going with the USP, but it's that JJ is going to get the headshot. Now it's a 2 versus 1. ZQ shooting defense. The USP is out. Stallions is in the second half. 6 and 4. And what a bait. You saw them all over the place in that map, man. They were in B site, A site, lockers, wood, second mid. And that is the Stallions' way in playing that sub-base, especially on that Blacklist side.
Momentarily, ZQ and ZY on the retake was looking at vents for sure. They were expecting someone to be back there as Stallions. You don't know where they're going to pop out through.
Look at this mid map.
Yeah, look at that pop flash. They cleared out mid quickly in a hot minute. But now, round number 11, Stallions was able to mark up another on the board. It's going to be 6-4. Very climbable scoreline, I would say. And also at the same time, they are going to be playing on the Blacklist side of all things. So might as well be more doable.
Also, you kind of have to look at Loy especially.
Been slow on the
struggling on the start of the game, man.
He essentially has died every single round. 10 deaths across 10 rounds. But him being the bait and him being the scapegoat of trades is, at the same time, providing for the team.
Kind of goes back to that conversation we had with Tanks. He is willing to be that bait for the squad, but KLP will be the bait this time. HK417 picked up by KLP. It's going to have to be a headshot. ZQ actually going to have to be careful from that backside. Lloyd just gets out in time, but do they know about ZY? Nades are going to go through. Lloyd's going to get tagged up, and they have been wrapped around by the AG squad. You can get a site, but the rest of the map is going to be the side of AG.
Oh, Gamers finding their number 7 might be a little bit of trouble for Stallions. It's going to be 7-4 for the rounds. Finally, Kano and KLP is going to put out the numbers on the forward, but the rounds are going to favor all Gamers. 3 rounds deep once again. Once again, KLP has found himself on the bottom side of A, but he definitely has been spotted. Will soon be nated. Takes a bunch of damage. The flash is coming through as well, and he's going to book it before he goes down. Trey's hot on the chase as well, but it looks like he was able to make the retreat in time.
Wasted a smoke too. Could have just thrown a flash, but at the same time, was a bit paranoid about the full swing. Fully knowing that Jue is actually that A player, and he is not afraid to go forward just to confirm that kill on KLP.
Ooh. Cheeky counter burst of ZQ in towards vents. And all Gamers has been doing this time after time, but will Stallions have an idea in this particular round? Will be the question here. He will keep his eye on it, but the moment he does swing to a different angle, could cause disaster. We've seen ZY selling that huge flank down towards the Nook as well last round. So if Stallions go B and ZQ comes from the backside, this might ring for a bit of trouble for Stallions.
Bit of a nade's gonna go through. JJ tagged up to hell. But ooh, bit of bad timing on this reposition. 21 HP, but it is actually a good kill on No. Thought staying Darkroom would have been the method here for him. Repeat gonna go through. Loy's finally gonna confirm the kill on him. 4 versus 4, 12-22, hiding behind the pillar. But are they gonna clear this in time? Flash, nades, everything. 12-22 on 1 HP. Loy gonna get tagged up, but they are not gonna investigate the side. 12-22 spotted, and they're gonna get fallen upon. But KLP with the flying USP is gonna get ZY down, but it is a flank from ZQ and Jue. The A players found themselves in the B site, but KLP and JJ, they still want to confirm where the second player is. They don't know where Jouet is, but they're expecting that there is still a flank incoming. And here comes the two players from AG. KLB but gonna get sprayed down. JJ, the only one left alive. Darkroom, not gonna get the tags that he wanted. And ZQ still left alive in the site itself. He's out in the open, and Jouet is just gonna finish him off. 8th for AG.
Clean retake by the remainders of all gamers. ZQ and Jouet putting up the work here. They're going to find their number 8. Going to be 8-4 on the scoreline, just around the way from finding the map point from your opponent's picks. Going to be an 8-4 of least expected turn of things here. Of course, Stallions being the underdog, but didn't expect a round differential like this here, Sneaky. Now they're going to be sending it down towards Machine, and 12-22. Instantly double stepping backwards, and he's gonna swing it. Ready Do's gonna find the kill, and he does get one indeed. ZY in the bomb site as well, trying to do what he can. ZY finds a double kill down. He needs a drain a 1v1. Quickly taking down Kano was the equalizer. C4 is now gonna be planted by KLB, the in-game leader of the squad, trying what he can do here, but Jouet is hot on the chase here. All the nades being spent. KLB down to half HP. The damage exchange is critical. Jouet comes in off. The accuracy is on point. All gamers quick to wrap the round and the map soon. It's going to be 9-4. The map point is picked up by all gamers.
Seems like the rotations have been more on point for the side of AG. They have just been allowed jail control every single time. And ZY, ZQ, those two have been the thorn on the side for the side of Team Stallions. Jouet as well, kind of been playing mind games on the Stallions boys. Every single time they're looking right behind them, waiting for the inevitable flank of Jouet, but it's not actually coming anytime soon. But Jouet back on that A site, not going to be afraid to swing that corner. Lloyd tagged up, KLB tagged up as well. There's two players on the A site. ZQ will confirm that kill on KLB, but Stallions are not going to commit to it.
They're not going to commit just yet. And for all gamers too. Man trade doesn't really put them flustered. They're going to be playing pretty default. Actually, they might just gain control towards middle and see if they can find the rotation towards B. Is the guess being thrown out there. Stallions will be smoking off towards B and see if they can make the crossing towards heaven. Not gonna happen just yet. Kano make the cross. So is KLP. Gonna be a 2-2 split towards B. ZY instantly taken down. Do at risk as well. But 12-22 rings true from heaven. Finds a double kill for himself. Kano, the last one alive, doing what he can do best. Finds one, but now there's too many players coming up his way. All gamers quickly clears out Stallions and subbase. It's gonna be 10-4 for the first mad subbase. Map number 1 of Subbase will fall towards the side of all gamers, despite this being Stallions map pick. And we've seen how Stallions play on this map time after time, but looks like the caliber from all gamers was able to just break it for for Stallions, and a bit of a hassle for Stallions here as Kanoa was activated, but the rest of the squad a little bit falling behind, just not being able to match up to the tempo that Kanoa was providing.
For sure. I feel like this is where the point of ZQ did say that positioning is going to be very important for our team, and he was right. I mean, the positions were definitely on point, and it is a 4-10. Unfortunately, there were a fair few rounds on that first half going in the way of Team Stallions, but that second half didn't really feel too close, in all honesty. And I feel like the biggest credit for the side of AG is going to go into ZQ and ZY. And I feel like Shui, especially, despite him being 11-11, that presence that he had on that A site actually kind of caused Team Stallions to kind of go crazy a bit, right? You know, they're always looking on their backside, always looking to see that there's a flank from Shui incoming, but it didn't come. Set MVP is going to be the captain, ZQ, 2.29 KD, 107 ADR, and a 1.14 kill per round. 0 first kills, doesn't need to, that's Shui's job, and 0.19 Agent K, multi-kill 28.6%. ZQ especially has been on point, being the point player on some of these positions, especially on that A site. He is the second line of defense there. At the same time, he's done a great job of kind of putting himself in a position to rotate and actually help his team in defending that B side as well. So it was not an easy defense for them to actually push through. But at the same time, them finding those opportunities time and time again, especially on that BL side, it kind of caused a lot of confusion on the side of Team Stallions. It's like they were playing smoke and mirrors in sub base, and this is what we were talking about, man. Sub-base is going to be heavily studied by the side of AG, and, you know, this was the result of it. And like I said just before getting into the veto, sub-base is definitely a map that all gamers have played time after time in CFPL. But yeah, the stats across the board here for Stallions versus all gamers, and it's going to be the stats of 1v1s in the duel, whoever has won. But a 4-1 between a Kano and 1222. Struggling a little bit, but at the end of the day, the rest of the squad for all gamers pulling the stats out there. And for ZQ, absolutely just playing the wins here. 5-0 against KLP, 3-1s against JJ and KLP, even having a bit of a run against Kano as well, who's been playing out of his mind. So ZQ, just to break the bread a little bit, we were just talking about how adding ZQ back to the roster does enable ZY. He doesn't have to think anymore. ZQ becomes the brain, and then now ZY just has to play the Terminator machine he is. So now it's been working out for all gamers. Yeah, I think one of the biggest ratios here for the side of all gamers as well is that 8-2 up against a ZY killing Loy 8 times, and I feel like Loy could not get any openings in this map, and I did say that Loy is one of the better openers from the Philippines in this sub-base map, but he got denied time and time again, and Loy had to be the sacrificial lamb of the team in this game, considering No was kind of popping off at the start of the game, so it was a bit of a switch of roles on their side. And I mean, Loy, if he just got a bit more kills maybe on ZY and 1222 especially, who have been kind of the main anchors on both A and B, this could have been a different story for the side of Team Stallions, but unfortunately he didn't, and it seems like 1222 and ZY just did a great job of kind of just making the defense very, very strong, and at the same time that offense was very hard to stop. Well, let's go take a look at the VCR videos of the teams coming up forward. Subbase is wrapped up.
Welcome back to the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. We're in the midst of All Gamers versus Team Stallions. Of course, All Gamers leading the charge here, taking down Sub-Base, which was a Stallions map pick. It's to be 1-0 on the series. And right now, we are not at the studio anymore here, Sneaky. We are live right at the Performing Center of Chengdu. We are in the arena.
Yeah, finally in the arena, and it seems like the arena buff has already hit the side of All Gamers. And that last game was brutal to watch if you're a Stallions fan, man. It feels like they were so close in winning some of these rounds, and then all of a sudden ZQ and ZY is going to come from, you know, one side of the map or the other. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? The spotlight is now on the side of Stallions. They are no longer the team from 2024, you know, the new rambunctious team, and they're just out here kind of the big unknown, and all of a sudden now, you know, they have the biggest spotlight out of any team that come from the international side. And yeah, it seems like they have been well studied for the side of AG. And ZQ had such a good point. Positioning was definitely key for their team. And the way that they reacted from both sides, especially with how ZQ kind of bombed and weaved in between the sides, you know, even if the B side has been fully taken, they actually take the lockers machine room together, and it has been quite the high quality crossfire that I was kind of expecting from the side of AG, especially coming into this arena.
Absolutely. Just to break it, if you think about it, Stallions, of course, is the underdog, and All Gamers, of course, and we all agreed that they are the upper dogs here, but there was a bit of a question for their composure and just being able to bring the key elements from EWC up onto Grand Finals. Is it there, was the question we were asking, and the answer apparently was a yes. Of course, to see them play like that on Sub-Base, definitely one of the top-notch crossfires up on the board. As we are just waiting to get into map number 2 of Black Widow, but to deliver you the results of the video that for the guys who are just tuning in right now, Sub-Base, Black Widow, then into Eagle Eye 2.0, new compound and port as the decider. But it looks like we are just about ready to hop into map number 2 of Black Widow, and the way Sub-Base played out, All Gamers just knew what to do in each and every position, and every player had it somewhat dialed in as well. And for Stallions, some of the players kind of lost a bit of a wind in the sails from the past couple of days, but dropping map number 1, hopefully the key elements do follow through, as it should have warmed the young players' hands up well enough.
For sure. I think Loy especially kind of struggled in that Sub-Base map, right? And we kind of expected him to be one of the better performers in this game. And now we enter into Black Widow, of course, one of the staple maps of this All Gamers team. So this is going to be an uphill battle for the side of Team Stallions. They're going to have to take this map number 2 if they do want to make the series even. And it seems like, you know, the pressure is now starting to mount on the side of Team Stallions. You know, some of the other members not performing just as expected. You know, it is not just Loy. It was actually KLP as well, kind of falling behind, but he was hitting his shots at the same time. JJ was now starting to ramp up, but he kind of disappeared in that second half. So it's going to have to be consistency all throughout for the side of Team Stallions if they do want to. ADR still on no. First kill now on KLP, and Loy with that with those multi-kills. Now on the other side, it's all on ZYZQ. That combination of those two has been so dangerous for this entire Stallion squad.
But to be fair, Stallions was also able to put in the reps for Black Widow. They have their fair share of practice in the map as well, and both teams are ready to go at it. And the fans too, with the cheerfuls up on the board, and they're ready to kick things off and cause mayhem in the map of Black Widow. Of course, one of the maps where flanks being sold does cause a lot of trouble for the teams that are holding onto the bomb sites. And just waiting to get into the lobby here. Of course, the players are equipped with our top-notch gears from Morphling and Gamer. Of course, the PCs all equipped with the Gigabyte Oris as well.
Yeah. But it seems like it's still business from the side of All Gamers. You know, no smiles, no chuckles just yet. They know that this series is not done. So composure still has to be held. Dono just reminding them on what to do in this map of Black Widow. I wonder how long A is going to pan out in this game, right? Is it going to be Stallions fighting for it every single time? Is it going to be them just letting it go entirely and focusing on short instead? There's so many options for the side of All Gamers to kind of ring around this Team Stallion squad, just like how they did in Sub-Base. And that has been the common theme in Sub-Base especially, right? They kind of fight up until the very last player, and it is always the last player in a better position in that 1v1 or that 2 versus 2. So it seems like all gamers, they are willing to play those mid-round situations, and it seems like they have been studying up on what kind of behaviors this Team Stallions squad really does do, especially in 2v2s. We all know that Stallions really does love to stick together in those situations, and it seems like all gamers, they do have that slight clue going into this game.
We definitely were able to see the trade kills follow through for both of the teams, and we just have to wait and see how that is going to convert into the rounds, because thus far, at least on sub-base, the trade kills were there, but it just didn't convert into the rounds. Maybe it's because players like ZQ and ZY clutching up together. Could be Stallions falling behind a bit of the defense or the offense. Don't know exactly what the matter is, but now that they've dropped a map pick of their own, Stallions will need to take Black Widow to themselves. This is, of course, all gamers map pick, but like I've said before, Black Widow, one of the finest maps of the region of Philippines, and they themselves of Stallions had put a good amount of reps in there as well.
For sure, considering the best team on Black Widow arguably would be Team Stallions, but EVOs, they do have their fair share of reps in the map of Black Widow as well. So I wonder if they actually borrowed some of the strats from the side of EVOs. And if I'm not mistaken, EVOs actually beat all gamers in that Black Widow map, and those long 8 takes were actually so creative. They didn't actually fight them head-to-head. Instead, they kind of use the Obib as bait, and then they kind of back off a bit. They have someone holding the flash all the way in that A site, and they go for the retake. So would be very interesting to see if that's pulled down.
I mean, now the issue is because EVOS has pulled that exact same string against all gamers, right? AG was able to see what's up with the funky strats that teams could bring up on the board for Black Widow. So they've got their reps in, they've got their practices, and they've went back to the VODs. They've studied everything, the coach as well, reading into the movements of the enemy teams that EVOS, what exactly they have done. So if Stallions go for the similar type of play that EVOS has done, then AG may have a pretty solid response to the attacks that EVOS, or rather Stallions, could provide on the board. And for Stallions, in all honesty, since Black Widow was a bit more long-range map in a sense, KLP now really coming up to the plate here may be the big difference here, because the rounds that they've won on Black Widow in the previous stages, in the group stage, in the bit of the playoffs, is due to the riflers really shining bright.
Yeah, for sure. But it seems like we are about to start in map number 2, all gamers.
There you have it. All gamers versus Team Stallions CFS 2025 Grand Finals. This is of course, the upper bracket finals. Already down a map is going to be Stallions. All gamers successfully taking sub-base into their hands, which of course was Stallions map pick, as we are now looking at Black Widow. Will all gamers still be able to hold onto their map picks, or will Stallions be able to make it rain and make a wave, take AG's map pick to them?
Yeah, it would be huge if all gamers can actually net a 2-0 lead in terms of the maps here, especially in the series. It's so daunting to climb the hill, especially when you're 2 maps down in a best-of-5 series. But all gamers steady on their default for now. Just a standard 2-2-1 formation, watching all the entrances on the sites, expecting Stallions to do something fast at the beginning of the game. But Stallions, they're also steady on their defense. KLP just matching it with the triple box stairs control, and the rest of the squad is now starting to investigate this site. But JJ looking to see if he can go forward, but no, we have seen him sniping on the other day on this particular map, and let's see if he can hit anything.
I mean, he's about to get double swung. He does get one, and now JJ's in a bit of a trouble. ZY quickly clears him off the board. Catwalk and mid, contesting the angles might not have been the right choice for Stallions. Could be a 4v3 in a hot minute here, as a minute is left onto the clock. All gamers not necessarily showing much of an interest towards any of the bomb sites. They want to maintain the map control. They want to control most of the ground here.
Look at this. They already know that it is a 3 versus 4 situation, so they do know that Stallion's going to investigate. Loy will take out ZY despite the hard shot.
I mean, a little bit slow on the reswing there. Lloyd could have found a double kill, but a trade is still good enough for now. Gonna be a 2-on-3 hold. 30 seconds. KLB from mid. Comes in hot. Does find a bit of damage. KLB has to hit that. He does whip it, and now he's gonna be taken up by 12-22. ZQ with the pistols out. Looking to peek out towards middle. It's gonna be KLB at risk. Both players of Stallions are gonna be knocked out. And the first round is once again picked up by the side of all gamers. Gonna be 1-0 for the scoreboard.
Yeah, and a roaring start here for the side of AG. Immediately finding No, immediately finding KLB, or rather Loy as well. So making it a 2-person lead at the start of the round. They already know that Stallions is going to look for another pickoff in order to equalize the game, but Loy is going to get Shui right through the smoke. C4 is going to be down, and No's going to keep on rolling forward. ZQ had no idea. 12-22, opportunity of a lifetime to go in the backside of this defense, but at the same time, look at the position from the side of Team Stallions. They're also rolling on forward, but 12-22 can make all the difference. JJ will get due eventually. But 12-22, is he going to fish for the bigger prize? Will get shot by KLB, but here comes the trade from No. A bit of a chaotic round. The entire map flipping on its head, but it is going to be Team Stallions getting their second.
Sometimes, if you're able to navigate yourself through the chaos, you are going to be granted and rewarded with rounds. It's going to be Stallions to find their first up in this map. It's going to be tied 2-1. Still could be anyone's map here, as we are very early on in the rounds. Only 2 rounds have been played. Looking for the third here, as all gamers once again making their footsteps in towards long, gain control of the ground, and then start from there. The build-up begins essentially by taking control over towards A.
Yeah, and this is just going to be another passive defense from the side of Team Stallions. KLP is going to be taking train box instead, and AG, of course, making sure that their side of the map is going to be clear of Stallions players. No more ramp plays from no more short plays from JJ. But JJ is going to think otherwise. He's going to start investigating, but that clear short position is actually could be slightly misleading and could rotate some players back in towards that B site.
If you ask me, this triple sniper setup by Stallions, do you like it? My answer is I gotta wait and see. Didn't ring true yet.
If it hits.
The triple sniper, if it hits, it does cause a bit of a mayhem for all gamers, and they're gonna creep up towards long. KLP is gonna be holding on to an angle. Flash briefly, quick on the shot's gonna be JJ, quickly traded out. Bomb site is cleared, and this one, seemingly AG's all the way through. Do with a second kill on towards Kanoa as well, making things worse. Triple kill being picked up in a quick minute here. Loy, last 111 windows has been spotted, it seems. Joy's gonna hold the angle, and nades are now flying in his way. 1v4 and a dream. How much gas is left in the tank for Loy?
And 12-22 already in that mid position. You out in the open though. 12-22 is just gonna peek it, yep. And AG playing these mind games very well. JJ peeking that short side, so there is still a lot of questions on the side of that Stallions defense. What part of the map are they gonna go for? But at the same time, that double kill by Do at the start of the entry really did cause just a wrench in the plans of the side of Team Stallions.
Oh, it definitely threw the defense apart for a bit. Gonna be back on the rifles is going to be KLB and Kano. So a single sniper will be in the hands of Stallion. They're going to be inting out for that close-up quarters combat, and they want to take the defense on the forward positions, as you can see. And they're going to be pushed. They were pushed out towards Catwalk and towards Waters, as the riflers are looking to get involved. Want to have the brawl in closer.
So it's going to be a temporary pause and some pot chats at the start of the game. But no one forward on the side of Team Stallions, with the exception of Loy, who wants to investigate this B site, whether or not there is going to be a push incoming. But I think 12-22 is going to investigate this. He's going to make sure that Loy is not going to get this early information, whether it is going to be a full-on B site take. But KLB in a good spot. If they can get some short presence here and make him look on their way, this could be very, very good. The KLB spotted immediately. ZY with the HKO, so dangerous, but JJ is going to get due. JJ Gonna be fighting ZQ, and he does fall eventually thanks to Loy, but no! Around the corner in towards spawn will get ZY. Now it's a 2v2. C4 out in the open. ZY is low. A minute left on the clock. Now it's 12:22. The entry turned clutcher in this game.
2v1, and it's too easy for Loy. Now finally coming back to life. Does find most of the kills on the board and is able to secure the round here. And all of a sudden, it's going to be Stallions somewhat making a bit of a lead.
Yeah, it's going to have to be Loy kind of bringing himself back in this series. Someone needs to go up against ZY straight up. You're going to see in this replay this masterclass of a TRG.
Everything hits.
Everything hits for Du.
Not a single missed shot if you think about it, right? 3 kills, 3 bullets.
Even the microflex is on point.
And now All Gamers has been clearing waters, and they have found themselves situated out towards B. It's only going to be JJ and KLB to hold it down, especially KLB inside of windows. Out on the bump site, could be bringing for a little bit of a trouble, but does have a sniper in his hands. May spot the players that does swing. He sees the tip. So close yet so far, he shoots. The bait works out, and they know exactly where one of the snipers from Stallions is going to be present.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at the position here from KLP. It's confirmed that no one is in this long position for now. So JJ is just going to be focusing on short and that mid-door position. KLB still posted up on the sniper's nest in B site.
Could be swinging any moment soon. I mean, leading the charge is going to be ZY, followed by ZQ and Joy for a triple swing. KLP has to find the shots ringing true. Otherwise, could be one of those rounds where AG leaves a footprint on your face. Looking for the swing. KLP finds one, then the quick scope onto the second player and instantly halts down the pressure. The C4 being dropped as well isn't going to help All Gamers either. 50 seconds remain. And the remainder of All Gamers will have to find an angle to intrude towards 12:22. Looking to cross middle is going to be taken down by Loy.
Yeah, Dono's not going to like that round. Going to be pulling out the timeout. Loy is going to fall eventually thanks to Du. They're going to have to keep it steady here. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be up to AG to get this C4 and get into that A site. Smoke's going to go down for KLP here. ZQ spotted by JJ, Du, the only one left alive, and they confirm that he is in long and no up for the chase. USB in hand, they're spamming the smoke. JJ not gonna get hit by the quick scope, and that's gonna be the 3rd point for Stallions, the lead as well in this game. And Team Stallions taking advantage of the lack of presence of the AG squad in that short side. No one to disrupt JJ at all from that ramps position, so JJ, instead of committing to A side fully, is actually gonna swing on by back into towards long to help KLB, who honestly didn't need the help. That second quickscope was nasty.
That quickscope was out of timing, out of insanity. Just being able to flick like that and click like that it's a gifted. It's definitely a gifted to me, and the timeout, of course, going to be called for the side of All Gamers. Least expected to drop 3 rounds like that. And let's see if this will be able to bring back a bit of a wind into the sails of All Gamers.
But you can already hear the crowd in the background starting to get loud. They want to give All Gamers their energy here. However, All Gamers seems like has been responding well to the crowd. Granted, they are kind of used to this environment, even back in CFPL.
They indeed are. And Stallions, they are making the run on the international stage here. They want to dethrone one of the kings. They were able to slay 2 of the kings out there. It's Baisha and Evolution Power, who has been slain. They're looking to bring the knife to the neck of a king titled All Gamers. And here we go again, 3-2 on the scoreboard. Stallions making a bit of a lead. Not by far. It's going to be a tough shot. All Gamers has taken their sweet pause, and let's see if that does change anything on the board.
A 4-1 defense to start things off here for the side of Team Stallions. I think they're really trying to surprise this All Gamer squad now, considering they have the slight lead. This is so hilarious from the side of Team Stallions. They got a 1-point lead, then they immediately want to go for a skirmish play. But taking a look at this round once again, Loy with the masterclass on the HK417. The fast taps have been very, very on point for him.
Oh, and Tanks absolutely loves it. Not gonna lie. And already all gamers trying to clear out A has made a bit of a run towards B. They're gonna give it a go. Kano quickly gets one, but the trees are there. Loy's gonna maintain the man advantage with the swing. Not here just yet for all gamers. Pistols up and over. 12-22. What are you doing? He does get one before falling down to his knees. Gonna be a 2-on-3. ZQ and Do trying to do what they can. However, it's all down to the hands of ZQ. The in-game leader is traded out. And Stallions are gonna make a bit of a run 4-2 as the pause on all gamers not favoring them at all.
And you can feel Stallions starting to come back in this series. Loy is hitting some unreal shots in this game. At the same time, KLB, who's kind of been cold at the start of the game, is now starting to ring true. And JJ 7-3 in this game. And want a comeback for them going into this one, but the game's not over just yet. All gamers, it is still their map pick at the end of the day. ZQ with the double spray and ZY here to help as well. And it seems like the 4-man skirmish on that long side is not going to work out in their favor. KLP going to have to be him to make some shots hit in his side, but the smoke is not going to help his case. But Deu's timing is a bit off. ZQ going to finally spot him in his position. KLP has to be careful, especially from that top mid side. Jue going to try to make some pot shots happen, but that's just going to distract KLP temporarily.
It's gonna be a very tough clutch. ZQ wraps it up in all gamers quickly. Bring the chase. Follows up by a round. However, Stallions, after a failed long skirmish, is going to keep their composure. As Aloy, no, JJ, 3 players are going to mark up the numbers on the board. And after investing 4 players in towards long last round, getting gunned down 1 by 1, Stallions is going to opt now for that mid play, having 2 players deep in CAD and having Kano to look in towards mid double doors as well to provide some extra layer of defense. And all gamers going to enjoy that empty space out towards A. They have already invested 3 players deep and long. So let's see if this retake, or if this take, rather, will come in hot for the plays.
I think they spotted 12-22 here.
Doesn't matter, because that's going to leave Stallions at least a couple players on towards A, on towards B to maintain the hold. But look at that, just shooting a lure for our gamers out towards long. Wasn't quite going to cut it for Stallions.
12-22 spotted, but I like this reaction here for the side of Team Stallions. They know that there's only player on that Walters side, or only 1 player on that Walters side, so they instantly smoke short. So KLP gonna have to be the one that is reacting. I really don't like this defense from their side. KLP is too out in the open.
The nade isn't going to find much of value either. All gamers, once the smoke dissipates, they are gonna pull the trap and they're gonna start running down onto the bomb site.
Oh, they think
Big push getting cooked up and a double player hold for Stallions. And like I said, I don't like it either. KLP a little bit too wide in the open as well. Could be spotted quickly. 50 seconds remain onto the clock, and the smoke slowly dissipates by the seconds. Already 3 players on top, Cat, and they're gonna run it down. KLP has to find the first frag here. Otherwise, could cause a bit of a mayhem. KLP damage. JJ spotted as well, so already bomb site at risk. Kano's trying his best to hold it down, but the bomb site has already been taken. Gonna be a post plant 3-on-3.
There we go. Windows position gonna be taken here by KLB. But short has been taken by No and Loy. Going to be a dangerous combination here, but do they spot ZQ in that short side? Flash is going to go through. KLB will get Do in that long side. ZY going to be spotted in spawn. ZQ shot. So they do know he's in that short position. KLB with the USB. Does get ZQ eventually. 5-3. Stallions, a 2-point lead after a disastrous last round. And it seems like Tanks, he really wants KLP to kind of push the pace in this game.
And he's doing it. He's providing for the team as opposed to the past couple series, and he is putting up a run himself, and the numbers are up on the board for KLP. Ooh, already though, KLP getting spotted like that, dude. Hot on the feet, chases 2 players before going down, and ZY looking for Loy as well. Almost could have been a double kill for himself as well. Gonna be down to 3 versus 2, and all gamers, they're gonna reset from long, and they are gonna be situated outside of B towards water. The C4 rotating in as well. However, KLP, the man who Tanks is putting up a lot of pressure on towards, is gonna be in windows, and he is ready to ring true and hit the shots. Spotted are gonna be the players of all gamers. They're gonna rotate into the bomb site, and Nate's gonna up and over. Loy's gonna be joined up as well, but he is quick to be taken out. KLP versus 3. The C4 has made the cross and is now getting planted, and now swinging out like that. Won't quite cut the deal here. All gamers chases up. It's gonna be 4-5.
Yeah, the KLP has been hesitating, or at least to get the rotation from the window side. He has been stuck in that position, and I don't like the decision making from him, especially to kind of just stay in nest the entire time. So Team Stallions gonna be on their patented BL side. Let's see what they can do. KLP is gonna get ZY. Oh, and Dew's gonna get tagged up. Jeez.
I mean, Stallion is showing some aggression here. KLP rings true as well down towards middle. From downtown, 12-22 out from the round. Dew looking to challenge. He himself getting tagged up like that once more, who he was already down to about 48, now down to about like 20 or something like that.
There's 3 players watching stage.
Not quite going to cut the deal here. 5-on-3, and Stallions are gonna actually push the break. Play with composure, play time, but here's the replay from KLP. Just like that. And KLP too, finding a piece himself. Will allow for a better round. A lot of man advantage. Still has plenty of time, but Dre's looking to get interesting here. He wants to get involved. Rifle on his own, pushing out towards Catwalk. Ooh, I don't know if he spotted no there.
No, spotted him.
Kano sees him and does not miss. JJ last one, or rather to find the last frag here, secures the round for Stallions. And just like how Subbase played, the team that is getting picked into the maps are going to be taking the lead.
There we go. Seems like a map pick for map pick potentially, but it could be too early to call. At the same time, I feel like AG also tried to do the exact same thing that Stallions did in round number 5. That forward-man push in towards long in a similar vein. A possible opening skirmish in order to get a further lead, but Stallions with a good read in that round. KLP just staying in base the entire time. And look at this early short take from the side of Stallions, and Dew. Smokes are gonna go down, and look at that swing. He still gets KLP somehow, some way. ZY will get JJ in return. Loy will get ZY, and no, we'll get 12-22. Loy around the corner. Does still spot Way somehow, some way. And ZQ is a known entity.
ZQ versus 2. His position being compromised won't make it easier for him.
They got the short
somehow got through double doors and is looking to get in towards Catwalk. Kano, KLB, they are having a general idea. He's not coming through underpass, and it's going to be Catwalk. Could be long, so they do have KLB on the watch. Both riflers, Kano starts swinging out through the smoke as well, finds the frag. And Stallions, they're going to be securing yet another round.
And Stallions, 3 points in the lead. And I like this though, 2:05 in the map. And there's already 2 players in that short position. ZQ had no idea.
Shui has a double kill only, and that's going to be a little bit rough of a run for all gamers here.
Oh, but ZQ spotted going into Walters. They're going to try to line up here. But Dew will get Loy with the sliding shot. Dew will get tagged up but not killed. But there comes KLP with the confirm on ZQ.
Could have hit the shots. Dew could have found a double kill, but 1 is going to be the number for now. Gonna be a 4v4. And Stallions not giving up control of water just yet. Is going to rotate only the C4 and a couple players more towards mid. As for all gamers, they're gonna be going for the default defense.
And it is going to be a bit of a pause on the side of Team Stallions. No caught crossing. ZY, lest you forget that he is also good on the sniper, even back on the AWM days. So that double sniper is still well alive for the side of AG, and that defense is still going to be strong. Ace site going to be a bit iffy to take, since they don't have any short control. 12-22 and Jue, they're going to have to be taken out ASAP, but ZY is here.
Absolutely, and I don't know, on the utils, Stallions doesn't have much of utils to be spent here. Just a couple flashes, and ZY is going to punish the drive push. JJ quickly taken down. KLB as well, punished for the crossing. And all of a sudden, KLP versus the world isn't quite going to cut it. And all gamers are going to chase. It'll be 7-5. Just 2 rounds differential being put out on the board. And it's not a far run for all gamers, and they know how to close up the gaps like that.
For sure. And all gamers, this is what I was worried about. I mean, Do, he's not having too bad of a game, but at the same time, ZY can also pick up the sniper and can have a very good game as well. ZY, the other half of the greatest Chinese rivalry in CFPL history, is playing out of his mind. 13-10.
Absolutely. Pushed up is going to be 12-22. KLP may not have spotted him, supported by Dre on the push as well, but this is ZY's replay. The left side is going to be the live gameplay. KLP is going to swing in towards Catwalk, and he's now getting swung as well. Nades up and over, 12-22 at risk, but he does back away in time. Bunch of nades flying in the pistol bullets, landing will hurt 12-22 a little more, but ZY rings true once again in this round. The sniper hits on the head on towards Loy. And now Dre looking to get involved as well, supported by ZQ, throw down towards middle. Stallions will have to go for the reset.
They're gonna have to. Oh, but KLP got spotted on the B arch side, so B is gonna be wide open for AG to go for the full flank, and Dre is gonna take that green light every single time. So no, JJ and KLP, they're gonna have to find a way, and they're gonna have to find a way quick before the flank does start to come. But KLP will get to. Makes it a 3 versus 4, and they're gonna have to speed their way back, but the C4 is out in the open, no, with a mistake.
Not quite going to cut it. Now KLP has to get involved in a position that is not easy to find the kills. Dre finds one as well. All gamers putting it almost up to the neck here. 7-6 in the timeout, instantly gets called by Tanks.
And it's a well-needed timeout as well. The game starting to slip from the hands of Team Stallions. Granted, some of the other players were still taking their shots. Problem is, on this defense, all gamers are now starting to ramp up. ZY especially.
Don't give your opponents momentum is exactly the tactic that Tanks is going to go for. Could be a little tough, but they're going to give it a go.
And I feel like Tanks is like just trying to calm down KLB here. I feel like they're trying to play a bit too fast in this game. A bit too quick. At the same time, KLB not finding that B position is a bit tilting for their side.
I mean, you want to be driving fast, but not in that reckless area. You don't want to slow down. You want to play fast, but not at the level of being driven away by your own speed. I think that's what Tanks is going for here, but the side of all gamers having a bit rough time of the start coming into the first couple rounds here, but they are making the run back on the side that they do favor on this map of Black Widow. Was able to mark up 2 in a row, clean as well.
Yeah, it's a must-needed map win as well, right, for Team Stallions. Being 2-0 down up against all gamers, that gives them the green light to kind of just try some stuff in map number 3.
Here we are back live in the lobby, 7-6. 6-7 for all gamers. Be a little bit tough for Stallions with the pause. Let's hope it does act as a bit of an intervention. Bring back the line. Stallions gonna go for the A split. 3 players up on Catwalk. C4 joined by KLP. The sniper will be over towards long. But I do like this 3-man stack of all gamers. Now the setups are up and over. Flashes all raining down. Do finds one. And ZY quick on swinging. Does get one before getting dropped by KLP. Going to be down to 3-on-3. C4 has made its footing onto the bomb site for the plant. Dre does get spotted out and takes a bit of damage. All gamers on the retake mission.
Have to be careful from long as well. They should not tunnel vision in this game. Long position, gonna be taken here by KLP. HK gonna be picked up instead of the sniper. Jouet and Du, last two left alive. Du gonna be stuck on window, so it's all on Jouet to open things up in this map. Gonna spot Kano, but Kano's not gonna take the fight. Instead, just gonna run away and is gonna go down to Du. KLP spots Du in the spawn side. Jouet's gonna get him. KLP can play the delay, but Jouet, what a 3K! But is there time?
There, I think there definitely is time. Sneaky the defuse connects. All gamers find the tie. Now, as I was about to say, there's not a lot of timer left on C4. Just play time, delay it out. All three players of Stallions gets cleared out in a blink of an eye, of course, thanks to the clutches that the players of All Gamers are bringing up to the board. But could have been a Stallions round, but All Gamers will take it to themselves.
Yeah, that hesitation from No to take the fight up against Jouet. I think they were really overthinking that C4 timer. In all honesty, I feel like that would have been a fair fight for No. I mean, he does have the vertical positioning, right? But rest of the squad was kind of thinking, oh, the C4 timer could just explode if he just waited around the corner, but unfortunately, we're just a second off.
I mean, definitely a lot of pressure was lifted there by Du there on underpass, finding the kill onto the player dropping down, and then the follow through as well. So the snipers, the sniping squad of All Gamers are going to ring true. Replay. There's the one kill, and now on the retake, he sees No dropping down, and that does open up the gate for Jouet to now walk into the bomb site. So from a 2v3 into a clean retake, All Gamers are going to be propelling themselves up ahead soon as they were able to find the tie in a 3-round deficit.
Minute left on the clock. Not much time. Lloyd peeked around the corner. Good spray by 1222. Going to be tagged up to 7 HP, and that means 1222 would actually roll forward in this game to try and look for more information, fully knowing that his HP is already next to none.
Next to none, but he's not afraid to make the jumps. Nades flying in his way, but he was able to dodge it just in time. And Stallions did clear out towards water. Now interested in getting in towards Catwalk. ZQ! They spotted out like that. Wouldn't cut the chase here. KLB does take a bit of a wall bang by Du. 4v4 temporarily. As Stallions are now gonna look to swing in towards Catwalk. Will be a full man push. Jouet in middle though. Good for one and Du at risk. JJ trying to challenge him. He does find a bit more bullets. Du's gonna miss as well. But 1222 on the flank. Can he find JJ? Because he's gonna need to find this. It's gonna be down to 2v4, and he goes down to JJ. ZY versus the world. Not gonna cut it. JJ, the rifling core of Team Stallions, comes up huge.
And there we go, Stallions keeping it together actually for their side. Playing with a lot tighter spacing in this one, and Stallions a huge win, breaking that 3-round streak from AG. Inching ever so closer to that map point. Still have to be playing careful. AG gonna try and see if they can play slightly more aggressive this time. Flashes nades out in the open, but no shots are gonna hit at the start of the round, so everybody's backing off. And JJ, a huge round from him, especially down to 7 HP, but he still somehow found 3.
Huge map as well. Loy, JJ putting out 13 kills in Kano. I think he had 12. I'm not wrong. Yes, he does. So rest of the squad really pulling up the weight and really just pressing the accelerator here in terms of numbers. Being a core component of the team. Jouet spotted. Kano dishes out a whole bunch of damage. And he walks away without taking any bullets himself.
Yeah, I think ZQ got spotted too. He was trying to see if he can play off of that information. The JJ on point with the EDR. Did spot 1222 jumping down, and will get ZY, who did miss a shot on that sniper.
I mean, the timing from this guy, it's throwing the players All Gamers left and right. It's catching them off guard.
Yo, no, not the best place to drop the C4, mate.
I mean, could be frisky. KLB's looking to swing, but ZY's holding an angle. Headshots followed through, but the trade kills are accurate enough for Stallions as they're going to run it down towards Catwalk. Loy finding success after success in KLB, now challenging Du with the pistol, takes him out. ZQ in the bomb site. He does find one in the C4, sees KLB at risk. Gonna be swinging, Wallbang's not gonna ring true as Kano from windows peeks out, gets the kill, and Stallions, stellar performance as well.
All of them just making sure that they're well connected in this game. That late flank from KLP in that mid door, erasing Du's presence from stage. At the same time, AG kind of getting baited in some of these fights. So it hasn't been the best few rounds for AG. Lots of misses. But ZY, that is the play that the big boy needs to go for. No, we'll get 12-22, but KLP with a return. Will they run into the B site? Not just yet. ZQ still on door, now out in the open. Noah's gonna try to get that trade. The USB's right then and there. He does. 3 versus 2. Noah's on low HP, but they still don't know if it's safe to cross into that B site. Noah's gonna start to investigate.
They're going to start investigating there. You're going to look to cross the C4. Has extra smoke to put out. Now, Dried of Utils is going to be Stallions. Then there's a little bits and pieces left on the side of all gamers. Of course, Duke will be looking towards windows. Kano, I don't know if you want to swing this angle. Dre's on the big flank. I mean, he's going to have to pull the trigger first. But Du, at risk, takes a bit of damage. The pistols has to go for the reload. Dre getting spotted. Isn't quite going to cut it. Du versus 3 on the clutch mission. It's going to be tough, but he has to do it. The map point has been taken. First kill delivered. Needs to find the second as well, but the bomb timer is ticking down. Kano, you don't have to swing this angle. Du finds the second frag. The dream is on KLB versus Du for the 1v1. The clutch cooking up. Du does it again. Time after time, the sniper of all gamers rings true. The defense happens. It's going to be 9-8. All gamers don't want to drop this map just yet here, Sneaky.
Is that the USP of Du? That is the exact USP that crushed the dreams of Evos and could just crush the chances of the Stallions team to close out this map number 2. If no, oh no! JJ gets taken down immediately. ZY with another catwalk B push, but look at no. Bit on the hurry on that mid position, and he does take down ZY.
A little bit frisky, but he still does it. Nade's now flying towards catwalk. Lloyd takes a bit more damage. And he does somehow find the kill on towards Dre, and now Dude trying to challenge Long. I don't know if you want to do that. ZQ does clear out towards catwalk, and Dude continuing to miss, isn't going to cut it. Kano with a double kill on top of the first frag he found. Leaves 12-22 to the clutch. Sure, Dude found it, but this time could be a little bit friskier. KLB takes a bunch of damage. Nades lined up.
Oh, that nade's gonna hit.
And that's gonna connect. No, it's gonna be no from the flank. Does it again. The Wonder Boy comes in hot moment and does take the kill. Stands around. Stallions close out map number 2 of Black Widow, snatching it. We are tied at 1-1 for the series. Could we have imagined such a result here, Charles? 10-8, Team Stallions successfully stealing a map of Black Widow away from the hands of all gamers, which seemingly was very doable for AG as well. Do with a huge clutch, but at the end of the day, Stallions making the run for it and tying us to 1-1 for the series.
For sure, that round 17 clutch looks so freaking scary, man. I mean, Do, that USP. We already know what happened in that the prior Filipino team that faced that at the wrong place at the wrong time, but Team Stallions getting their composure back in that next round and just rolled onto that A side very quickly. And it got to a point in this game where they were just rolling on forward, getting baited in to the offense of the side of Team Stallions. And no, being the MVP of this set, 1.7 KD, 117 ADR, 1 kill per round, 2 first kills, and 0.21 on the headshot per kill. But at the same time, you can kind of feel this Team Stallions team now starting to ramp back up in this game. Not similar to what we saw on Subbase. It was kind of cold going into that first one. But this Black Widow map, granted, it looked very scary. At the same time, you could still see KLP now hitting some of the shots. He's going toe-to-toe with Do. And at the same time, the reactivation of Lloyd, the reactivation of JJ really was a big help going into this game. And it got to a point where you could just see all gamers, just like how I said, they got baited forward on some of these fights, especially ZY and 1222 always were looking to get that first pick off, but then Stallions were ready for those pushes. And look at these head-to-heads, man.
I mean, the Wonder Boy just absolutely battling down on 1222, just putting to the ground 6-0 on the scoreline here for the duels. Not quite going to cut it, but kind of was dropped by ZY. Only won once out of the 6 times, and ZY was able to win 5 of those all 6 battles. For now, Kano is, of course, going to be the MVP, but like you've mentioned, I do really love the fact that JJ was able to pick some tempo back up. KLP is shining, and now out of all the players on the roster, Loy is now picking up some pace as well, which is going to be a scary moment for the fans of all gamers who are watching the stream, because that first map, Subbase getting dropped to all gamers, is partially due to Loy just not being able to hold the line, just not being able to hold the angles. So now that he comes into play, you see the results of a 10-8 of Black Widow, which is all gamers one of the better maps, falling to the side of Stallions. And now, as we're waiting to get into map number 3, I believe, which is New Compound, seeing every player getting activated is going to put Stallions a little bit up ahead in terms of predictions, but we'll have to wait and see, as we're going to be taking a quick break before we come back with New Compound. And yeah, decider, of course, is going to be Fort.
在英语听力口试中，世界逐渐变得安静。医生告诉我，我患上了神经性耳鸣和听觉障碍。从那天起，世界一点一点地远离了我。但是，仍有一样东西留在我身边，那就是穿越火线。当我再次打开游戏的那一刻，世界重新有了声音。在那片世界里，我重新开始呼吸。就在那时，我认识了包括兔酱的很多小伙伴，他们一点一点照亮了我心中的黑暗。于是我下定决心亲自去见他们。2018年在南京举办的 CFS 上，我见到了他们。虽然害怕，但那一步改变了我的人生。穿越火线对我来说不只是游戏，而是一扇通向世界的门。
Welcome back. We are in the midst of Team Stallions versus All Gamers for the upper brackets finals for CFS 2025 Grand Finals. This is Bench, joined by me and Sneaky Frog. As that was a bit of a run for both of these teams. All Gamers taking map number 1 and Stallions instantly walking right back. And after a hard-fought battle, it was a 10-8. It wasn't a close one, but still was able to secure the map, and we are tied at 1-1 for the series. Just waiting to get into Eagle Eye 2.0 as map number 3.
Yeah, it was a bit of a doozy, not gonna lie. I mean, that Black Widow map was definitely a back and forth, you know, so many highlight plays from Do, from ZY especially, but it was the teamwork of Team Stallions at the end of it. You know, it kind of looked a bit iffy, especially knowing that Do got that 1 versus 3, but I like what Team Stallions did going into that last round, keeping the pace going, especially just jumping straight on into that short position. At the same time, hitting some key shots, KLP on that long position, you know, Do especially, he started missing on those on that last round, and the pressure was still mounting, especially on that A site. And basically Team Stallions won in the most Team Stallions way possible, which is their positions were all over the place. They were just running on into every player that they can, and it seems like the pressure was a bit too much on that AG defense. But at the same time, AG still very dangerous. Everybody's hitting their shots at the same time. It was a bit of a downturn for Zhui especially, but you know, at the end of it, AG is still a dangerous team, man.
I mean, even though they did drop their own map, bad picks of Black Widow, still a very dangerous team for sure. They have the caliber, they have the composure to make it happen. But we are going to be walking into Eagle Eye 2.0, one of the maps where playing up on the board, having everyone kind of scattered across the map doesn't necessarily cut to the chase for taking the bump sites. So Stallions, a bit of a worry for them as they walk into Eagle Eye 2.0. Of course, the last one, Black Widow, having Kano just being Kano himself, just being able to be that Pierre almost, you know, popping up here, and then 2 seconds later he's over here, and All Gamers left questioned, a lot of big question marks up on their head. But Eagle Eye 2.0, one of those maps where Kano can't do those, JJ can't do those, so have to wait and see what will be the case here, as both of these teams having a fair share of reps being built in their body for Eagle Eye.
For sure, and it is good that the second best team in the Philippines does play Eagle Eye so often, so they do get their fair share of reps as well. Eagle Eye 2.0, of course, one of those maps that Evolution Power does like to target up against this AG squad, so they do have their reps up against the best team in Eagle Eye in the world. But at the same time, seems like Team Stallions, they do have the slight lead here, especially when it comes to that BL side. It really is a question, can JJ get the flanks? Can Loi hold down that hotel position? And the biggest question of all, KLP, can he step up to the plate? Top A, the most important spot of where the sniper is going to be located. Do, of course, we already know that he's already on point in those first 2 games, and he's going to be on point for game number 3, and the rest of the rifler is going to have huge responsibility to fight on into that A site. So it's going to be a big question. Stallions, can they hang on to that defense? At the same time, can they have that exact same bite on offense as well?
Absolutely. The top A, of course, being the sniper's nest, sniper's zit, sniper's home, whatever you want to call it. They have to ring true and hit the shots and deliver the results at the end of the day. And the Wonder Boy on the screen here, Kano, he has been the pain, and he's been driving the players of All Gamers down to the level of paranoia almost, because everyone is looking at the angles that not a single player Stallions being present. But we know that, but the players don't inside the lobby, and that's all because Kano is just being able to navigate himself in the back lines.
For sure.
Pop out A, pop out B, find himself on the left angle, and then 2 seconds later he's on the right, and everyone is left kind of baffled at that point.
It's such a stark difference, right? I mean, Kano being a stone cold killer inside of the server, and it was just yesterday that he was just jumping on the trampoline on the playground. So, you know, he's still a kid at the end of the day, but just because he is a kid doesn't mean that you should underestimate him. But at the same time,
so I want to add on to that is because he's a kid, he's not pressured to make those plays.
For sure.
Because on a stage like this, when everything is on the stake, everything is on the line, sometimes you're not in the mood to really pull those kind of aggressive plays. But Kano, he is not pressured. He is a kid at the end of the day. So that won't be the chase here. We are tied 1-1. Eagle Eye 2.0 may dictate the mood of the rest of the series.
So this is going to be quite the battle between these two teams, 1-1. But who is going to break the monotony first?
And there it is, Eagle Eye 2.0. All Gamers versus Team Stallions. This is going to be the battlefield, and already ZY looking to get a bit frisky here. Lloyd contesting 12-22. Does get the headshot landed right on him. So that will be the first kill into the very first round, but does it convert to the round one? We have to wait and see.
Look at ZQ. Immediate regrab of that position. ZY not spotted. Lloyd's gonna get a headshot. ZQ, he's gonna get the tag on KLB, but he jumped, and he's gonna jump out the window. But Lloyd knows where he is.
I mean, ZY, he got dropped in an instance, and now Lloyd's on the chase for ZQ. There's a quick headshot. Death delivered briefly. And already Kano with the sniper is gonna outscope Do, and Dre versus 4. Oh, the tough as the C4 rotates over towards A as well. Dre needs to find this kill, not gonna find it. Loy continues to find a bit of success as the first map a little bit slow on him, but the second and the third of Eagle Eye, I don't know where this one's going, Sneaky.
Seems like Black Widow, after that Black Widow map, this team is now a bit more warmed up. And Loy straight up fighting 12-22 in that hotel position, tapping him out. And that's what we need from Loy, especially, right? That kind of forward aggression. KLB.
4K for Loy. And all headshots.
No, that's the Loy I know. Oh! ZY got murked, 2 nades, and that is JJ to finish it off.
Making a wave is going to be Stallions after a clean first round. Already finding the first kill in the second round as well. Look at Loy just stepping in corners, finding himself situated by the staircase. 3 clean headshots, and Dre goes down to a headshot as well. But now, on the live feed here, already getting some trade kills is going to be Stallions. Kano being able to maintain the man advantage. However, with 12-22, getting situated outside the hotel, does find a frag. He's getting a little bit frisky, he's getting quite aggressive. But the refrag has to come through. Loy falls as well. JJ at risk, but JJ with the angles was able to find the frag. There is the equalizer as we're looking at a 2v2.
Honestly, not too bad of a combo to be left with. I mean, No and JJ.
Oh, it's not half bad.
I mean, Do versus EQ, just as deadly, but at the same time, no mid-smoke. They're going to go full contact on this mid-side, and Do out in the open, he falls on the stairs as well. JJ not going to spot ZQ.
This might ring for trouble. ZQ swings out, gets the drop to Kano. And unfortunately for JJ, he's going to have to play in this 1v2. Does have a minute, does have a bit of utils to work with. No frag, but a flash and smoke may just cut to the chase here. Do down very low, but sniper he is. Needs to find just a single bullet, and finding the bullet he is. Gets the kill in the round. Going to be tied, I believe.
I think he swung the mouse as soon as he entered spawn, so he didn't see that second mid guy. Unfortunate 2v2, could have easily went in the way of Team Stallions, but at the same time, AG not gonna let that go for free. B-side gonna be the target here. ZQ fully blinded on his screen. ZY gonna get the leg.
ZY trying to get aggressive here. I don't know if I like the ZQ and ZY both tapped out. Already Stallions making a wave, and B soon to be contested. The rotations are going to be coming out from the side of All Gamers. Dre, I don't know if you want to swing this already. 2 of your friends are down and dusted. Could be having a double stack. Could come in handy, but Stallions were able to clear out the corners in a pretty clean manner.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to keep fighting up against Team Stallions here. And this is not the way to kind of counter the BL side of Team Stallions. You really don't want to fight them early because that's what they're all about.
That's what they're all about for sure. More utils being invested at the entrance over towards B. 12-22. Just briefly checking into the corners, but Stallions are not going to give up on B just yet. They're still holding on B. They are going to be flashing up and over. They're going to give it a go. KLB and JJ with a clean take, and Loy from the backside finding the frag as well. One of the clean executions by Stallions will mark them up a round.
And that's how you know that the Evolution Power Eagle Eye is so different compared to Team Stallions. Team Stallions willing to fight tooth and nail for map control. And look at this scoreline by Loy, 6-1, a resounding back to form for him especially. Nade's gonna go through.
It's insane now, 12-22. Could be caught off timing. What happened last time by Loy? Holds on to his position for now. KLP, pot shot, not going to connect. And they know exactly where the players of All Gamers could be at in Hotel. 12-22 on the other side of the wall. followed by some support of ZQ, but he is pretty far away. Goes towards the bridge. Shots ringing, but no damage being done. And 12-22 like a madman swings through. ZQ finds one as well as a piece, and now he's looking to get involved even further. Double kill for ZQ. Leaves KLB and Loy. Ooh, could be a little bit frisky, but the reset is going to happen eventually.
That timing is crazy. How did KLB live that?
I'm not entirely sure, but ZQ wants to get involved once more. She's a bit more damage to Loy. It's a bit of a troublesome moments here. Springing for Stallions.
Bad spot by Loy, in all honesty. He's going to have to get away. All the way into spawn. I think spotted him for a split second, but what is he going to do in this situation? ZY, pure information. Going to try to take his head off, but it's not going to be there. Head spotted. Crouch up. But no, he's not going to take the fight fully. Loy taking his sweet time. Worry about the right side as well. Not going to be pushed up just yet. Taking a shot.
I mean, now he has to go for the dry contact. No utils on him. He's even going to go for the jump shot. Loy, he can punish this angle. No more bullets. ZQ swings from the side. All gamers securing the round. And all due to ZQ and 12-22 getting aggressive and Stallions not being able to make a stellar response to such aggression.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a ZQ being very, very annoying on that bridge position. And 12-22 taking advantage of it. So pure information from the side of AG, just putting the smokes down and just being as annoying as possible. So kind of playing that Stallions game as well.
Let's go take out some of the replays here by ZQ. Just being able to use the map to himself, maneuvering quite cleanly as well. I believe that was a 3K by ZQ in that particular round. As we're tied at 2-2. What is Stallions' next response of aggression?
I think they're just going to be staying put for now. They don't want to go too far forward. There is a bit more of a focus in this B site.
KLP looking down towards the A bomb site. It's due on the other end to look for some response. And ZQ getting quite aggressive once again. Loy is on the other side for the Overwatch, but I don't know if I like this angle that is taking. Could have been supported by an extra player, but he is going to hold it by himself for now. Briefly, minute 20, and Stallions are going to go for the reset as well.
Yeah, 12-22. He's playing pure information in this B side, and as long as he's here, they can confirm early that it is not going to be a B side hit. So they're going to have to make their presence known, at least in the B side, to try and draw some of these defenders back in towards that B. But no, gonna go straight In's way with the full spray. KLP cannot get the trade back. Opportunity for KLB. Small timing as he goes on the other side of bridge. JJ gonna try to go forward. Taps are not gonna be there for his EBR. Instead, they're gonna get tapped out right then and there.
12-22, making a wave himself, finding a double kill onto the entering players of Stallions. Will halt down the aggression, even adding on to the fact that the pistol play from one of the players to drop the C4 in no man's land, essentially. And KLP is going to be situated inside of the watchtower. Gets caught out. ZQ finds the final frag, and all gamers leading out slowly but surely here, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's a back and forth at the start of Eagle Eye 2.0. And the resounding comeback as well for the side of AG, at least back into form. And we can see already 12-22 pushing the issue every single time in this hotel side. And at the same time, they still really do fully just to hold this side. But here comes Shui with their own aggression. The spray's not going to go through. Shui's going to go down, but he's going to take down KLB with him, as well as Lloyd. Now it's a 3 versus 3.
3-on-3, but the aggression from all gamers not going to stop, and they're just going to be situated down towards mid and down towards A. Do this, find the draw into JJ, looking to get onto the bump side, and that frag, they just do the work, doing the dirty work for all gamers. Stallions are going to be on the bump side, but Kano and KLP heavily damaged. Not a lot of health in them. Kano at 11 and KLP just a bit more than that. He's up and over.
Oh,
and Kano's going to find the dunk onto ZQ, so there's the equalizer. So now, bit even on the playing field here. However, Dude just continues to find these kills from nowhere. KLP goes down, and Kano versus the world. 11 HP and a Dream on 1v2. Can't even plant the C4 just yet, but does have a bit more time in his pocket.
Yeah, unfortunately. they didn't consider Du was on that bridge position. And ZY is on tower already looking for the information in the site itself. Plants are going to go down. ZY is going to look over. There it is. Seeing the entirety of top A and is going to take No's head off. 2 points in the lead, AG.
Are we looking for a potential timeout here for Stallions, or will Tanks let it pass and save it for the other day?
I think it's too early.
Still a little too early for sure, but 4-2 on the score here. I thought Stallions was making one hell of a run, but
yeah,
all gamers quite fast on the response.
There we go. Bit more of a long presence in towards this side of Stallions, and AG gonna decide to back off here. KLB gets the spray on ZY. I think they wanted to go aggressive in those mid doors, try and see if they can kind of shave off the numbers of Stallions, but unfortunately that is gonna result in ZY's death, Dre being low HP, and he could get naded out of his spot.
I mean, Dre was in a bit of a trouble, but he does back away in time. 12-22, finding some balance here. Does get the drop onto KLP. Sniper for Stallions fall to his knees. For now, Kano being tested as well. I don't know if JJ wants to swing this angle. He does have to fall back. Spotted both players, I believe, Dre and 12-22, holding down towards Hotel. And Stallions, what is their next couple of things? Kano taking a bit more as well. Fortunately for him, is able to back away in time before finding the last bullet to himself.
I don't think they know about Jouet here, so they're just going to go back into that B-long position, and they are going to try to see if they can get some pot shots ongoing, especially on ZQ. But a minute left on the clock. KLB is going to need to split this map open, but look at the positioning. ZQ going to miss a shot. That's going to split the defense in two here. 12-22, having to see if he can get another opportunity ongoing.
He's trying. JJ with a good swing. Does get the draw to Joy. That's a great opening too. Runs over towards Hotel and towards B. I mean, 12-22 has to swing. He does get the C4 down. First kill in the second almost, but JJ does get the retaliation through. Only for Du to clutch this one up in a 1v3. Anna Dream saw JJ crossing into the bomb site, but does he realize KLB's all the way behind him? Could be surprised and lose his head, and there we go. JJ re-peeks the angle, gets the kill, and Stallions are going to catch up quickly. It's going to be 4-3.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth. No one really leading the charge too much in terms of KD. I think everybody is like a single point away from their kills here, so it has been mostly teamwork going on in this one. ZY kind of ramping down a bit, going into Eagle Eye 2.0. But ZQ going to move up in towards that mid position, going to make his presence known. But here comes the rest of Stallions crawling up into B site. But can they make it in? Look at 12-22 with all these nades. But at the same time, they do confirm that 12-22 is not in Hotel, so they can kind of spread out a bit.
They can surely. They have control towards Hotel, and they can easily just backstep and see if they can control down towards middle. But looks like they're going to be holding it in Hotels, and you can see the players of all gamers there trying to box them in. Full rotation over towards B as well. Nobody falling back from Stallions, nor all gamers, and this could be one big skirmish. Not even a skirmish, full battle being delivered any moment soon here.
Oh, KLP gets tagged right through the box, but here comes the rest of the peaks. Loy, everybody's going to go down on the side of Team Stallions, but oh, the retaliation from them as well. KLB with the combination of No. They will get 3 in return. Now it's a 1 versus 2. Problem is they know exactly where No is.
Kano being spotted as well. Has to recover the C4 to make things a little bit worse for him. Minute 11 left in the clock for him to utilize. ZY looking to get involved. DOO as well. Do with the sniper. Has to swing too. ZY goes down. There's the 1v1. Bunch of utils on Kano as well. And not a single piece of nade on Do. C4 yet to be recovered. Ooh, I don't know if you want to swing that angle. Kano now situated inside of Hotels. Stepping up and over. Do is not looking at the right way. And he does swing out, and Kano put to the test. does solve the equation. Gets the round, and we are tied at 4-4.
Another clutch for the Wonder Kid, man. No, with a huge 1 versus 2. That was quite the slobber knocker in Hotel. It was just pure fist fights, 5 versus 5. And the Kid does it again. 3 kills, 292 damage. Spotting out ZY and Do. But look at this, JJ with the timing. They do get Shui. But 12-22, I think he spotted No around the corner, and No's just gonna back off entirely. Do doesn't know that there's an entire Stallions push on the site now. Zeki around the corner. KLP has to clear him. Loy does get Do eventually, but there's still one person on spawn. Loy gets 12-22. ZQ, half HP, finally gets taken down, and that's gonna be a 3 versus 1. ZY, what can you do?
He does get 1 in trade. Needs to find 2 more, but taking a bit more damage. Taking him down to 42 HP isn't quite going to cut it. KLP on top of bomb site, so is Kano. KLP does drop down onto the bottom side, but the C4 being planted, the timer is running against them. KLP has the flashes and the nades flying the way, and the nade does justice! Stallions making a wave, and one hell of a wave for sure, making it tied at this point. 5-4 for the first half, and all gamers down around as they move into the second half.
I feel like we kind of saw this already. Reminds me of that Baisha game. It is down at the start for the side of Stallions, but they kind of bought themselves back in this game. JJ around the corner, they can see the barrel of his weapon. But no, he's just gonna back off. JJ with a sniper in mid doors.
It's a little frisky. I don't know if I like the spot here, Sneaky.
Reckon he's just baiting for No?
Maybe. Just maybe, but let's wait and see what all gamers are planning to do. He jumps across and gets spotted and takes a bunch of damage. And now the question is, can he back out from this spot?
He's not backing out.
Oh! It's in the movements. It's in the movements, and he saves himself from a world of trouble.
JJ, you're scaring me, man.
Playing with fire there.
All that for info. Look at this replay from No in that round, in that 1 versus 3. And good patience from him especially, right? He was just playing with the time.
I mean, ZY was a little too preemptive on the
they.
swings. But now in the live play, JJ now about to be greeted by 3 players of all gamers. They do go for the reset. So that's not going to benefit anyone. In the process, ZY and Do took a bit of a damage, but
oh mid.
Problem is, all gamers, they haven't given up control towards mid, and Do is going to drop KLP. Do has an angle onto JJ as well. All of a sudden, A at a much of a risk here. KLP has to hold it down. Good for 1. Re-swings. Soon the flash is up and over, and now joined by Loy as well. All gamers, they want to put force in towards A. I don't know if I like this position. Dre's going to swing in. Kano on the bottom side gets 1. Staircase, so good. Kano finds 2. KLP as well, finding a piece, leaving Do to the clutch here. And now he's getting pot shotted left and right. Can't do much. Stallions bleeding out definitely. And tell me about that, Sneaky.
This kid is too good. I was just looking at No the entire time on that A side. I was asking myself, how is this kid still alive? And he takes down 3. He was waiting for the right time to pull that trigger, and that he did. And my God, the Wonder Kid surprising all gamers time and time again, despite the shots ringing true for Do. They could not finish him off. But they still have to be careful though. KLP spotted out super early by Do. You really don't want that to happen at the start of the round. At the same time, good mid hold by KLP.
And Kano just able to maneuver like that surprises me time after time.
That was a 2v4 at one point.
That was essentially 2v4 at one point, but the hold being just as strong as it is secures the round for Stallions. 6-4 on the line, and all gamers bit shaky on the attacks here.
Oh, but KLP wants to go forward. Did they not see Do? He's climbing up in that A-house angle time and time again, but here comes the rest of all gamers ringing on the A side. KLP's gonna get taken down by 12-22. Here comes No once again, and that's gonna be the assault. The back and forth on the A side. Loy and JJ, the last 2 left alive, and JJ is in A-house, and he's not gonna investigate. He's just gonna drop down. Loy out in the open, spotting ZQ. ZQ gonna jump on back. C4's out in the open though. JJ gonna get tagged, and he's just delaying for Loy to get up onto tower.
He's gonna buy a bit more time. Lloyd does get one, but ZQ gets the drop with JJ with the swings. He's got in the moves. 1v1. Lloyd spotted, but the C4 is not recovered. ZQ, low HP, goes for the sniper. And Lloyd knows that too. Doesn't have to peek into this angle. He just has the whole C4. I don't know if you want to test this angle too, but the time is ticking down slowly but surely. And Lloyd knows that ZQ stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to utilize that pistol, utilize that sniper in his hands. The time is going to be ticked down to about half a minute, and ZQ is going to start making a bit of a movement closer towards the C4. And Lloyd, not interested in peeking into that angle, is just going to hold A house for now. Could be frisky.
He's waiting for that C4 plant. I mean, he's not risking it.
He doesn't have to risk it. Now the C4 does get recovered and will be brought up to the bomb site. 10 seconds remain. And we will be looking at a proper 1v1. No nades, no nothing, no hit points for ZQ, but does have a sniper to make up for the less hit points he's got. Lloyd has made himself into A. The pistols does hit, but the headshot's not ringing true. It will allow the room for Lloyd to get the bullets back onto ZQ.
Good patience here from Lloyd. Old Lloyd would have immediately peaked, but this is 2025 Lloyd this time, man.
2025 Lloyd.
10-7, 11-6. The rifler front line of Stallions is gonna force a timeout from AG. And that is gonna give time for Tanks to talk to his team as well. Dono, his timeouts have been a bit iffy in terms of the win rate, but you know damn well as soon as Tanks talks to the team, they become a whole lot better. But at the same time, this is dangerous from the side of AG. If they can get a bit of a breather here on the timeout, bit of a reset, it's been getting a bit chaotic on their side. And if they can get the reset, man, it's still very much possible for the side of AG.
I mean, the game is not far away for all gamers to catch up to. It's not cooked yet. It's still on the way. Gonna take a bit of a turn. I don't know exactly what is going to happen, but for now, the pause. Let's see if this comes in quite handy for all gamers, because they're going to need it. Otherwise, it will go down the line of 8-4. And at that point, having a double score with a round away from the map point is going to be a bit more pressure for the side of all gamers.
And all gamers, granted, the ideas are really good. The ideas are really good for all gamers, right? A split. 2 players going into that mid position, 3 players going into long. Do is getting those pickoffs. But at the same time, we've seen that time and time again back in the Philippines. It is one of the most common strats to get this A side. When we saw that from Evolution Power as well. So KLB, he does know the timing. They do know how to counter those types of plays. And at the same time, we've barely seen any action from AG, especially coming in from long in that B site. But speaking of long, Do, huge, gonna get one.
Huge pickup by Doom, make that a double kill. Now pistols out, sees the 3rd player. Could always re-peek into this angle, and the pause may have brought a bit of life back into all gamers. And
oh my God!
Kano comes up huge with a double kill. KLB almost takes ZQ out from the lobby as well. Down to a 2v2. Stallions are gonna keep this one very, very close. Lloyd being tested. Double swing, Dre hits the bullets through the boxes onto the head of Lloyd. Kano already a double kill, looking for a couple more to seal the deal. 1v2 clutch in the talks here, but seemingly very possible. He's creeping through the smoke, spots ZQ, but Dre swings out. All gamers marks up around. It's gonna be 7-5.
7-5 in this game. And all gamers, just like what I said, still plenty of power to bring it back in this game. Don't know. Finally, the timeout worked in his favor. And it seems like B being more of the target for them this time, working out in their favor. And AG has recognized this weakness. It's not much of a committal for the side of Stallions to defend Hotel. So it's only Lloyd, realistically, to be on bridge.
Realistically speaking, yes, but get the ledge is taking this one. Could ring for a bit of a trouble for the side of all gamers. And now Lloyd looking to get into the faces of AG. Well, too aggressive for my liking here. Is going to be taken out from the photo, from the frame. Now KLB wants to get involved as well, and now he's successful to get one headshot out of ZY.
He can stay.
He could definitely stay. The crossfire angles has been set up by Kano on towards bridge as well, but looks like Stallions are going to give up the control towards Hotel. They know playing with composure might be the key factor here. Or they just want to throw some punches once again.
Yeah, keep it steady.
They're walking back right into Hotel. They're going to walk right into the C4 as well. Dre holding the line.
Oh
the
my
response
God, how did
not
no
there.
hit
How's Kano getting away with these kills? KLB finding a piece as well. What is going on? Stallions making a wave. All gamers dropping around like that isn't going to cut it here, Sneaky.
There's no analysis for that, that's for sure. That was just pure contact from No. Pure confidence, wide swing on the EBR.
Cold-blooded, cold-hearted. What a killer he is. Kano is going to move his team forward.
And what a hold by KLB as well. No, gets his foot taken off.
Let's see if he's able to continue to deliver some hurt, even though he himself is going to be taken down to about 25 HP here.
I think someone's going to switch to the sniper, but I'm not sure. KLB, though, good clear off. And he just jumps down, not minding 12-22, and he even kills him, too. Jeez! This is the Stallions that we know, bud.
I mean, there's the Bogdan's Law in play live. On the sniper, KLB with a 4K.
He just jumped down bridge.
Marking up the numbers. He wants the bonus. But the rounds are looking otherwise 8-5. All gamers mightily shaking by the volatility Stallions are putting up on the board here. Just the way that these players can get very, very aggressive and get behind the defensive lines, or rather the angles that all gamers are holding, is throwing them apart.
KLB has to be careful, though. He has been a victim of Do from this exact angle. KLB finally gets away. And this is going to go pure pre-firing. ZY will one-tap JJ, but KLB gets a shot on Do! KLB back in it.
Back in it for sure. Looking for the fourth kill. Pistols out! Rings true, and he knows he's got it. 9th round gets picked up by Team Stallions. And oh, what are we looking at? All gamers are mightily shaking here.
Jeez Louise, Do.
And this is a map of Eagle Eye 2.0. All gamers isn't half bad at this either.
What is Tanks doing? Just showed them a PNG of the Stallions logo.
I mean, he was probably pointing at
something.
something.
Well, it worked.
KLB is going to find a sniper kill of his own on towards ZQ. All gamers now really shaking to the floor here. 4v5 in a potentially this last round here. And Kano, even though down very low, isn't afraid to go aggressive. Does Dre realizes this? The smoke isn't going to help. No, goes down. There's a quick of an equalizer and a potential lead as JJ now testing ZY. In a 1v1 aim duel.
They're going to need him.
Oh, the nade stack follows through, but it's going to be a flash, and Do is going to find JJ 4v2. Loy looking to get into the faces, sees the head, gets the wall, but connected. Do takes a bunch of damage as well. KLB Putrates gets caught off guard, and all gamers not going to drop the map just yet.
That's a good timeout. We're getting a bit too wild in the map of Eagle Eye 2.0, but wild is the way we go for the side of Team Stallions, and I think Tanks is going to be calming the boys down for a bit.
It's the wild, wild west for Eagle Eye 2.0 here, Sneaky. Stallions getting very, very aggressive and gets away with it. Gets away in the form of rounds, and all gamers not being able to catch up to the tempo will. And surely it has pressed on the accelerator, but is it a round too late here?
Might just be.
Might just be.
But that gives Dono some time to talk to his team as well. AG, granted that there has been a few rounds where KLP does hit his shot, but still Do realistically being the better sniper in this game.
Take a bit of a turn here. Have to wait and see what unfolds, because this pause by Tanks, it's been working wonders day after night, and on a potential lead in the series too. Now that they have found that round number 9, looking for the 10 here. The race to the 10 could be, and very highly likely in chances to be completed by Stallions as well.
And this bit of a break could be huge for AG. AG, it's getting a bit chaotic on their side as well. So this bit of a breather could help them kind of reduce the chaos a bit in this map. Especially on that B side, there's been a lot of hotel fights. It's been a lot of B-long fights as well. Here's that last round, KLP. Getting that
sanity. How crisp the shots are out from the deep fryer. Who told me?
We need more of that. Oh, God.
Need more of that for sure. But 9-6. Stallions one step away from sealing the deal. KLP once again. As crisp as he can get. Does get the drop on towards ZY.
Ew.
That will once again be an opener for Stallions and all gamers. Having to start the round with a man down once again. Sure, they clutched the last time around, but twice in a row could be a bit too much for the asking.
It's been a heavy lack of that, for sure. We have not seen any openers for Team Stallions, especially on that A site. But it is only Loy in this B position. Jway gonna try to hunt him from bridge, but Jway at the same time, does he know that KLB is already around the corner, ready and hunting for this, and he has a brother with him.
Going deep and getting taken down isn't going to cut it. Does a bunch of damage too. KLB and Lloyd down very low. Gonna be a 3-on-5. And this might just be the round here, Sneaky. For Stallions to reach for the greatness.
You have to be careful about Du, though. It has been him getting multiple pickoffs in these 3v5 situations. It has been him getting multiple kills on the times that they are down. But actually, I think he's just trying to get information, or 1222 is just trying to get information of where KLP is so Duke can get this confirmation.
Info play coming up forward for all gamers, but KLB looking to swing. KLP does get another kill.
Wait, no.
All of a sudden, it's going to be down to 4v1 now. ZQ gets taken out. Stallions making a hell of a wave here, leading out of the series 2-1 as they take out Eagle Eye 2.0. And there you have it, Eagle Eye 2.0 being taken by Team Stallions in a pretty rapid manner to 10-6. And all gamers have felt as if they just couldn't match up the tempo that the Filipino kids are bringing up with the board here.
For sure, especially that first half, it was a bit more of a back and forth between these two teams, but that second half was a different story, right? Granted, all gamers, some of these rounds were kind of looking a bit iffy on the side of Team Stallions, but Team Stallions, there was one of the reasons why they are one of the clutchest teams in this tournament at the same time. Look at this very important statistic for No, 125 ADR. This kid was dishing out damage with the ADR. At the same time, KLB confirming a lot of these kills with this HK, and No once again his second set MVP in this series, 1.67 on the KD, 125 ADR, 0.94 kills per round. But it is about that ADR. He was dishing out damage to these players. At the same time, KLP, some very important shots from him and JJ. Granted, his score wasn't really that high. He was getting so much information for his team. But man, the combination of KLB and No really did do a ringer on this AG play.
Stallions definitely making a wave here, leading out the series 2-1. And Kanoa, of course, the wonder kid, comes up to the board and proves that he's capable of dishing out the numbers even when his team is still performing really well, taking all the damage back into his own hands. So Kano, well-deserved for sure. And for Stallions, they are really looking really strong in formation and in form as well too, Sneaky. That you can see on the duels, it's mostly won by Stallions.
Yeah, I mean 3-4 for 1222 and Loy. I mean, no, not dying to do one, so somehow he has avoided the sightlines of the sniper here every single time. But what is important here at the same time is KLP, granted, you know, he lost most of the fights to do. It's that one shot that is the most important, kind of taking him down, kind of producing that doubt in Du's head that, hey, he might be catching up to me in this series. So I think all gamers are kind of shaken after this Eagle Eye 2.0, but at the same time, they're in a very good spot for map number 4. New compound is looking very scary for the side of Team Stallions because the last time they went on this map, granted it was a bit close, I'm not too confident on their defense here especially. So they're gonna have to make some adjustments, especially on that B-side hold and how their mentality is on their defense. You know, you can't go too aggressive in here, you can't rotate a bit too quickly. I mean, sometimes new compound, it kind of just plays itself from time to time. So they're gonna have to play a bit more calmer and more reliant on their individuals here.
And now the issue really rings for all gamers in the fact that they did drop 2 maps, whether the fact that all gamers still has the caliber to just claw right back up and win the series by themselves 3-2, but dropping these 2 maps, the issue is if they do end up actually losing or propel themselves into the grand finals, the teams that they will have to face against in the future will come back to the VODs that they just played like this. 10-6 isn't the score that you would like, so it's going to take a bit of a turn as we are just waiting to get into new compound as map number 4, and if all gamers take this one down, it will be Port as the decider. So gonna take a little bit, but let's go take a quick break.
那是穿越火线 CF 在中国网吧里掀起热潮的时代，我也几乎每天都在网吧里玩 CF。有一天，一个男生主动跟我搭话，从那之后，我们每天都会一起在网吧里玩 CF。就这样，我们的缘分从 CF 开始，一直延续下去。我们相恋，分享了许多美好的回忆，最终走进了婚姻的殿堂。但这并不是结束，我们去了吉林省度蜜月，还参加了百城联赛，甚至拿下了冠军。CF 对我来说是创造了无数回忆的珍贵存在。现在，我们带着那些美好的记忆，和2个儿子一起过着幸福的生活。对我们一家来说 ，CF 就是我们的青春本身。
Stallions making a wave here. Sneaky leading out the series 2-1 against one of the top Chinese teams like All Gamers. Least expected in the show here. But this is Bench, joined by me is Sneaky Frog. We're in the midst of the upper brackets finals for CFS 2025 Grand Finals happening right at the heart of Chengdu.
Yeah, and it's been quite the back and forth in this series, right? Three very close maps, but at the same time, we have seen this pattern before from every opponent that Stallions has faced. You know, first map kind of goes in their way. They're kind of cold at the start of the game. They start ramping up in map number 2, which was Black Widow, and you start to see some of the shots start to hit, and all of a sudden, it goes to a last round, it goes to the last 2, and Stallions gets it, and they get all the momentum to go into that map 3 with full confidence. However, map number 4 could be a confidence destroyer, man. New Compound is a very hard map to play. It is a lot more closed off compared to what we saw in Eagle Eye 2.0. Barely any lineups that he can use other than the holes in the roof in some of these positions. And at the same time, there is documented struggle on the side of Team Stallions in this particular map, especially on that B defense. They get baited so easily in some of these positions, so I think AG is going to try to see if they can exploit that on this map.
And on top of that, if you do think about it, the maps that Stallions were able to win out were the maps that did benefit them in a way of momentum. A New Compound after the update seems to be a map where it does benefit off of being slowly played, and All Gamers know how to really drain the water out of their opponents. And if Stallions are put to one of that test that All Gamers are going to bring up on the board, could be a tough uphill battle, uphill climb for Stallions, as the momentum will be dried off for the side of Stallions, and that may affect Stallions going into the decider map of Port. But we have to wait and see, because Stallions, they know they have the caliber to take down All Gamers just right here, right now, on a map of New Compound.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a difficult map for the side of Stallions. AG, known for this New Compound play. Time and time again, they have taken down the best of the best, especially on that defense. They can look at the statistics. Granted, they haven't played it in Path much. They haven't played it in CFS Grand Finals, but we have seen them in the prior years in Compound 1.0, just dominating teams on this one. But at the same time, look at the experience for the side of Stallions. They do have a 75% win rate on that GR side, but it is a bit misleading considering we saw what happened in those prior New Compound maps. So Team Stallions, they better have fixed their mistakes, especially from last time. And once they do, I feel like they do have a fair shot of possibly keeping it close in this map number 4.
Plenty of time granted for the side of Stallions and Tanks to really go back to the drawing board and fix up the mistakes, but at the same time, All Gamers well known to play those defaults and deliver the results, as it's converted as a round 1 and a map 1 and potentially a series 1 based off the win here. And All Gamers now down 2 maps, really need to pick up some pace, and the players know that exactly as well. They are going to give it all going into the map of New Compound. Both teams well ready, just ready to dive into this matchup as well.
Yeah, it hasn't been too energetic from the crowd, unfortunately. So I think AG, they need a bit more energy. They need to bang the drums harder, I think, because I feel like AG, they need that energy from the crowd, especially from here. They're going to have to make noise, because that gap, that little gap that they're going to have, Stallions is going to take over. So we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, Team Stallions having the map advantage in this one. We'll try to see if they can take map 4.
This is it. This could be the end game for Stallions. They have came this far, already took 2 maps themselves. And now already having a 4-man push in towards double pillars, which dude does not let pass. Gets one, but Kano quick on the trade. KOP in mid, getting tapped out.
They're just gonna
All Gamers, they're going to send it down mid, and they might even just run it down towards A.
Yeah, and they were expecting some of the players from the side of AG to actually go into that catwalk B position. 12-22 with a very nice spot to be in tower. You can see the entirety of mid, but does he know that Loy has already kind of crawled into the side? ZQ, is he going to expect this? JJ, not going to expect this at all, and he is going to get peeked out. Loy in entrance A, not the best spot to be in.
Being stuck between a rock and a hard place. Loy needs to make the best out of something, but Kano does come and help. Hot in time, and Loy swings in onto the bomb site, gets taped out. Down to the ends of Kano. 1v3 and a dream. The pot shots through the smoke, hits in time. All gamers quickly find the first round here, but needless to say, the progression of this last map, exactly the same thing happened. All gamers found the first, and then all of a sudden, it was all Stallions' way.
For sure. And Do, I think he got the better spawn here compared to KLB, so KLB did have a pixel of him showing in this spot. Really not a fan of crouching with the TRG, in all honesty, man, but some people still do it.
Some people still do it indeed. But now, moving to round number 2. Double pillars not fully covered by Stallions. They're going to only leave 2 players going for the default setup. And the rest of all gamers, they're going to be looking and situating themselves through the connector down towards Beacon. Coming in towards double pillars, JJ. First to respond there alongside with KLP with the sniper. If the initial frag doesn't hit, this could be all push, breaking loose. For now, all gamers spending their sweet time. They want more info before they make an actual move.
Yeah, and the B pillar boxes no longer being held from the side of Team Stallions. I do like this adjustment. Instead, JJ just holding window, KLP holding the right side entrance. But it is going to be very tough for JJ. If KLP misses this shot, he's going to have to deal with this on his own.
Ooh, a big push brewing up in the pot here. 4-man push by all gamers. And like you say, KLP has to open up first. Buy the room for JJ to react in time. It's going to be JJ on the response, getting taken out quickly. KLP getting driven away as well. Kano tries to support the team, but doesn't only go for one. And all gamers quick on the trade kills here, and the push very, very fast. Clears out servers very fast. Gets the C4 down.
Oh, Do missing the shot on Loy. Still around the corner. Do with the USP will not get Loy that time. So there is a bit of a presence on that B storage position. ZQ having to be careful. KLB is going to get taken down. Tough, tough spot, and I don't think it's retakeable. So Loy's just going to take some shots in. 2-0 here for Jue. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a timeout for Tanks.
Could be.
KLP, don't have to back off servers like that.
I mean, in the process, while he was retreating,
He
was
just
caught.
himself, yeah.
It was fully open to his body, fully exposed to the angles of all gamer players that are running into the bomb site. So KLP did go down like that. Joy 3 clean kills with 3 clean headshots. Marks up another round for all gamers. 2-0 for now. And such a clean execution, and this is the scary part of all gamers. They know how to play a default, and they know how to translate that default into a rounds 1.
For sure.
And potentially into a map win.
For sure. Also very good timing coming in from them, catching them mid-transition. And some of these angles, JJ obviously was trying to get the very back end of that window angle. And as soon as he was rotating, he actually got caught in the middle of it. And at the same time, KLP, horrible position to back off. You're out in the open. 4 players can see you, bud.
Wasn't the best position he could have taken, but for now, he will be situated somewhere else. Gonna be minute 30 left on the clock while having a double crossfire set up towards the middle. Loy and Kano briefly. Not gonna be swinging into the angles just yet. And all gamers are playing with a lot of patience.
Yeah.
As opposed to past couple rounds, they're not pulling the trigger early on. They want to burn the time down. Finally, some setups are being executed down towards mid. Covering up both current corners, but all gamers still playing time.
This is what I was worried about for the side of Team Stallions, especially on their defense. They do get into the fights, or they get invested into the fights a bit too quickly. And that causes AG to be able to fake one side of the map and the other. And Stallions, of course, they're not the type of team to go out without a trade. So it seems like it is going to be AG taking their sweet time. It's more of a default setup for the side of Team Stallions at this very moment.
But now, a bit of a risk here as the bomb site could potentially be isolated and could be a 5-on-2. But let's look at where the C4 is going to maneuver towards. Looks like Stallions did make another rotation over towards A. Going to be a 3-on-5. Loy looking to get aggressive, gets caught off guard. KLB inside of A has to hold it down. 3-man push apparently coming through. KLB good for one, look for the second, not gonna happen, but Kano, the man, the myth, the legend, the wonder kid comes in hot, gets a double kill of his own. All of a sudden, this aggression seems to have lost a lot of wind in the sails. Kano single-handedly shuts down all gamers.
And really great delay from KLB, playing his life the entire time, but Kano getting a 4K in this one. 7-2 in this game.
Insanity.
Absolute insanity. I feel like the entire team was just playing delay the entire time, hoping for Kano to get something going on that Z side. And that he does, 300 damage and 4 kills. And I feel like he has the highest ADR in the server every single game.
I mean, he is playing out of his mind and is able to deliver these type of results time after time consistently, which is the scary part. Just having these lineups, getting a double kill, and then swings back with the pistol, gets another, make that a 4K. How easy does that look here, Sneaky? And imagine him just being able to pull these kind of tricks out from his pocket in these type of stacked lobbies.
Yeah, I feel like it is just pure flow state from No. Once you kind of get 1 or 2 kills in his position, you just kind of want to swing farther and farther, and the rest of Stallions just enabling him to do so. He's playing distraction the entire time, especially on that second floor. And you can see that Stallions not throwing away their positions immediately. They're just letting Kano work the site. So, really nice job coming in from them, and that's going to inject a bit of confidence back in the side of the GR. But the rest of the team having to wake up in this one. JJ and KLP still killless in this game.
KLP was off to a bit of a rude awakening from the push that all gamers gave a couple rounds ago, and now once again the test has an angle and he's gonna hit it, but the flashes are gonna come up and over. KLP rings true for 1 second kill, connects as well, looking for the third, jumps pop up, 1-2 at risk, and looks like the halt to the push is given well enough by the sniper of Team Stallions. 44 seconds remain onto the clock, and all gamers not giving away towards A. JJ springs out hot, and KLP rings once again, but the swings are not going to connect from Kano. Doesn't matter. It's going to be a 4v1. 1-2 versus the world. Needs to find the ace to win the round for his team.
All right, chill, fellas, chill.
They're going to give it a go. They're going to rush right into 1-2. There's one. And the pistols from KLP does hit in time and saves the day, or rather, marks up a round for Team Stallions. We're tied at 2-2.
2-2 indeed, and that is what I want to see from Team Stallions, not committing too hard to B storage, because just like what I said time and time again, the bottom side of B is where the GR players do have the advantage, and just like that, he got a 2K on the sniper. Rest of the team is there to help, but here comes a 4-man push in the B pillars position. They take out 2, but this is going to enable the rest of AG to file on into the A side, but KLP playing side instead of out in the open. KLP trying to get the flick ongoing, but he's worried about Long as well at the same time. But TY found himself in Z, not going to finish off KLB. Both of them not yet dead.
Not dead at all, too, and all of a sudden it's kind of getting first keep for Stallions. Joyan wanted to pick up a piece each. ZQ as well coming into the mix. Down to the hands of No. Clutching once again is going to be a tough question to be answered. And all gamers turning a man disadvantage into a chance, knowing that there's going to be less of a response down towards A. Runs it down. And the process, taking all the kills, and so the round.
Why are we pushing the smoke, fellas? Why are we pushing...
You tell me here, Sneaky.
Why are we pushing spawn room? You know that there's already 5 members of AG in that spot. There is no reason to be finding those
not
fights.
Happy with the results there.
I would be pissed too.
Timeout yet to be called here, but getting a bit of composure back from a round loss like that. Stallions are going to be playing default, and all gamers, they are really careful getting into the double pillars. They know
they don't want to do out early.
Potential push could have came to the surface here.
I think they're trying to tilt do early, so when Stallions do play that BL side, it is going to be slightly easier for them to cross into the site.
Potentially.
But it is hard to tilt a do here, man. Even if he's 2 and 10, he still will hit those shots.
All gamers making a bit of rotation here now towards middle. Got to be a 5-man push. Setup's now lined up and is thrown. And all gamers were successful with these type of executions, but Loy on the other side is going to be taken down by Do. The tilt not tilted. going to be Kno up on Heaven. Or a bit of a response here, but 1-2-2 is going to continue to put the damage. Kno springs himself, finally gets the drop on towards 2. Going to be a 4v2. The C4 is in on the bomb site. Could be planted any moment soon, but I do like the position of 1-2-2 making a full flank. And Kno has to react in time.
He knows.
Have even a bit of a chance. Retake 1-2-2 at risk goes down. And surely around that is all gamers. A bit frisky here. 2v3, the C4 timer taking down. Drayden will take down Kno. KLB versus 3.
Oh, KLB only gets Shui, but doesn't get the rest of the squad. And look at the disparity from No and the rest of the team. No, 11 kills on his pocket. The guy next up is KLP with 3. So it's kind of a carry at the moment for the side of Team Stallions. And a mid push, kind of puggy, but I like it. It could work, but it doesn't work up against EY. Loy, can he get much more? This is just them trying to take advantage of pure momentum. Loy, the taps aren't there, and he's not going to take him down. The 5-man push in mid, it's not going to work. It's a bit puggy.
It was almost out of desperation, too, if you want to put it that way. Or the other. Running it down towards middle, ZQZY, Joy just shutting it down. Maybe 5-on-2 on the scoreline. All gamers having a definite lead. And Tank's not going to call the timeout. He wants to save it for the blacklist side. But for that to come true, Stallions will need at least one more round here. Loya arrests the pistols from Joy. Run and gun, we say. 1-2-2-2. And Joy will be able to find the frag down towards Loy.
Yeah, a bit desperate on the trades, man. Stallions. You can tell that this map is not compatible with their playstyle, especially on that GR side. That's going to be JJ taken out. Pure distraction from that long play, and they're going to get off long, but that's going to give an opportunity for 1222 to go into that A site.
I mean, they surely got 2 rounds already. Just need the one more, but I mean, it's not going to cut it here. Kno goes down as well. And thus far, KLB is trying to make best out of what he can. Gets one. KLP finds one as well. Hold the horses. Something frisky cooking up. KLP legs and pistols ring true. All of a sudden, down to a 2v2 sneaky. What are we observing?
Pure chaos in the form of new compound. KLB rounding the corner. EBR in the hands of 1222. KLB, if it misses his headshot, this is going to be very bad. And that's going to be them missing both. 1222 on point in this game. So far, it's been the 1222 versus no battle in this game. The AG rookie really giving it to Team Stallions.
ZQ catching a bit of a breath there.
I think he'd be confident.
All gamers finding 6. KLP's going to open up towards Do. So a 6-3 first half wouldn't be half bad for the side of Stallions at this point. They need it desperately. Pushing up towards middle, KLB alongside with Loy. The question is, will they swing this angle or not? On before the storm. Flash up and over, dropping down. ZY only gets 1. Loy springs out. Good for 2. All of a sudden, ZQ versus the world. ZQ go for 1, but Kno swings back right in time. Going to be a 6-3 first half.
Good timing there for JJ, especially distracting the rest of AG in order for the attention to get off of Loy, and Loy just getting a free double headshot. Gonna have to wait and see what the rest of the half foretold. Stallions now on the BL side, AG on GR. I'm not sure if I trust that win rate prediction, but sure.
I mean, AI wasn't quite accurate all time after time, but there were times it was accurate, so let's wait and see on that one.
Just them bunny hopping.
It's the hop and run and gun with the pistols.
Yeah, backwards bunny hop probably started all the way on the back of a long A.
Spray transfer, you say. 1222 delivers one right hot and ready.
Oh, 1222 off of his position. ZY is in B site. Wouldn't be surprised if even Do goes on the rifle here, in all honesty.
Kano, comfortably sitting at 12 kills. Rest of the team has to pull a bit more weight here on the bench press here. KLB and JJ only on 3 kills each, not lifting much more weight here. Looking for a huge mid push. They're gonna creep through the smoke. ZY has to respond. I don't know if it's gonna be possible. Flashes up and over. ZY is gonna be the first one to spring the trap. Gets one, make that 2! 3 clean headshots almost. It's gonna be Dre to get the kill. KLP and KLB the last ones remaining in a 1v3, and a Dream, the captain of the squad. Now Kapitami say came in huge last night, but can he spring true once again? Situated in the middle of the map here. Cracking corners, finding angles. Could be tough. Dre waiting on the other angle. KLB's gonna spring back towards spawn. 40 seconds, so not a lot of time in the window. Or Stallions. And the captain now outside of B. Sees ZQ, and ZQ as well saw him.
They're just going to stay. There's no reason for them to react to this B-side information. Oh, headshot. Oh, do. Missing. Opportunity is there.
One temporarily. The jump up and the shots with the pistol. Dude does it again and again. 7-3, and the timeout is finally going to be called by Tanks.
And that's a very tilting round from the side of Team Stallions, because you could see the plan was already there. Curve position has been taken. Entrance A position has been taken. They had so much mid control. Problem was the re-clear from ZY. JJ could not hit his shot on ZY, and that just gave them 2 free kills even on no. So Team Stallions feeling a bit disconnected on this compound map. And this is what I was worried about. Compound, not the best for their playstyle. It's very trapping. It's very claustrophobic for them.
The evidences we say to potentially win the rounds for Team Stallions, it's not adding up together. Sure, they're the picks from Kano. Sure, they're the picks from KLP, but these small bits and pieces of evidences to potentially win the round aren't forming up together as a mix, and eventually All Gamers is able to break it apart.
See what the timeout can do though for Tanks. Granted, it has been
quite magical
for sure. But in terms of compound, man, it is quite tough for a team like Team Stallions, who really does rely on fast, erratic pushes to try and see if they can play slightly more organized going into new compound. And you can visibly see the struggle from their side. I mean, it only has been Kano who's been getting these openings, but at the same time, not the best game for JJ. Just like how I said, JJ, if he did get that kill on ZY, we would have been in a different spot in this game.
Let's go take a look at some of the replays. ZY, just precious timing for him. Getting a double and Dre through the smoke as well too, finding a bit of a value. But on the left side, here's the live feed. Dre already getting a drop on towards KLB. And all of a sudden, Stallions very slowed down on their push here. Is trying to get in towards B, but already in position is going to be ZY. 1-2-2, gets a frag, make that a double, looking for the third, gut swing, and a hit onto the head. Triple kill rings true. Lloyd, the last one alive, but the tempo has been killed for the side of Stallions.
The hope is a bit low for their side. Loy, we C4 is inside of the B site, and B being one of the most difficult sites to retake in this game. Gonna get instantly dinked by Do. 12-22 just gonna peek him, and that's an 8-3. All Gamers with that resounding answer in this map. Number 4. It seems like they're gonna take it to 5.
Looking for that map 5 here. All Gamers putting up a hell of a fight. Weird to say this too. They are seemingly the upper dogs, and KLP swings out mid. Dude's gonna find a double kill. Big scoping as he is, but Loy responding right back. Double kill for himself and KLB coming to the mix as well. Gonna be 3v2. The dream is not over yet here for Stallions to close it out. C4 walking through his connector. 12-22. How's KLB doing these? How?
If you're AG here, you don't want to do that, man. You really don't want to do that a bit too often here. You don't want to play too puggy up against Stallions. That is their bread and butter. ZQ spotted from the backside. No, going to finish him off with the USPS. That's going to be 8-4 in this game. All gamers trying to push the issue in that mid position, but they get exposed from Catwalk A.
And the exposure eventually left it vulnerable for all gamers. I mean, had 12-22 found the frag in connector, dropped the C4 and reposition himself to keep them questioning, keep their opponents questioning. May have been a different round, but here we go. Another fast A push. Loy gets taken down, but the trade kills are there, and Stallions are spraying the hell out of the box there, expecting a player to be there, but unfortunately for them, only a single player from AG was pushing out.
That's too easy, man, for 12-22. Sure, spray down, KLB missing a shot. That's why that's one of the best positions that you can go for in the B site. Look at 12-22 again. How did he get this lethal timing? He probably played these B pillars position, probably hit around the corner. JJ and No could be tasting the dirt very soon. Here comes the rotations. Oh, but look at this check. 12-22. This could be all for naught. Oh, he does still get the 2K. It's a 2 versus 3.
And you know what? He even did a bit more damage towards KLB. Could be swallowed by ZQ. I think he is willing to do so. Down he goes. The captain leaves the duty to KLP, the sniper who has switched over towards the M14 EBR. And a 1v3 and a Dream do spotted. Takes a bit of damage, but the room granted. KLP gets the head. 1 out of 3 granted. Just needs to find 2 more. C4 down. And no man's land though is going to be hosting for a full rotation potentially.
It is tough though. Good position being taken here for ZQ and ZY. ZQ backing up all the way in pillars. He is going to be the buffer here for ZY in order to turn that corner on that C4. And ZQ, timing is everything. Does get spotted, but ZQ gets the better shot. Map point for all gamers. Likeliness for map number 5 is pretty high. And it seems like Team Stallions bit off more than they can chew in this new compound map, and we might have to go all the way to 5.
And if it does go to all the way to 5, I don't know who's going to take this one, this series. Dude's going to take a bit of damage through the nade. Cumulative kills for ZQ reaches the 1200 mark. Do picks come on to JJ, may be the opener here. ZQ up on Heaven's going to swing, good for 1. Not going to repeat. KLB was swung by Do. That's a double kill for him. Leaves No to the clutch. Once again, Kanao versus the world is taken out. There to Smoke. 1-2-2 hot on the pistol. And all gamers keeps the series close. It's going to be tied at 2-2. And we only have Port here, Sneaky, for the decider. All gamers are making a run of their own as well. That's going to happen on new compound. 10-4 fast map. happening for AG, and they're gonna mark up the second map of their own in the leaderboard. It's gonna be 2-2 on the series, and look who it is, 1-2-2, finding 18 kills to single-handedly shut down the aggressions of Team Stallions.
Yeah, I think it is a perfect map for 1222 especially. He's a really good mix of aggression and passiveness at the same time. You can kind of place him on one side of the map, place him in very dangerous angles, especially that B side, and he's gonna go for it every single time. And he's a very timing-based player, right? If you put him in a site with ZY or ZQ, you know, it is going to be just a bloodbath for him, especially, but with the set MVP going his way, 2 KD, 133 ADR, 1.29 kills per round, one first kill, because, you know, he's the second guy in, usually 0.33 H&K. You know, 1222, one of the star players, or at least one of the better rookies that AG did get from this game, and or from the rookie season, or from the CFPL. So it is going to be quite exciting to see whether or not he does perform here for map number 5, because he is going to be in one of the more important pieces in this series. But at the same time, dare I say, I did expect it from the side of Team Stallions to not have too good of a game in New Compound. I feel like the style that they have is a bit too erratic for New Compound, especially when it comes to fights in this game. And I feel like their mindset when it comes to New Compound is just wrong in its entirety, right? I feel like, just like how I said, you have to rely more on the individuals when it comes to the defense, and you know, you can't bite on rotations instantly, because AG, they're gonna go on one side of the map, go on the other side of the map every single time. They're gonna try and see if they can bait some of the Stallions players to get out of there, and that's why you do see Team Stallions trying to go for these skirmishy plays, the four-man push in towards pillars, the four-man push in towards mid, because they know that the pacing that they usually like to play at is not compatible for New Compound. New Compound like slow, methodical play, and that's why, you know, I feel like Evos would have had a better time in this map number 4 compared to Stallions. But fortunately for Stallions, it is only map number 4, and they do have port for map number 5, which I would say they're more comfortable on.
Definitely. Speaking of the context, I think wrong might be the right term to put it. The context being a little bit off, not being compatible with the map's design, just not being able to play with composure, pulling off the rotations a little too quick, and even on Blacklist's side, pushing into angles where you know the opponents are looking right at it as a 4 and then getting tapped off, like especially the push down towards mid. It's not happening, but should be a bit better showing in ports. We've seen them take down Baisha quickly, so had to come down to 2v2. Let's take a quick break as we wait on port.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
welcome back to the stream. We are now left with the final map for the series. That's going to be Port for Team Stallions against All Gamers. We're now tied at 2-2. For the guys who are just tuning in, we are casting this game right now. This is Bench, joined by me is Sneaky Frog, and this one is one hell of a ride.
Yeah, one hell of a back and forth so far. Started off 10-4 with AG, 8-10 with Black Widow going in the way of Stallions, 10-6, in Eagle Eye, 10-4 for this new compound. And finally, we approach the map of Port. And ironically, and unironically at the same time, the best map of EVOS, and if everybody can remember, one time the best map of Pacific Makta. So it all interconnects right on this map number 5, the final hope for Team Stallions to get into Grand Finals from the upper bracket side, so they don't have to play one more day.
And your region.
And my region, for sure. Okay, arguable, but map number 5 going to be very interesting because it is going to be very reliant on the snipers. KLP and Do having to be on point in this one. At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if the double sniper setup actually does come out for the side of Stallions and AG. Granted that ZY can also snipe, you know, no KLB, JJ at a time can snipe as well. So there's a lot of options from both sides in terms of the defense and offense to try and get those first picks. But the problem is, for the side of AG, I feel like Team Stallions with a lot more freedom in this map and their trade game being a lot more compatible in the map of Port, I feel like there is going to be a bit more of a fight compared to what we saw in New Compound. But AG also having their fair share of experience in this one, and it seems like the individuals are now starting to step up again.
For sure, for Stallions, it took a bit of a turn, but at the end of the day, it was the map to propel themselves into the current stage, and they know they have gotten the reps in. And also, at the same time, KLP was a little bit on the hiatus on that map against Baisha Gaming, and now seeing him getting fully activated like that could be a different turn of things. Might even be rounds getting piled on top. But for All Gamers, Port is also one of the maps they do like to play in the CFP. Already have 6 maps in it, played it twice in a row in EWC as well, so could go anyone's way here, realistically speaking, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. Port is going to be one of those equalizers. Usually it is fortunate enough for Stallions, especially that New Compound was on that map number 4. I feel like it was looking scary by the 4th and 5th map in the veto, and very smart for the side of Stallions to just forego it and just going into Port for map number 5, recognizing that, you know, it might get a bit iffy in New Compound. But of course, ADR, first kill, trade kill, going to be led by No and JJ. ADR and first kill on the other side is going to be led by ZQ and ZY. And it is up to, once again, Do to try and see if he can hold down that top A and or mid position. But ZY also having huge responsibilities for this map number 5, because he's either going to be that second sniper or he is going to be that second anchor for their defense in mid and or in B. So it's going to be quite the doozy for 2 of these teams.
Quite going to be a turn of things for most of these players, for sure. All had to come down to this map of Port. That's going to take a bit of turn, so let's go take a look. And there you have it. Final map of the series. It's going to be Port, Stallions versus All Gamers. Who will take the win here? Had to come all the way down here, Sneaky, and it's going to take a lot of effort for both of these teams. They are nicely matched.
For sure. Stallions going to be starting on that BL side. AG, GR. Choice of weapons here. It is going to be 4 rifles for the side of AG. And it is only going to be Do on that sniper, heavily reliant on that guy for that top A side. At the same time, Zhui making his way into Catwalk A already. They're going to have to be careful because Zhui's going to peek that every single time.
Catwalk control comes in swift. Alloy is going to be able to find the drop on towards 1222.
The gap on the smoke.
On the cross. Like you said, the gap comes in quite handy, and Stallions off to a nice start. But the question is, can they convert this first kill into the round 1? Maybe playing with time, play with composure. Minute 30 on the clock.
Caught running.
Caught running on top of the smoke too, like straight off the tip.
He wasn't even tap walking, no nothing. Straight up running. So he heard the footstep for sure.
Stallions on a rotation towards B. Gonna be a 5-man push cooking if they do give it a shot.
That ZQ flash is gonna be lethal, man.
Could be lethal. ZQ holding on to the flash. Do holding an angle for the first kill to come through on their side as well. Minute on the clock. There's the go sign. Do not being able to hit the first shot. Detrimental to the hold here. Already JJ does get the drop and he's on the chase for ZQ as well. Gets a triple kill to completely obliterate the side of all gamers.
This is what I was talking about, man. Port more on the map of Team Stallions. A lot more free, a lot more space to play with. And Shui, the only one left alive. He was first spotted in Catwalk A. No. He's going to spot who first, and it seems like No is going to see him first round on the BL side of Port. Going to go in the way of Team Stallions. That first pick off on 12-22 kind of lacks that defense on LB. Recognizing that, going into House B. Do missed his shot, which was very, very key for them getting into that site, and ZQ could not get too much value from his position.
Going to be a swift round thanks to JJ being able to go through the bomb site like a hot knife through butter. There's the first round getting picked up. Or the side of Blacklist, of course, it's going to be Team Stallions on a bit of a turn here. JJ just running in. He's not afraid. Sure. That's the key factor too.
He knows he's getting traded.
Take one for the team, we say. He took it, but he didn't go down. Instead, it was him taking down every single player on the side of all gamers.
And that's the thing with Port that is more compatible with the side of Stallions compared to New Compound, right? You know, JJ just allowed to go forward. There's not much sharp angles that you have to worry about, just like Compound.
I think a bit of equity could be realized by playing aggressive as opposed to the map of New Compound. For Port, like you say, you do get rewarded sometimes on Port for such playstyle.
Yeah. And it is going to be scary once this kid pops off as well. If No can get his footing in this map, this is going to be quite the difficult first half for AG. Every single round, despite this being a GR-sided map, they're going to have to work for it.
Definitely will have to make you work. And once again, a potential B push coming up on the shoreline. It looks like Stallions are going to go for the reset the moment they hear the whole thing's ringing apart. – 44 seconds walking back in towards container. The nade not finding much of value, but ZY up close. He swings in the right time, could do some dirty damage. Only gets one before going down, but ZQ still standing strong. KLB and Loy will have to break through the defense, but Loy's position way too deep. ZQ quickly gets both with a USP of his own. And all gamers will mark one round up easily like that. Gonna be tied to 1-1.
There we go, a bit more of a bear trap from the side of AG. I think both of them playing bottom B again. And I think I mentioned this time and time again, when it comes to the map of Port, you really want to hold on to that bottom B as much as possible. Even if you don't hold on to top B, you can still set up nades for the retake in that position. Many teams have done this in Yumena, in PH, and in Vietnam. But to varying success, of course. But Jue gonna get that bit of a jump in towards Catwalk A, but KLB not gonna make it there in time.
Looking to pressure Catwalk. Stallions
have a flash.
They do have a flash that could come up and over, but Dre's already holding the headline that if KLB decides to cross into one, Dre surely does not miss those.
KLB needs to flash from bridge.
GY, about to be pressured.
What a banger.
Flash, but it missed completely. Kano, let's get the trade, but the damage has been done. Gonna be down to a 4-on-3. Kano, be pushed by two players. 1-2-2 once again with the pistol. Goes crazy at it.
Oh, Dre spotted. He's going to be forced to back off here. 4 versus 2, not going to be a good situation for the side of Team Stallion, so someone has to make a big shot happen. And it might have to be KLP on this sniper. Lloyd looking for a different angle to play with. But I think it is just going to be a full commit on this B site. ZQ on the 2-box position. If they can spot this head just in time, does get the dink, and they're going to have to go on forward here. ZQ already very low, but KLP doesn't know where the rest of the information is. Still expecting ZQ to come from that left side, but no. Stallion's hesitation is there. This might kill him.
I mean, they could have backed off They know the rotations are going to come in no matter what. And all of a sudden, a little bit of a misstep from KLP. He goes down. Loy versus a world here. 1v4 in a dream. 40 seconds, and now the flank is coming from the backside. He gets one. A bit more damage to the boxes, but the flank does come in true for all gamers. Leading out now, 2-1.
That bit of hesitation from their side. They already got the tag on ZQ, but I don't think KLP could confirm it. So they backed off immediately. Stallions still in a fine spot in this game. AG, 2 points on their GR side.
Every time we say, Fort is one of those maps where you just need to find 3 or 4 blacklist rounds, and Stallions already marked up 1 out of those 3, out of those 4 potential rounds. Loy getting swung by Dre, takes a bunch. And Dre is not afraid to peek into the angles and go quite aggressive.
For sure.
Stallions kind of giving back the same taste of what Stallions has done to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't be afraid to peek around that corner as well, knowing I can just back off, and that's Du's crosshair. Train that corner of long A. That's going to hit every single time. And AG being allowed more space thanks to their more aggressive positions here. But that is going to cause Stallions to back off bit by bit. But I feel like AG wants to test this mid position once again, especially from Z. But I feel like they're aware of No's position. That No's going to Harvey jump all the way into bridge, so 12:22 is still peeking above him.
Playing with the sweet time, Stallions burning it down to the minute mark here, minute 14 on the timer. Now, more players up on top of connector, it seems.
Yeah.
They might strike towards A, but needless to say, Joy and Du on the hold.
Not on top A.
They're able to find the frag each. This push coming A could be solidified easily on the defense. Flashes up and over. There's the go sign, but Du's not going to miss. Dre swings out, gets one as well. And 12:22 gets a piece as well. All of a sudden down to a 2v4. Kano and KLP trying to make the most out of it. Is not going to back out from A. Still yet to recover the C4 as well. KLP last one alive on top. The bomb site gets one, but now he's getting pushed in from multiple angles. And the nade from ZY. Kobe, we say. Down he goes, and the round is granted towards all gamers.
Very well-timed flash from Du. Getting it down before Stallions can go for the full commit on towards long A, and that allows Jue to just shred them down around the corner. So very good timings from the side of all gamers. And they're now starting to
nade finds so much value. ZQ with a double kill, and now ZY wants a piece of himself as well. Finds one, now repositioning up and over. Taken down by Loy. B's taken. Still a man down is going to be Stallions. It's going to be 3 versus 2.
Need to start planting. Need to start that timer immediately. Smoke's going to go through. Nade on the curve side, but it is not going to find anyone. Loy, a bit paranoid on that backside. It is only going to be Du coming in from spawn.
I mean, Stallions will have to clear one angle at least.
I like this though. Oh, I thought Loy was going to re-clear curve.
He could, but now he's getting pushed. Players up on rafters. Flashes up and over, and Loy just trying to bait for his team. It's going to be Kano to find one. Loy swings, goes down. Kano versus 2, not going to happen. Enough timer left on the C4. The defuse follows through, and all gamers from a round that could have went all wrong.
Chalk it up to the
Leaves it up 4-1.
Chalk it up to the USP, man. Still a fight spot for the side of Team Stallions. No reason to pull out the timeout just yet. It's inches away from winning these rounds, in all honesty.
Stallions not too late to find the round here. Like we say many a times, just need 3, just need 4 on the side of Blacklist to just win it out from there on. Once you switch sides towards the global risk. Hopping on towards connector once again. A may seem to be of the interest here for the side of Stallions. But last time around, Du completely obliterating that push with a single flash, erasing every angle. Du once again rings true. And now Dre brings up a quickly tapped out. Du patiently waiting for the rotation for his teammates. On the bottom side, gets the second kill. How's he not dead yet? Kano finally gets him, but the damage has been done. 1-2-2-2 swings. Gets the kill. And it's the duo of the Z, ZQ and ZY on the hunt. KLB in a 1v2. Yet to recover the C4. Does have a little smoke to maneuver with, but he's getting spotted out. ZY gets the kill. And swiftly, all gamers will find their number 5th, 5-1 on the scoreline.
Yeah, bit of a miscommunication on the trades here. Granted, they did get Shui immediately, but they could not get Du out of his position on the bottom side of stairs. And AG, bit of a roll on their side, and that's going to cause a timeout from Stallions. And it seems like the pure executes haven't been working out in their favor. As soon as Shui backed off of that catwalk A, it was now a bit more difficult just to take A side fully. At the same time, it's just very well played from the side of AG. They're just really just shoulder checking these corners and just allowing ZQ and or Du to just throw these nades at the very, very nice timing. As soon as they face the A side, that's a flash. As soon as they face B, that's a flash. That's an HE on your face. And it's very difficult for Stallions to get a winning fight off of that opening position.
Pretty tough. Stallions kind of lost in terms of ways that they could look into. Is kind of getting forced out from A, is looking towards B containers. Sure, they can get the push through, but at the cost of what? Losing 2 players or 3. And then all of a sudden very retakeable for the side of all gamers.
Are they going to check this?
Here's the push once again. ZY at the hold. ZQ not being spotted. He gets one before going down. Boy, he gets the trade. But the push has lost so much of its power.
They can back off. They don't really have to commit here. Look at the amount of nades the Stallions still do have. Doesn't have to be a full commit just yet.
I mean, that was what I was saying the last time around. Like 2v4, you didn't get the drop. You did get the wall bang on one of the players. Back out. You had the nades. They're forcing it down towards middle.
KLP half HP already on him. Angle's not really on it. He does get Du with the Harvey jump. 1222 even gets Loy through the hole. Jay around the corner. It's going to have to be him getting a double kill here. The map is now flipped on the side of Stallions. Shui, a known entity on that catwalk A position. That nade towards top A could make all the difference. Smoke is going to go through. Shui, known entity on the A side. They should re-clear long immediately. Shui catching no with that play, and they keep catching him on bad timings here.
Jay taking a beat down, and Shui wraps it up. Bring the body bag here for JJ. 6-1 as the C4 gets defused, and just the timing a little bit unlucky on both Kano and JJ. May have cost them the round here, and the timeout is getting called by the coach. Tanks needs to pull off a miracle, because otherwise they didn't climb all the way up here to be put back down to the lower brackets all the way map 5. It's going to be a miserable tragedy.
It's getting quiet in the comms here for the side of Team Stallions. No one's pressing tab on this team. I mean, you still know that Shui's alive, and he's inside of Catwalk A. You've played against Shui so many times already, even back when you were wearing the black and white jersey. You know that he's going to push CA. How has no one called that from the side of Team Stallions?
Maybe a misstep, maybe just not paying enough attention, but wherever the reasons be, the rounds are being piled up by all gamers, and it's coming down on Stallions as a big amount of pressure. And I mean, at this point, Stallions will have to find these last rounds, otherwise it's all gamers' way right now.
Gonna have to get these last 2 tanks. Gonna have to pull out the miracle for this timeout again. Team Stallions, the struggle is real just to get another point on the board for their BL side. All gamers on point every single time, and it's been the most passive defense that you can present up against Team Stallions. Once again, just shoulder checking these corners with ZQ and Du with their nades out, and as soon as they see a semblance of the team, just a single glimpse, they know that Stallions is going to go for a full commit in towards that site. So these executes are a bit too telegraphed now.
A little bit too telegraphed. Shots being thrown. Stallions, let's see if the pause will help them in any way. Tanks, the magic that they rely on, and we love to see. Trey with a self-counter boost on towards connector. Wasn't quite valuable in the past couple rounds, but maybe this is the one. Most of the rounds were wrapped up by his teammates, not him. And you can tell a lot of momentum has been driven away for the South Stallions, not being able to really mark up much. And ZQ now testing Loy. And Loy's not backing out.
1222 getting hit where it hurts. 60 HP NH Ream. Loy now being given the sniper here. It's been a tough game for the side of Stallions, even to just get a bit of map control. They're taking so much damage. Once again, this is the really passive setup for the side of AG.
They're reading this like a book. They are rotating another player in towards B, and 1, 2, 2, 2 down towards middle. Do is going to be the first one to open up. Nades flying up and over already. The push is going to be halted down. ZQ with a huge double kill, looking for the third. KLB takes a whole bunch of damage. How's he still alive? Maybe a 2-on-4. ZQ finding a corner to hide. The rotations are going to come through. KLB does get the drop, but Do with the pistol rings true once again. Loy versus 3 and the C4 deep in the bomb site. What are we looking at here, Sneaky?
Might be a 7-2. These reads, though. These reads from the side of AG. As soon as Stallions enter this B house position, they just 4 players instantly go for a rotation.
And now Stallions are gonna throw caution to the wind and go down towards A, but Do is just so damn good. Once again, dropping KLB the sniper for the Stallions, and nades are now flying up and over, but the rotation has also been made over towards A. They're gonna lick their wounds and fall back towards spawn, but it's just tough to see the Stallions getting bullied around the map like this.
For sure. Still tough time for Team Stallions to get back into this series. There it is. Rotations are so quick for the side of AG. Like, you could see as soon as 4 players have just crawled into that B house position, you can see AG instantly rotating.
Once again, having to start the round with a player that is down to his knees. KLP was taken up by Do on the early stage of the round here. Looking back towards A, 2 players deep in connector and 1 towards long, which I believe is Kano. Do and Dre is going to be holding down A. The moment they cross, all hell might just break loose. The swing is good, but Do doesn't miss. Yet another frag, and a jump shot does land perfectly on towards Kano. JJ has it all to do, but how much gas does he have left in the tank? Does a bit more damage the moment he swings in towards 1, 2, 2, 2. Could be a bit of trouble. Double swing from ZQ does land true. All Gamers single-handedly shuts down this first half.
There it is, the side switch. AG 2 points away from closing out this game. And has been due. It has been a masterclass for this sniper this entire time. And all Gamers,
I mean,
AI agrees that it is going to be a
giving an AI run rate is yeah, it's it wasn't necessary, but that's a good addition to the mix here. Unless all Gamers finding 8 rounds, like you say, just marking the numbers up on the board here. And Stallions, what is their response? Can they hold until the tie, 7 rounds deep? They're gonna need it. They'll have to do it.
Stallions steady defense though for their side. decide to take catwalk A. KLP just going to be steady on top A the entire time. Low going to be playing bait the entire time. But no, they're just going to back off. AG very careful with it. Mid take. Going to be on position. No, with an early peek. Takes out ZY immediately. Flash is going to go through. Going to try to get 1222 off of his position, but Z still wide open.
Ooh, Kano a little bit frisky on the re-peek. Now Dre did cross and Kano couldn't see him cross. ZQ somehow gets Kano, and now Dre leaking through. So much info, so much timing on him. Gets both kills, opens up the bomb site. All of a sudden, Stallions on one misstep is about to pay the debt in the form of a round. Loi, KLB, the last two in the mix here. On the retake, Loi good for the first opening here. It's too many angles to cover KLB if he finds Dude. No! He gets tapped out. All gamers on the verge of taking the whole series to themselves. 9-1 on the scoreline.
All gamers, seems like they figured it out in map number 5. The reads are on point every single round. They have found the thread of the needle in the defense. And with a 9-1 lead, it's very demoralizing for Team Stallions. Team Stallions deciding to play forward this time, a bit more aggressive, a bit more their way. They do bang out 122. Jue gonna get no in return. KLB trying to play the top of that smoke. But Jue being so dangerous in that mid position. Nades are gonna go down. Are they gonna go for the reach out? It's getting a bit frisky for the side of Team Stallions.
Getting a little frisky indeed. Every trade kill does benefit Blacklist a bit more. At the moment, VL isolates a bomb site. You are gonna have to defend with a man disadvantage. Be down to a 4v4 in moments of time. All gamers were looking towards B briefly, but they're going to be making the rotation over towards A. Once again, sending out the smokes towards mid, towards spawn, and seeing what goes. What is the response by Stallions? Will they rotate another player over towards A? On top of the bomb site, it's going to be JJ instead of the sniper, who is looking down towards B. So the defense on top of A could be just about as weak as you think. But JJ has to find these drops here, has to find the headshots, has to find the kills, has to stay alive in this tournament. It's a tough ask, but they have to do it, or it's now or never. Loi getting aggressive, down by Dre. And All Gamers knows that down a player is going to be 4v3. All Gamers looking to press on the accelerator any moment soon, but housing the back line, gets the drop to KLB. All of a sudden it's down to JJ to hold onto the bomb site by himself, gets spotted on the timing, but the drop is good. ZQ with the wallbang gets the kill. KLP, it's all on his shoulders. The burden is very heavy, but he has to do it. The timing might just be on. ZQ is going to plant the C4. 2v1 and a dream 1v2, but ZQ peaks again! All Gamers take us to map 5, and now they have sealed the deal on map 5. Port goes towards All Gamers, 3-2 on the series.
Team Stallions will be stopped here, 10-1 at Port. And Team Stallions will have to go down to the lower bracket final to try to make the dream actually happen. All Gamers, the favorite of the entire tournament, do take it down in a best-of-5 series against Team Stallions. Just the stronger team across the board, do 15-5 here on the final map. And he just keeps getting better every time I see him down to the last map. He just slowly powers up and gets better and better every single map. And Team Stallions, nice fight. I think they started off a little too slow, and then towards the end on Port, they seem to have a lot of trouble. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board and face off against one of the teams that is coming through from the lower bracket. Set MVP obviously will be due with an insane performance here on this map.
3.0 KD, which you expect from a sniper. On a map like Port, he does it time after time, marks his name up on the board, and that's definitely well-deserved based on how you mentioned that he was powering up through the rounds, and towards the latter part, he was fragging out.
Yeah, I feel like Do is one of the main reasons why their defense has been so strong on Port, especially, right? This is what I was talking about. These snipers are one of the most important roles when it comes to the map of Port, and I feel like, you know, you can kind of just rely on Jouet and Do to kind of defend that A site just by themselves, and the rest of the team can just kind of go around in the map, especially in that mid position, especially in that B site. But I would also love to compliment on how passive the play was for the side of AG, right? They were kind of just shoulder checking the corners or jiggle peeking the corners, waiting with their nades out, and, you know, just waiting, or there was players waiting right behind them to throw the nades, just like ZQ, just like Do. I mean, it was just Jouet playing aggressive, and at the same time 12-22 just checking the corners, and you can kind of see in the head-to-heads here, it wasn't pretty, man.
I mean, Do single-handedly shut down KLB here, 5-0, and KLB had nothing to do about the performance Do was putting out. So head-to-head does explain the run-out of that map of Port, 10-1, a score that we least expected, even though AG may have won it. We expected it to be a bit more closer, as from the beginning of the series, 10-4, 10-8, 10-6, and as it goes down the line, comes down to 10-4, and then now a solid 10-1 for AG.
Yeah, it just felt like once we got towards the last couple of maps, it wasn't really as close as we were expecting it to be, but also even as close as it was in the earlier maps. I mean, New Compound's pretty one-sided as well, with AG winning that 10-4, and then eventually going straight on to Port. Obviously, the 10-1 was very one-sided. So, again, I feel like Team Stallions, they have the ability to do it, but they just weren't able to do it today. And they're going to have to play another best-of-5, potentially, to make it into the grand finals. And they've already made some history for the Philippines and for themselves, but you just can feel that they want to make it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and this just goes to show that AG really is the true final boss of this tournament at the end of the day. Granted that I feel like Stallions kind of ran out of steam by the tail end of the series. There are still some rounds that you can kind of say that it was still kind of a close back and forth between these two, but at the same time, I feel like those end games by all gamers especially, I mean, you do see it's always a 2v1s, it's always a 3v1s, it's always, you know, the advantageous situation for them when the retakes do start. And I feel like that was one of the main focuses for the side of AG, right? Having a better end game going into these bomb plants. And I feel like just putting themselves in better positions, especially, you know, before the, you know, explosion of the frags do start. Yeah, I feel like AG put themselves in pretty good spot in some of these situations.
But for Stallions, definitely got to give a shout-out because they were able to take 2 maps off the board against all gamers at the same time. Even if they are now in the lower brackets once again, they get brought down, but the live experience in the stadium, it's not going anywhere, and having to play another best out of 5 in a situation like this, the experience that they've gained just here right now will come back as a benefit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you get that extra experience. I would say that from Evolution Power and Qadsiah, regardless of who does make it through, I don't know what to expect from Stallions now. Like, they looked great for a little bit. Like, I was especially impressed by when they took out Black Widow. I was like, oh, okay, now we have a series. Like, after Subbase, I was getting really worried because that should be a very comfortable map for the side of Team Stallions, but once they took down Black Widow very one-sidedly, I was like, okay, now they could actually do it. But I hope they just maintain this ability to not overestimate opponents, to maintain the ability to not be nervous in front of a big crowd, and they should have a chance. But I am worried because the last couple of maps, only taking 5 rounds, is pretty rough. And yes, it is against AG, who is the final boss, and just seems to power up the more pressure gets put on them. But at the end of the day, definitely a couple of other teams that are very strong and could definitely challenge Stallions if Stallions do play the way that they did in the last couple of maps. So curious about the next match. As I mentioned before, Evolution Power versus Qadsiah. Kind of favoring EP there, just based on what we've seen historically. But, you know, we'll come down to the best of 5 as always. And yeah, for all you guys who are waiting for the Stallions to potentially make it into the grand finals, again, they're not out just yet. They have another chance. So hoping that they can show their good stuff next time.
Yeah, it seems like the lower bracket run is going to be the way to go for Team Stallions if ever they still do want to make history in this arena. And I feel like it is going to be quite the, quite the lesson for them that going into grand finals is not going to be an easy path, that's for sure. And yeah, it feels like kind of a reality check, right, for the side of Team Stallions. Hey, it's been such an insane run for them going into this tournament time and time again. They have beaten the best of the best, but then, you kind of get too overconfident and get a bit too frustrated. And I feel like there was some leftover frustrations, especially for after that map number 4, right? New Compound wasn't even close. And I feel like they were still kind of angry after that one going into the port map. And after read after read after read from ZQ, not allowing a single round, or maybe just allowing a single round coming in from that BL side and figuring out the defense every single time. I mean, it was just pretty insane from the side of all gamers. And just goes to show that, Chinese CROSSFIRE is not to be underestimated, one of the most cerebral in the world.
Of course, it is always one of the top-notch CROSSFIRE that is delivered to you guys from CFPL, straight from China. But for Stallions, definitely, like you mentioned, a bit of a reality check and also a bit of a hit check being delivered by all gamers. And if Stallions can survive in the lower brackets, whoever wins in the second series today will be played once again against Team Stallions. And if Stallions do survive, they will have another shot at fighting against all gamers. And the vulnerabilities they have left on the board by playing these maps, all 5 maps even, will all gamers bite back right at it, or will Stallions be able to find the time, find the composure, and go back to the drawing board and fix it up and provide a different game from what has been played here tonight?
Yeah, I think for me personally, like now that Stallions have fallen here, we get to see the story of AG really flesh itself out with ZQ making his way back onto the roster. They won EWC, they took down Baisha there, and now they're back in the grand finals. Like last year was a bit rough for them. They didn't have ZQ. They weren't winning nearly as much. They were definitely struggling. They only got like 6th place, I think, in last year's grand finals, which is not an all gamers placement. Like that's not where they should be as a team, but maybe it was without ZQ. And now that he's back, team looks much more solid. Everybody's playing on all cylinders. ZQ himself is carrying at times, and it just feels like we've restored order a little bit to the CROSSFIRE scene, the international CROSSFIRE scene, with all gamers back at the grand finals. We're not going to have a Baisha there this time, but maybe we get, one of the finalists from last year, or we get Stallions. I feel like all 3 teams that are left that aren't AG that could make it into the finals, they all have their own interesting stories, right? Like Stallions would be the rematch of this upper bracket, obviously. EP and former Vasco, now Qadsiah, they were both finalists last year. So if EP makes it, it's like, okay, the new challengers that are winning up against all gamers, the old challengers. If Qadsiah make it, it's like a Brazilian team. They make it to the finals twice. And obviously if Stallions make it, we've already hashed out that story many a time. As ZQ, gonna pick up the match MVP. I feel like it does make sense. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's definitely well-deserved. He, like you said, was clutching for his team, putting out the numbers, and then some way, somehow, he was able to just do it for the team.
Well, guys, we do have the highlights and the interview on the stage, so we'll throw it to that right now.
Hi, Cfesports. Welcome to the post-match interview. I'm host Nini. In the first BO5 match, AG secured the final victory. And ZQ is the MVP of this match. Say hi to Cfesports. Hi everyone. So it's been a very long time. Hi, I'm ZQ from AG. Yeah, you come back to the stage again. Now you come back to the stage after 2 years to the CFS stage. What are your thoughts? So besides the interview, yeah, it is very familiar to me to come back to the grand final. Yes, indeed. Last year you changed the team roster. You only came to the top 6. Now this year you came to the grand final again, leading the team. What do you want to say to your teammates? I hope we can stay calm in the grand final and just play our game. This year, STS is a well-recognized strong opponent. So after playing against them, what are your evaluation? I think No is a very good sniper. We have great pressure as well. But we still need to defeat them. So, do you think they are the strongest opponents till now? I think they have the sharpest aim, maybe not the strongest. So on the first map, South Base, you broke STS undefeated streak. What kind of preparation did you make? We've seen a lot of their match videos, and we prepared last night a lot. Yeah, you made full preparation. So on the first map, you've seen that STS has used a lot of utilities and aggressive pushes and to break your pace. How did you respond? We just take duels. We want to use our duels to contain them. So it is a very tense match today. When STS took 2 games in a series, how did your team encourage each other? It's okay, because we face this kind of situation a lot, but we still won. So we try to stay calm. And every map is a new start. Yeah, you have strong pressure ability. So on the last 2 maps, you won the match decisively. So facing a team relying heavily on pure aim, what method did you use to suppress them? We quite understand their aims. We saw a lot of their videos, and we also have sharp aims, so we defeat them. So you made it to the final. You still don't know what you will play against. In the next match, EP will play against Qadsiah. Can you give us a score prediction? I predict EP 3-1. Thank you for your time. Congratulations to AG again to the final. Now this is our interview. Let's take a break and come back soon. Thank you.
when the clamor fades. After the brutal clashes of the group stage and quarterfinals, we've witnessed the rise of hungry newcomers and said farewell to veterans stepping away from the spotlight. The once crowded stairway to glory now holds only 4 contenders, each burning with unshakable ambition.
It has a little happy and excited because we get to represent Philippines in the big stage.
这4强，我觉得每个队伍都有机会夺冠吧。A gente sabe que a oportunidade está aí, é só pegar e fazer a diferença, fazer diferente do ano passado e acertar nossos erros, que a gente tem mais uma oportunidade de ser campeão.
从小组赛其实就已经非常的艰辛了，然后再到淘汰赛，就是每一场比赛当最后一次比赛打。
Standing high, seeing those hungry eyes across the stage, and clearly sees the same raging fire that once burned inside of them, and that storm rolling in from afar. They've all come here for one thing: to lift that trophy. The cruelty of double elimination ends here. From this moment on, every step is the final chapter.
其实 STS 他们5个队员都挺厉害的吧，让我深刻的就是那个 No 吧，因为他比较年轻嘛，在打法上比较激进吧。
We all know that EG is an experienced team. They're good at analyzing plays.
Já perdeu para eles, mas isso aqui é FPS, isso aqui é esports. Funciona assim, uma hora você perde, uma hora você ganha.
其实去年跟他们打的话，他们正面的冲击力还是挺大的吧。其实我一直觉得 QAD 他们枪法都挺准的。
This fragile balance on a razor's edge is destined to shatter in the very next second. The gates to the grand final now stand wide open, and everyone has arrived with one purpose: to fight until the very last chapter.
那还是上次那句话吧，去年你们是亚军，今年还能赢你。
O sentimento é o mesmo que eu estava no passado, que é tentar ser campeão, vou ser campeão, fazer de tudo para ser campeão.
Para sa amin, natutuwa kami, tinatawag kaming underdog kasi para kaming pina-underestimate ba. Yan ang gusto namin, kaya ginagalingan namin lalo.
成都这个城市，一是本来就是我们成都一季的大本营嘛，二是这个场馆的话，因为我们 S21总决赛就在这里，然后当时也是拿到了冠军，希望这次结果也会好吧。
This is the brutal prelude to the crown. Only by conquering their rivals can they earn the right to ascend to the pinnacle of glory.
Lower bracket round 2, match 1 begins now.
The flash out, but he is stuck. And go! It's a little janky. Gets the kill, gets the second. Brought down, and this time, oh my god, he might actually have to want to pull back, but he sticks around. He goes to Yobi, but
What time is it?
let's see. Stay on the sniper for him, the light series. BNC, he'll get one. Qadsiah take the series 3-0.
Lower bracket round 2, match 2 begins now.
Below too late. 30 seconds remain, and then down towards the next gonna be Chow. His position now, stepping on top of the bomb sites. Can spot AD.
Dangerous,
Quick
dangerous.
headshot does it. Grand, he has not to peek. But look at this counter push from XQQ. Finds the frag for X-Rock. YH is through bridge. He is spotted. YH stuck. YH all the way up. But those coming on. clear it out. Sunny is in a...
Oh, spotted in the corner. Does get the headshot. Good shot on first.
And Evolution Power Gaming close out the series in 3-1. 2 overtimes, but at the end of the day, it's them to do the work.
shift to the lower brackets and to one of the highest stakes matches of the entire tournament. For one side, this is a chance to rewrite what began last year. A rematch against the team that defeated them in the grand final and the team that handed them another loss earlier in this tournament. Now, with elimination on the line, they seek to turn history in their favor. Ow! Qadsiah! Across from them, the defending champions, a roster built on endurance and experience, pushing their way through the lower brackets after a narrow upper bracket loss. For them, the mission is clear. Return to the grand final and defend the title. Evolution Power Gaming! Last year's grand final opponents now fighting for survival. Only one team will rise to the lower bracket final. The other leaves in 4th place. A comeback continued or a title defense still alive. The lower bracket semifinal begins now.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, for introducing our teams here at the lower bracket semifinals. It is Qadsiah up against Evolution Power Gaming, and I'm joined by two new handsome men. It is Neokai and Elfish Guy. And we're getting ready for the second match of the day, of course, before we do get into single matches, which will be happening tomorrow and the day afterwards. But before we go on any further, let's take a moment to extend our gratitude to our wonderful organizer, Smilegate Entertainment, and their fantastic game, CROSSFIRE. Also, a big thanks to our generous sponsors. We extend our sincere thanks to our official partner, Gigabyte Oris, for supporting the CFS 2025 Grand Finals. Oris has provided top-tier professional hardware for the tournament, standing side by side with every competitor. Team up and fight on. Thanks to our official partner, Ant Gamer, for providing the global first 750Hz ultra-high refresh rate monitor, Ant 257PF, empowering players to win the game. Born from the game, fueled by the players. With a 750Hz refresh rate, every frame is a game changer. Swift peaks, instant flicks, every move lands with lethal precision. Millisecond level response ensures scoping and flick shots with zero delay. Pre-fired shots connect instantly, turning moments into highlights. Ant Gamer empowers every moment of courage to win and witnesses the journey to the champion. Thanks to our official partner, Morphling. Morphling L50 gaming chair with its innovative dynamic lumbar support system built just for competitive gamers. Get ready to level up your game with adaptive comfort and get supported every step of the way. Your back, your support, your win. So thanks to our sponsors, before we do get into this epic match between these two teams who played in the finals of the Grand Finals just last year.
It's a super, kind of fabled matchup now as well, right? These two sides have actually played against each other, kind of a few times within the last sort of 12 months. Played twice last year, and both of them were kind of barn burners. Now again, in a very, very important matchup here. This is about survival in this tournament. So a rematch of last year's final and upper bracket game that they had, and it is kind of an exciting one as we head in towards this, because there's two sides that are in slightly different life cycles now as well. We've spoken about this Qadsiah side throughout this tournament. It's not been to the same level as it was last year, right? They're not playing as clean and as kind of consistent as we'd expect, but as every game has sort of come through, we're starting to see a little bit more life in them. Action in particular, I think, has really started to step up. MG, a lot more impact in the recent games compared to the start, so it's a little bit more like what we expect out of this Qadsiah side, but it's still such a tough matchup, of course, against that of Evolution Power again.
Yeah, look, I think there's definitely some positives to be taking away for this team in particular. For me, Feifei has really stepped up on an individual basis in comparison to previous years, so if he can maintain that coming into today's match, then certainly that's going to be a bit of a factor. But again, as you've kind of mentioned and highlighted there now, we're really going to be looking towards someone like an MG and maybe even like an Action, as those were the two guys that did step up on the stage last year around. Evolution Power in that grand final, and of course throughout the entire tournament this year, have always kind of been that team that we I think characterized as a bit of a consistent force. You know, they never really feel like they're going to be the best team in the world, and that was very much a conversation last year, and I think it's probably the same this year as well. But they definitely bring a solid sort of 8 or 9 out of 10 to almost every series, and that's what I would say there was for certainly for Qadsiah, for the likes of AG, obviously in the group stages as well. So I think they're almost kind of up there with Stallions in terms of the momentum and the form that they're bringing into today's match. Obviously, that hasn't worked out necessarily for Stallions, so we'll see whether or not that ends up ringing true for Evolution Power. But they do have a great track record against Qadsiah, so I imagine they're coming into this one pretty confident.
Yeah, and I think it helps if you do win this best of 5 that you can then go up against the Stallions, who only won 5 rounds in the last 2 maps against AG. So we're not really sure where their mental state is at right now. Like, they came in, they got crushed on their map of Subbase, then they came back and we were hyped, but then they got crushed again. So it's like bit of a roller coaster on stage so far for Stallions, and that's not a great feeling. But if you're coming off of a win up against a really strong team for either of these teams, and then you're going up against kind of a weakened Stallions, like maybe Stallions take a day and they are able to come back stronger, but based on what we've seen, they didn't look all so great today, at least not where we expected them to be. And maybe that's a good opportunity for EP or Qadsiah to come in, take down a weakened team, and go straight into the grand finals with a lot of momentum. As we take a look at the path they took to get here, just adding in the X-Rock win there at the bottom. And yeah, that was a big win as well. You know, X-Rock second seed from China, and Evolution Power essentially able to make that pretty easy with the 3-1. It was kind of close, but also we could have seen a world where EP even got the 3-0. Did feel like they were the stronger team. A lot of people were expecting them to win against X-Rock, and that did happen. So a lot of momentum, it does feel like, coming in from the lower bracket for both of these teams. Obviously, at the playoffs so far, Evolution Power is able to get the 3-0 already.
Yeah, in the first one. I mean, the way I look at this one as well, I think in general for this EP side, you know, especially if we kind of come back to that point you're talking about with Stallions, right? If you look at the top 4 that are in this tournament, Stallions have a 10th, if even less, of kind of the arena crowd experience that the Stallions side do. They're very young, they're very new to this sort of environment, and of course, it feels like at the moment, especially with how this year's gone, that this is kind of what the future's going to look like for Stallions, at least for the foreseeable future, where they are playing to the level of being a top 4 team in the world. But if you compare them to likes of an Qadsiah, an Evolution Power, and an All Gamers, they've got nowhere near as much arena experience, and that's their one big downside heading in towards this tournament in particular, right? You know, this is a very early step for them in the road to being considered an international powerhouse, right? But they just don't compete when it comes towards the likes of experience these guys do. Like we said, this is a rematch of last year's final. AG, arguably the most storied side that we've got in all of CROSSFIRE history. So for the Stallion side, that was the one worry I have for them coming in towards this arena compared to the quote-unquote comfort of the studio. And now, obviously, we saw it happen. Those last 2 maps, a bit of a crumble. And like you said, whoever picks up a win here as well, I would probably even make an argument that that's the one big advantage they've got. Is that yes, Stallions are definitely crisper and they've looked better throughout this tournament, but again, they can crumble on the stage and they're not used to the crowd. Especially if they play against EP. We saw last year, EP got some serious support.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, they're the one of, if not the most, probably not the most loved teams within China, but certainly on the stage last year when they were in that grand final, they were, you know, getting that home crowd support. When it comes to AG versus EP, we'll have to obviously wait and see. Baisha versus EP again. I think Baisha probably
Chengdu All Gamers. They should.
That's kind of what I'm saying. But I think Chengdu and Baisha are probably the 2 top dogs, let's say, in China, but EP certainly pretty close in there. Now have a look at the predictions across the board here for all of the regions, and it's not too much of a surprise for me to see almost everybody going the way of EP, bar obviously the Portuguese talent. You know, they're going to have their regional biases, but you just have to look at the matches that these teams have played against each other. They've now faced each other 3 times, including the 2 matches that they played last year. It was 3-0, 3-2 last year in the way of EP, and 3-0 this year. So in terms of an overall head-to-head, that's, you know, a 9-2 record as far as EP is concerned. That's a pretty good conversion rate for them. We'll obviously see how they go on the stage today, but even despite the fact that a lot of those maps were quite close in the group stages, I still haven't quite seen enough from Qadsiah to really make me feel like they're going to be able to step up and take down, again, that consistent force that we've kind of characterized Evolution Power as, especially now that we're on the stage, especially now that we've got, obviously, all of this pressure involved, and, again, that home crowd advantage for Evolution Power. So I think there's a lot leaning in the direction of Evolution Power for me. It's not to say that we're not going to be able to see Qadsiah do anything on this stage. They are a veteran team, and obviously they're trying to make amends for what happened last year, but realistically speaking, I think all signs are pointing towards, at least as far as I'm concerned, an Evolution Power win.
So, Fefe says the 0-3 was the exception,
not true.
The outlier.
Yeah,
there were two 0-3s, as you guys are alluding to. We can beat them. Now, we've always felt our matches against EP were within reach. The 0-3 loss wasn't the real reflection of our level. I suppose he's talking about themselves this year.
Yep.
This time, we expect a much closer battle, and we did have a little bit left on that one. Let's see if we can find it.
I think the big takeaway there really is kind of what I'm saying, that, you know, even though there was a 0-3 in there, it didn't really necessarily feel like that was super representative of where these teams could go, but end of the day, that was the result. So unless Qadsiah can bring in something a little bit stronger here today, then I think we might be leaning in that same direction.
Yeah, the rest of what Feifei had to say was basically just, we got to play with confidence. If everybody plays well, we can win. As Mino says, we stay challengers and play our games, so they're taking a humble approach. We're approaching Qadsiah with the same challenger mindset. We don't focus on targeting individual players. Our priority is executing our own system cleanly. Every team has weaknesses. What matters is not repeating our mistakes. If every player does their part, we're confident we can control this matchup again. Kind of similar to what Feifei said, just kind of with a slightly different mindset coming in, as, you know, they're the underdogs and they're going to try to get the win, which I don't think they're the challengers in this sense. I would say that they're the favorites, and the predictions did reflect that.
I would say as well, you know, when you look at this Evolution Power side, they've actually done a really good job, I think, at times of, in the grand scheme of things, actually flying under the radar. I think this is what we kind of spoke about all tournament long, where I feel like a lot of us kind of at times underrate them, right? This is actually, you know, in terms of international competition, a consistent contender for every single trophy that they enter into. So credit where it's due, right? And that's the big thing. So I'm excited to see what they can bring. I do think QAD need to bring about 110%, but vibes seem pretty good. I was in the gym with Feifei this morning as well.
Nice.
He was saying hello as he was hitting leg day, and he seemed pretty, you know, pretty chilled out. So I think at times, you know, you can tell when someone's kind of under a lot of pressure. He looked like he was vibing out. Things seemed fine. Brief conversations seemed like vibes were all good. So I think that's a good sign coming into this, and they're obviously going to be very, very well prepped.
Yeah, they definitely will be, as we're taking a look at maybe the new maps helping Qadsiah, you know, new compound, New Mexico, stuff like that. I would expect New Mexico to be banned.
Yeah,
I do think that, especially against a Brazilian team and you're a Chinese team, I just don't think we're going to see that. I believe it was also banned into Stallions by AG. I just feel like the Chinese teams in general don't like that map, so maybe that one's off the cards, but new compound should definitely make it through, so maybe that is one way to get it done. 1.41. First numbers don't lie. Among semifinalists, only Kano had a higher KD. First 235 kills keep him as one of the most decisive fraggers left in the tournament. And yeah, I mean, you talked about underestimating this team and kind of them flying under the radar. That's kind of been their MO from the get-go, even from last year. But, you know, we've had our eye on them still, just because we knew that that was going to be the way they were going to play. And especially with the addition of First coming in, it does feel like they have looked a lot more consistent. He's been very, very good, obviously, as you can see from his numbers, and doesn't seem to be affected by the pressure either.
Yeah, certainly, obviously, one of the key, I guess, elements of this matchup is the fact that First is in the server today, as opposed to YZK, who was here last year for Evolution Power. Qadsiah have not made any changes, so if there's to be anything, you know, that he's going to be able to bring to the table, it's hopefully, for Evolution Power's sake, going to be positives. And I think from what we've seen in the group stage, that is very much the case. You know, he's obviously had a really, really good performance throughout the group stages, and I imagine that that's going to continue here on the stage. He'll be someone that's obviously got a lot of experience. When you play in CFPL, you know, you get to play on these kinds of stages all the time when you're playing in those playoffs and those finals. So it's not going to be too unfamiliar territory for him necessarily, and I think he's going to maintain that level. And again, I think that's going to be quite important. But generally speaking, again, I have enough faith in the system as a whole here for Evolution Power. I think they play quite a smart style. I don't think that they necessarily even really rely on someone to carry them through the day in the same way that maybe a Stallions does, or maybe even in some cases someone like an All Gamers does. It seems to me like Evolution Power, they're just a team that really gets it done across the board, and again, that's I think going to be a massive asset for them when it comes to these kinds of matches.
Yeah, I even made the argument as well, when you actually look towards Evolution Power, that team's not even actually initially set up for First to be the hero player. I think in a lot of situations, actually set XQQ up to be the main guy to kind of shine for the side. It's just the fact that First has really been kind of coming towards his own. He doesn't play a lot of the hero spots, so to say. He's just there at the right time in the right place. And so this is a team, I think, you know, kind of touching on what Jordan was saying, where I think they just have a little bit more of a holistic approach to how they approach CROSSFIRE comparatively to, I mean, and we saw at the start of this tournament, QAD, when action's not involved, this team cannot get anything going. And in particular, I think on the BL side, right, if we don't have action in play, this QAD side can never get any sort of real space on that BL side, and we spoke about it even on the GR side as well. Same thing for MG, right? At times he's just a little bit too late roundy, and you know, he gets kind of moniker of baiting, but it's really costly. I mean, this is a kind of a frustration that I had in that previous series of QAD, despite the win, was saying, this is a side that is kind of like annoying me a little bit because he's been left into a lot of these late round situations, MG. He lost every single one. They've got to change things up, but they're never going to, because this is actually how Al-Qad have played for years now. But it is one of those frustrations where I think for Evolution Power, they just don't have the same level of instabilities. I think at times maybe the whole team can be a little underwhelming in terms of like, we know they can hit a little bit harder, but for the most part, they don't have these glaring issues the way that Al-Qad do. And this is where it comes down to being, you know, a 5-pronged attack and a more holistic approach compared to a side that have stars, right? The good thing is though, on the flip side, and we see this with AG, when you get your star shining, like Do, who just put up a 3 rating in that previous series, that's when they are unstoppable. And the same thing is here. If Action plays the way Action played a couple of series ago, where he averaged like a 2.7 KD, AP will lose this. It's just whether they can get him towards that level.
I think this very much gets us into the conversation of, at their peak, which of these two teams is better? And my answer, I think similar to yours, would be Qadsiah, right? I think
if MG plays the way, he will dominate XQQ all series long, if he plays properly.
Yeah, we've been talking about that all tournament long, so let's get it underway.
We do have the ban pick on the way, so I'll leave you guys to it to bring us the cast of this match.
Well, I don't know if this is going to be a super intriguing pick and ban, because there hasn't been a huge amount of mobility when it's come to the map picks. Obviously, we had that conversation around adding the new maps into the pool, whether or not that really makes a difference for this veto. I don't personally think that it does.
We got sub-base once to start the series,
we did.
which changed it up a little bit.
That was really the only change-up. But okay, so let's just quickly run through it. Last year, we saw Port, Black Widow, Ankara, sub-base, and Compound in both of the BO5 matches that we saw in the playoffs between these two teams. This year, it was changed up slightly with the sub-base coming in as the initial pick from Qadsiah in their opening match in the playoffs. Now, whether or not that is going to be maintained, or if we're going to go back to something like a Port here for Qadsiah to see if they just go back to that draft that they had at the 2024 CFS event, we'll find out. Now, the bans, Eagle Eye and New Mexico, are very much the expectation. It's pretty much what we've seen from these two teams every single time they've met, so I don't imagine that we'll be seeing a change up there. But again, if you're an Qadsiah here, maybe you've lost 3 series against Evolution Power and you're saying, well, we don't really want to play Eagle Eye against them, but every other map we play against them hasn't been working, so maybe we leave Eagle Eye in the pool and sort of float that as a bit of a risky pick. Have we, you know, put a lot of effort into Eagle Eye over the last 12 months? Is it a pocket pick coming in here? Answer is no. Again, we're going to get that Eagle Eye ban coming through from Qadsiah, and we're just very much expecting the New Mexico to come through here from Evolution Power, at which point, you know, normalcy continues.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like, you know, me and Omar have already kind of preempted it in a sense, right? And, you know, kind of pre-said it, right? We are going to be banning the likes of New Mexico here. It just isn't worth playing. I think for Evolution Power, they're in a bit of a spot where it's like, for them, they just don't need to risk it because they just don't have the level of reps, right? We kind of constantly talk about this. With New Mexico, it's such a pocket pick map for these Brazilian sides because they play it so often domestically, and it just isn't worth the risk. I think potentially you can maybe risk it if you're playing against a side like an X-Rock or like a Q9, right? One of these sort of more fringe sides into international competition, but against sort of one of those could go for the change-up, may I say, but any of the big dogs, like your AGs, your Baishas, and your EPs, they're never going to take that risk. They just don't really think it's worthwhile. Port's going to kickstart things towards this, picked by Al-Qad. That is, you know, again, a little bit...
That's the change-up.
Yeah, a bit of a variation here. At the same time, though, Port has, as we've seen so far, been a really good map. And if we're talking about the map so far for me that has given the most out of Action, it is Port. We talk about him, you know, especially when he's on that GR side, right? When he's playing up towards Bridge, that kind of long drop down in towards A area, look at the last map they played. He had an insane rating. It was like a 2.8 that he had on that, and he was absolutely fine. He dropped 30 kills on Port, so I can understand why Al-Qad have gone in for that. It's been a good map for them so far this tournament.
Yeah, so it looks like there's going to be that little change up, obviously, from Qadsiah. They bring the Port a little bit further in the earlier in the veto in this series in comparison to the last one. In the last, it was left at the decider.
Yes.
No changes as far as Evolution Power are concerned. They first picked Black Widow last time. They won it. They want to first pick it again here. And now you would assume we'll probably get the sub-base pick here from Qadsiah. That was the pick that they brought in the previous series as their initial pick. But I'm just leaving it a little bit later this time around. I mean, unless they want to really throw a curveball and sort of go into an Ankara or a new Compound here, which doesn't really seem like it's in the wheelhouse for Qadsiah. There's a bit of a conversation happening there between Feifei and the translator, but it is going to be the sub base. So
this kind of makes sense because this is one what we were sort of expecting actually to come in to open things up. I do kind of like bringing that map back in for them. Again, it's one of those maps where I think just by nature of the beast, MG's forced to be a little bit more proactive in it compared to on a few, especially like maps like a new compound where he can just be a little bit more reserved in kind of his playstyle. And actually, in all fairness, a map like Port is the one big worry about Port is that we actually do see where that's a map in which MG doesn't get as much action in because actually, a lot of tail, which just by nature of it means he's sort of in the middle of the map, so therefore in the middle of a lot of these fights. So that I think is a kind of a bit of a positive for Alcad. I think so far as well, kind of the way things are panning out, EP, if they want to win this series for me, and I still, I favor them, they've got to steal away a map which is kind of on paper against them, right? I think Subbase might be one of those where they could potentially do that.
Feifei's not happy about something. I'm just watching him and the way that he's sort of talking. It seems like there's some sort of frustration. I don't know what it is.
The thing is, what is it? Because all these maps are being played out here, mate.
Yeah.
So, like, what could the discussion possibly be at this point?
It just seemed like he was trying to communicate something quite animatedly, obviously to the translator and then presumably to the admin as well. I don't know. It's like I pick and then they pick and then I pick.
Yeah.
But I almost wonder if it's like, can you tell them to hurry up? Because like I'm picking and they're sitting here taking forever to decide. I don't. That's it. You don't see that hand movement where he's like speed it up a little bit. I don't know. I'm obviously reading into it. I don't actually know what he's saying. I've got no information beyond what our assumptions can be at this point. But
yeah, I really can't imagine what could be kind of making you so sort of
animated,
heated about it, right? What possibly could be happening in this veto process that kind of means you've got this reaction. I mean, something obviously hasn't gone on because we're still waiting for EP to lock in this fourth pick. I mean, granted, of course, I'm sure Mino already has. It looks like they're more than chilling over on the kind of the side of EP. So I feel like EP have probably already made this. We just haven't got it kind of officially announced. Feifei is querying something, but it's obviously kind of got whatever it is, sort of him slightly riled up here.
Yeah, he's shaking his head.
It's a pretty big conversation, whatever it is. I just can't imagine in a best of 5 where you've already got your bands out of the way and you've already got your opening picks. I mean, at this point, it's just sort of like a handshake to see.
I don't know.
These last two
I don't
maps
know.
are.
The only thing I can imagine otherwise is like maybe he's
pick of the sides.
Yeah, disputing the order of the picks, as in maybe he thinks they should be picking second instead of first. I don't know.
At this point, it's too late. You've already done your first two picks at this point. So yeah, it kind of feels a little bit rogue to me as to what it could be, but we are still waiting to see.
Yeah, the picks have been stalled, that's for sure. I mean,
there we go, finally.
All right,
and Kara are going to be picked in. Yeah, and the new compound to float to the end, but I don't know really what that conversation was about. The only thing I can assume is about the start of like what side they're starting on. But then
maybe
again, is that much of a debate?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got another admin over here, so it must be something.
There's something happening. Is it just a breakdown in communication? I'm not sure.
Oh, he's not happy though. I mean, you can see his facial expression. He was not happy. What's happened there?
Not the greatest vibe to be going into a match with.
And if we cast our minds back to the grand final last year, me, you, and Brendan, of course, were casting it. There's something that we brought up on the desk especially when I was looking back. It was actually quite I think true. Is that Feifei is actually a caller who you actually don't want to get him emotional. When he's quite calm, things are quite good, but he can get kind of riled up if things aren't going well, get a little tilted and. I don't want to see him get tilted prior to a series. That worries me a little bit. I think, just generally can be quite emotional. And that, honestly, I think it's for better and for worse. I think sometimes when it's going really, really well, a caller like Feifei is probably one of the best IGLs you can have in the world because he really is able to call on the fly super, super well. But again, if he gets kind of heated or tilted or wherever it is, it worries me. And the fact that he might be going in towards the series like that, we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Obviously, we get the port out here to start things off, and it'll be an important one to kick off on the right foot for Qadsiah. When they played the grand final last year, port was the first map. In fact, the veto's pretty similar, but it went port, Black Widow, Ankara sub-base compound. Here we've got port, Black Widow, sub-base, Ankara compound. So just the third and the fourth map swapped around. But Port did go to Evolution Power in that series, 10-7. In fact, look, every single match between these two teams, even the ones that were 3-0, have been very, very close affairs. The maps themselves I think the most one-sided map that we've seen between these two teams in recent times, and that goes back 12 months, is the 10-5 that we actually saw at this event on Ankara. Everything else is sort of in the realm of 10-7, 10-8. Obviously, there's been a lot of overtimes there as well. So I'm expecting a really close matchup here, and kind of hoping that we get one that goes the distance. I think that match that we saw in the group stage that was a 3-0 would probably end up ultimately being a little bit disappointing here for all the fans involved. I think everyone wants to see something a little bit more competitive and a little bit closer, but again, if you're on the side of EP in particular, as the team that has been able to pick up this series on multiple occasions, you'd be looking to get it done 3-0, I dare say, because it'll be a long run here through the lower bracket, right? You've got to play today, you'd have to play tomorrow against Stallions, and then you'd have to play again on Sunday against All Gamers. And look, I will say, I think if EP make this lower bracket run and get into the final, I will be very heavily considering actually picking them as the champion personally for my prediction, because that's an impressive run.
I might pick whoever even goes through the lower bracket anyway. Again, you're like warmed up heading in towards the final. You've got an extra day of kind of games and kind of being fired up in that sense. So I think that potentially can be a bit of a help, but we'll have to see. It looks like this game is just about getting ready to get underway. I can see the team huddle coming through, of course. Qadsiah just behind us here in the caster booth. And we're very much looking forward to getting this one underway. Crowd, of course, starting to fill out here in Chengdu, and we know it's going to get more and more full throughout the weekend, to Friday, of course, today. But as we hit Saturday and Sunday, that's when the crowd are really going to show up. And especially if we do get something like an EP and AG final, that'll be an absolute bomb burner for a domestic rivalry there. Two sides, very, very storied in their own regards, and with a lot of history playing against each other over the years. So I'm excited to see how this kind of few days here in the arena is going to play out. Of course, our second game of the day is looking like it is just about to get underway. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring. Of course, all eyes really, I think, are on both sides. I look towards First in particular, somebody who, of course, has just been so good throughout this tournament and just continues to be such a threat. And it's actually the other side, is someone who has been a threat, but not always. But if we get him playing to the level that we can, that's when I think EP might struggle. I don't think their rifling department can keep up with somebody of his caliber at his best. I would say XQQ versus MG, relatively kind of even in a sense. I think obviously First is somebody who can secondary sniper to a very, very high level himself. But for the most part, I'm looking at this and saying, right, if we get action playing to an elite level, they're in trouble. One guy that's also worth mentioning that we haven't spoke about yet as well is Silver, right? For the first few games, he was the MVP at the side, right? Most maps were going so well for him. But if you cast our minds back to the last series we did from Qadsiah, where we were having a lot of questions and reservations about Silver. A lot of it came down to him struggling on the rifle, not looking nearly as impactful. He was, I think in that last map that we saw, he was 0-7, picked up the TRG, and he gets 11 kills in the next sort of 6 rounds. So again, we kind of actually want him to be a little bit more proactive on that sniper. That's where, so far throughout this tournament, he's looked at his best, Silver. Getting that TRG out. I agree. We know the current meta, of course, is a double TRG anyways, right? So continue kind of running with it. That's where they'll do their best.
You've got a good map for it coming up as well. Port, definitely the kind of map that you'd be wanting to run that double TRG. I didn't quite catch in the BP, although it would have been indicated who's starting on the GR side. I have to imagine it'll be Evolution Power that would choose to start on the GR side. So we might have to wait a little bit for that double TRG. I think Qadsiah will probably run 4 rifles for the most part on the BL side, unless things just don't work at all. And at which point they might try and change it up, going towards the double sniper setup, but at least early days, I imagine they'll try to run it pretty standard. Qadsiah have had their huddle, they've had their conversation, now they're getting into the server, and it's a very interesting stylistic difference between the international teams and the Chinese teams. We saw it in the last series as well, where Stallions wanted to have their huddle before the match started, whereas AG were just sitting at their PCs kind of ready to go. I think, these Chinese teams, they know that they really have to come into these kinds of tournaments and games prepared, and they do a lot of that prep work ahead of time, and they don't feel like they need anything in the last minute. They don't need at any point in time. Whereas for Stallions, and in this case as well, Qadsiah, just some last final words as a team before getting underway and trying to realize their dream once again. I mean, Qadsiah, their dreams were shattered at the end of last year. They lost that grand final in overtime, and now they have a chance to, I guess, get revenge against Evolution Power. It won't be quite the sweet taste of victory, but it will be a victory, and it will give them a chance to go deeper and deeper into this tournament. Tough run ahead, though.
Them, right? I think that, as much as it might not be, a trophy at the end of this best of 5, for our guy, if you're able to kind of eliminate EP, it's kind of that revenge as a dish best served cold, right? And it's one of those where it's your benefit at their expense type vibe. Staying alive, of course, in this tournament. More prize pool as well, which obviously always goes a hell of a long way. So, you're right, we'll see. Of course, this is becoming a bit of an international rivalry, these two. They're playing each other so often, averaging 2 times a tournament now across the last 2 tournaments. So, I'm excited to see what can be brought to the table here. Just waiting to get this one on the road. It looks like last few checks are coming through. I think EP have been ready for kind of a hot minute, to be perfectly honest.
Yep.
Just waiting for our Qadsiah to be checked into place. Okay, we just put the all clear. This game's about to get underway. We're going to be kickstarting this series over on Port to see who's going to stay alive here at the CFS Grand Finals 2025.
Lower bracket semi-final underway between Qadsiah and Evolution Power. Port to kick it off, and Qadsiah getting us underway on that blacklist side. They're not going to come into this game with a huge amount of pace by the looks of it. Just happy to set themselves up default, see if they're going to get anything by ways of aggression from Evolution Power, although having watched a lot of Evolution Power now, I don't imagine that we're really going to be getting too much of that. Yeah,
generally speaking, the way it kind of works with these is that the Chinese matchups, they play against each other quite quickly, right? We see kind of like an AG and EP, they'll be flying into fights, but when it's getting to international competition, they show them a little bit more respect. So we'll see how this one pans out for now.
A lot of respect being shown at the start here.
By me especially.
You are quite the respectful man.
I tried to be, you know what I mean?
Double sniper setup for Evolution Power. TRG out for first and XQQ. Kind of highlighted that being a real possibility on the GR side. We'll keep your eyes on Silver to grab that secondary sniper for Qadsiah. Here's the first real moves being made by Qadsiah as they start to clear the map out. A good flash in. Sets VNC up in position. A counteracting grenade from EP to just give him a little bit of a tickle. So a very formulaic start to this match.
This is very standard for Alcad. Nothing being changed up, but they're grouping up and going back towards B, and this could be the right move. XQQ sort of falling off the angle a little bit as he plays back towards stairs, so they can get a bit of main control. This becomes a little bit interesting. You've got VNC as well with a potential fight on YH around that corner. If he drops down long, it's potentially even just a bit of a bait and switch here, but 45 seconds, fellas don't have a lot of time. The C4's going to rotate back over towards A, so this isn't feeling like the most confident of calling from Alcad, right? It's very back and forth, and they've got no information really about what EP are even going for. 30 seconds, guys, we got to go.
YH has got a big job to do here. Sitting solo to defend the A side. The off angle is going to work out. He takes a risk. He leaves himself exposed to long, but that's not where the push comes from, and Evolution Power benefit greatly from that setup.
So easy, isn't it?
3 for 0. 4 for 0. This is a dominating round to kick things off, and I got to say, Nao, you know, that's a whole lot of nothing really achieved for Qadsiah in that round. They spend 2.5 minutes setting themselves up for that, and then they don't even get a single kill. They barely even have done any damage in the first round, so it's about as good of a start to a match like this one as you could hope for Evolution Power.
Yes, I mean, if we're being completely frank, kind of a lot of question marks really have to be asked about a side of Alcad, who we have high expectations for, but even again, when we look back to previous series of this side, when they do their best work, we spoke about this in the previous series, it's really confident calling out of spawn, where it's like, what Fefe has said, we believe and we will die on that sort of hill, but that was really indecisive. The mid to late rounding was very poor. Like I was saying, kind of in that round as well, there was just no information gained at all. So, kind of the way you put it, it was a lot of nothing. And I just don't get really, when you're Alcad in a spot like that, like, you have to go for an information play at some point. When maybe a minute off that clock has ticked through and you've gained nothing about a setup, somebody has to be just a little bit of cannon fodder for the greater good, right? Somebody has to go searching. If they sent VNC out of mid a little bit earlier, realized YH is there, they would have understood what sort of setup they're going for, which is actually a very standard setup. One plane up close, a sniper on towards the site. It's very standard, and then they could have doubled back towards that B site instead. But in the end, they left things too late where they really couldn't cancel on anything. Say, Information gained as he hears the steps as they pop in towards low 8. Doesn't need to stick around for it. Silver goes for a little bit of a preemptive shot. They're scaling B here, and it's actually only one man of XQQs in this direction.
Well, not sure that they're committing to B just yet now. And again, I think we're going to get this kind of style from Qadsiah throughout probably the majority of their BL side. So you can't necessarily draw too many conclusions from where they're set up in the mid round, because ultimately they'll change it up with 30 seconds left on the clock and decide to go somewhere kind of, it seems like a lot of the time, on a whim.
If they went B in both of these rounds, it's 1v5. And they probably would have very easily got a plan.
That's kind of what happened on A as well. It was really a solo hold, and it didn't work out for them. So Evolution Power, I think they've got a pretty good understanding of what's happening here. The fight in mid will be lost by Zay, but he gets so much information that everybody's set up here to defend. And Evolution Power, once again, looking good until that kill comes through from MG. Now we're back into a 2-on-2 with 30 seconds on the clock, and EP are scurrying around the map looking for a bit of info. They'll be finding MG. It's a 1-for-1, and Action now spotted out low on HP. YH will win that duel. Evolution Power up 2-0.
It comes down to the 1 versus 1, but fundamentally the round itself didn't actually feel that close.
Agree.
EP in a really, really decent spot at the moment. YH out the gates 4-0, looking fantastic. XQQ in a couple of moments as well, as he's 2-1 only, but the impact of those two are pretty massive. On the flip side, one is as good as it gets over towards Alcad and Silver, so yet to frag, and that'll continue as he goes down early. Not what he wanted, 0-3 for him. He struggled to get started in that previous series they had, and it might be more of the same. Fefe going straight into his demise as First continues to find frags, and First continues to shut them down. VNC left with it all to do in a 1 versus 4, and this is a next to impossible predicament. His gun barrel spotted, and Zay should drop him in the end, seen off, and that is an utter beautiful round from EP.
Yeah, this is one of the things that you really have to appreciate about the Chinese teams when they get into the arena, is that they do feel like a completely different beast. I mean, even the same thing for AG. Look, it was a 5-map series against Stallions, but throughout the group stage, we've been saying, yeah, Stallions have looked like the best team in the tournament. AG have been looking a bit shoddy.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you rock up here on the arena and it's kind of like AG have remembered how to play the game and they're back at their best. Obviously, Evolution Power are certainly at their best. I mean, that was another really clean round from them. 3-0 the lead. You've already got Qadsiah feeling a bit hot under the collar, a little bit concerned. And so that early timeout's going to come through. You know, only 3 rounds into your map pick, and you're already starting to feel like this match is starting to slip away from you. And the drums are booming here in the arena as well. The fans are obviously with Evolution Power.
Yeah.
It's all kind of building together to create quite a pressure-filled environment for Qadsiah. And yes, they're an experienced team, but it still gets to you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're a side who are, generally speaking, pretty good when it comes towards the noise and the atmosphere. And of course, we know they're vets in a sense of this, but this is a real tough predicament, I think, for them. They've just offered up next to nothing so far in these first few rounds. Sheer domination coming through from Evolution Power, and it's kind of the worst possible thing you can kind of have in a spot like this, where it's an Evolution Power side who just aren't breaking a sweat. Like, they're not really doing anything in particular too damning. They're not really gone for any massive change-ups. They're not really throwing anything crazy out in these rounds. They are sitting back on the sides and inviting pressure in, and they are overcoming with individual brilliance right now. And that's a horrible thing for Alcad to try and recover from, to try and fix at the moment. Alcad are in a bit of a predicament where they're probably starting to understand of, like, we have to do something here. We have to be a little bit more, I guess, unorthodox might be the kind of the word here, because these first few rounds where you've just had a very, very basic setup, EP don't even feel the slightest bit of pressure on them.
I'm happy to just continue where they left off, Evolution Power. Pretty standard setups, pretty safe stuff, double sniper setup. Honestly, I don't even think that they're kind of like fishing for picks or anything like that now. It's not as if Evolution Power feel like they need to look for anything. They just have to wait for Qadsiah to come to them, and they back themselves with their side holds, and why wouldn't you at this point?
This is exactly what I want, though, right? I want Alcad to force engagements and force fights. Like I said, the EP are just sitting back. They don't need to do anything. Even that, like, you know, YH getting flashed in for a little bit of a look in, that is as far as they push at the moment. We're in such a predicament where it's like it's so easy to set themselves up to just sit around and wait for the pressure to come to them. So credit where it's due. Evolution Power, this is the exact way you want to set up a defense where you can replicate it every single round, never have to change anything, and it's successful on top of that. Under a minute. This time they're going to go back towards B, but this is one of the few times where when heading to B, it is not solo man. Zay's up here close to support the sniper of XQQ.
Yeah, and again, Qadsiah still taking their time about it. This very methodical approach. They have been spotted out, though, by Zay in the window. Dump some util, so it's going to be an execute. There's no surprises here for Evolution Power. They should be well set and prepared for this push. Zay down at half HP, but again, it's the snipers that are really having the impact as XQQ just gets himself one and falls off the line. He is low. Grenade's going over the top, not quite going to land. A bomb plant early. This is about as good of a round as it has been so far for Qadsiah, but still with that rotation coming in, Evolution Power finding themselves the player advantage, and now they smoked off Warehouse too, so they can just focus on clearing out the site. And you are 100% correct, Nao. This one is done unless MG can pull off a miracle, and I don't know that his name is going to be a miracle worker, though. He has been set up for success now in the 2v1.
There's not a lot of time. Oh, there's defuse. Oh my God, it's a college try from MG, in all fairness.
Good body block, though.
Yeah, they'd set up for exactly that spam through with the EBR, but in the end, yeah, he gets the wrong person. He didn't actually get the guy on the C4. It's not a bad effort, but I guess I still would say fundamentally, bar those spam kills at the end, it's actually a really good retake, right? You know, they get into the site super well, they scale back in really, really quickly, and that's the perfect way to approach it. So another fantastic round from EP, and Alcad, still these big questions and reservations. Oh, yeah, you know, he was tempted to push forward, but it's not in the nature of EP that much. And especially with the damage that being dealt towards YH, I can understand why they just rein themselves back in a bit.
I do love this position, though, for YH. I don't expect that he's going to get nailed. If he can just hold the line, if First connects his initial shot, and YH can just chill and doesn't have to take early contact, if he times his peak correctly, he'll get some value out of this, even though he is low HP. First shot, though, doesn't quite connect, and here's YH. Oh, he almost got it done. Some good damage onto Silver. It will be a bit of a waste, though, as the shot comes through from the sniper anyway. And this is the best-looking round thus far for Qadsiah, but maybe that's gone back on its head as Zay picks up a huge triple. And again, Evolution Power make no mistake.
Oh, man. Do you know what? That is the absolute textbook definition of cluttered comms, may I say, from Qadsiah. You could just see no one reacted to the first kill. MG then gets startled, and then again, it's too late, and Zay's able to 180. That is so well played, but Fefe and VNC, a bit of proactivity in the early round. They step up in the tempo, has caught YH and Zay, so the opening double go the way of Brazilians. It's not too little too late, but about damn time that they do something in the early round.
Well, surely now they can get something out of this, right? Like, 5-0. Go back and have a look at the replay of what Zay was up to in that last round. Obviously, the most important factor there is MG just missed his shot, and that is what gave Zay the opportunity to find the second and the third kill. A little bit concerned here for Qadsiah still in this 3v5. You do have First looking to try and get a little bit active, see if he can find himself a pick, which is probably what you'll want to do in a round like this one. If you know they're at a disadvantage. They are hunting to try to equalize, but not finding anything just yet. Qadsiah have defaulted back to that slower style now that they've found the openers.
Jumping
shot onto XQQ, and this round, it does look like it's going to peter out a little bit for Evolution Power. So should be the first one on the board for Qadsiah. It's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Maybe an opportunity or two to stack some stats a little bit for Mino on First. Speaking of, Mino caught by MG, that lurk sniper. We haven't loved it at times, but that's a time where it steps up. And a much better round from Qadsiah, a flawless one to finally get their first on the board. But if we're being honest, Jordan, especially for this being their map pick, Qadsiah need to kind of clean sweep the half, in all fairness, right? I think they actually need to get the rest of these rounds, get it to a 5-4, get yourself into a spot where, again, it feels like you actually have a bit of a foothold, and there's just some foundations to work with more than anything. But you look over towards Qadsiah, I mean, Silver 0-5, that's not exactly great, but it's the big one for me is Action 2-5. Despite not being at the bottom of the scoreboard, he is the most influential rifler and most influential player on this side We spoke about it on the pre-show. If he doesn't play well, neither do Qadsiah. He's so crucial to the success.
So they're going to try and give the A site another crack. This time maybe a little bit earlier on in the piece, as that util does get tossed at about the 2-minute mark. First, again, will be tested and misses his initial shot another time. But YH is here to pick up the scraps, and that's an easy double for him. VNC and Feifei were turning away from flashes. It's a good, solid hold with a bunch of counter util from Evolution Power that's making their life easier. That grenade will finish action off. And it's just MG floating around elsewhere, as he often does, but I don't even think, well, I mean,
yeah,
it's a good point, but also I don't think it matters whether he's there or not. That was just too clean for Evolution Power. They just seem so well drilled on this GR side of port that, you know, if that's what you're going to throw as Qadsiah, you know, all your util over the top, you know, you're investing a lot into that round, and you're not getting any entries at all. Evolution Power have either seen it, or they're super prepared for it, or they've got the read, whatever. It just shows me that Evolution Power are very, very comfortable with whatever Qadsiah is throwing at them, because they've tried a lot of different styles. That was another change-up. Evolution Power answered it really well. 6-1 here. Yeah, opening pick for Qadsiah, but man, this half is looking pretty dominant so far.
Yeah, I mean, even if it was then 6-3, I still really will lump on the praise for this Evolution Power side. I've been really, really impressed with what I've seen so far. YH in particular, he's actually a name that we don't bring up super often. You know, he's obviously always in the conversation, as with everybody on towards EP, you know, but you look at, especially from this tournament, people like your Firsts, for example, people like your Minos, just in terms of him being that kind of leader and fathership figure within this side. But YH at times can be a little bit unsung, and right now he is loving life. He's been absolutely crucial to so many of these rounds, and I mean, just his ability to multi-frag right now has become so, so important. Him and First, this dynamic duo that they've had towards this A site, it's been difficult to break down. This is an interesting setup, though, that EP have gone for. You're a man down, and you've actually gone for a triple stack together, but it's a beauty of a first shot. Silver could be in trouble here. First shot will miss from First as he spammed down on the jump up, as VNC will catch him. XQQ going to find one of his own as well, but it's a 3 versus 3, and there's still legs behind this, but Action gets proactive and finds YH as the C4 goes down. Alcad advantage in their court.
Yeah, a little bit too slow of a rotation here for Evolution Power, and having lost that opening pick definitely hurt them in that. A bit of a risk had to be taken by Evolution Power on the GR side, and they proved, well, they decided incorrectly on the site to stack. It's still salvageable, though, with XQQ picking that kill up onto Silver, but a lot of it's going to have to come from Zay, and it's going to have to come quickly. Grenade onto the site will not cause an issue, but the headshots from Zay might well be able to do it. XQQ can sit the defuse, Zay can cover the ladder. The time is looking good as XQQ just sits and VNC does nothing.
VNC, he just assumed it was a fake. He assumed surely somebody's going to fight me, but in a way, what actually wins that round for EP there is the fact that Zay can't find him. He actually expects him to be jumping up on the other side of the site. So he's looking around kind of desperately, and he checks the one place that he assumes he's not over towards ladder, even though they spotted him there earlier. So Zay gets a little fortunate that he actually doesn't spot him on the jump up, but VNC, I think you've got to take the gamble there at that point. With that little time, they can't afford to tap it. They have to stick. So you have to fight. It's as simple as that. It's a bit of a rookie error by VNC, and it's a 7-1 scoreline. You know, it's a scoreline the Brazilians don't love for multiple reasons, and, well, especially not this reason right now.
Certainly not. Yeah, it might get even worse than this as well, actually, now, as we...
Neymar in tears again. You hate to see it.
Final round of the half here, and Evolution Power haven't really looked like they've missed a beat. Even the numbers deficit that round. Oh, and Feifei very nearly gets caught off by Zay. Bit of damage, bit of chip damage. No conversion, of course, so at least something that Qadsiah can take as a small win. But this is going to be a re-aggression into mid from Evolution Power. You've got 4 players ready.
They've got to know about Silver. He's done this nearly every single round. Most of the time, he just kind of pops head up for a fight and then dips away. But finally, Silver gets on the board. His first kill, but he's quickly traded. And that's his impact for the half done. 1 and 8 from him.
Not it.
No, not at all. And again, we spoke about him and the lack of impact that he had in the previous series, and how it was much better on the TRG. And
why
this
is
rifle
XQQ watching mid here? I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's not been clicking. You are right, though. You could get overwhelmed. They might have to be forced into kind of a full 4-on-4 retake.
You've got 3 guys mid. I think he needs to be focusing in on the B site right now. Flash is going to come through. They've got out Warehouse. This is a strange setup for Evolution Power there with multiple members set up at mid and XQQ not really focusing in on the side, but he's done some real damage. Action and Feifei both down low, so the Riflers can get in there and get a bit messy. It's not looking good here for Qadsiah. Those first two picks going back the way of EP, and they are going to be swarming their way back in onto the side. 8-1 the first half.
What a showing. Evolution Power are a side possessed right now. And there is next to nothing put on the table here from Qadsiah. What a poor showing from them. Really, really rough to see. Evolution Power, just so much praise for this side. Nearly everything that could go right did go right. And this now really asks and begs a lot of questions for Qadsiah, not only for this map, but for this series. AI win prediction, 86% EP. And honestly, that might be underselling it because they have barely put a foot wrong in this half, and I can't see it going wrong in the seconds. They're going to find the opener Silver quick on the trade. Keeps things level, but Action's taking damage in the meanwhile, and Feifei's under pressure, so he's forced back. Silver, his struggles may continue as he's forced into an engagement, and he hits the deck. Feifei trying to get more than one, but he's also begging for rotations, and he's just not getting. Excellent work by Mino. Timing is perfect, and MG again, they know this is the late lurker. They know this is the A rotate as well, so they know they've got plenty of time on this post plant.
Yeah, you just have to look at this one from Evolution Power and compare it to the way that Qadsiah played their first half and just sense the difference in terms of confidence that the team is bringing to the table here. Evolution Power, they've got like 2 players in warehouse. They're like, whatever, we've found the timing. We feel like we found the timing. We're going to push as2 with the C4, by the way, into the B site and just take that duel because we're kind of winning everything at the moment anyway. Evolution Power are just playing so decisively at the moment, and Qadsiah have not brought that same level of confidence into this match today, and you can really see the difference on the scoreboard. 9-1 now, and this is going to be the most one-sided map that we've seen between these two teams in the last 2 years, and that is not a good sign for Qadsiah.
The joint most one-sided map this entire tournament, considering some of the lopsided matchups we've had, is wild to see. The fight taken in the first 15 seconds, and Zay makes it 2. He looks for a third as MG caught on the corner. Zay is a man possessed. 3 kills in quick succession, and that might have just dug an early grave for Qadsiah here. They are barely even digging 6 feet deep as they are running rampant here on port, and it's all down to Action and MG to bail them out of a really bad spot.
Yeah, it's been a thoroughly uninspiring performance from Qadsiah today. But the 2 superstars do remain, Action and MG.
Well,
MG remains alone, and he'll hope to try and make something happen here in the 3v1, but how is it possible with the time on the clock? 10-1! Evolution Power will take the first map.
Well, what a display coming through. I mean, there is next to nothing we can say on a bad note for Evolution Power. That was a dominant display coming through from a side that showed no regard. First, XQQ and YH all 11 kills apiece. Zay and Mino not too far behind. On the flip side, MG and VNC was as good as it got with 8, but those kills had next to no impact. Jordan, that was utter sheer dominance.
I think the multi-kill percent is probably the biggest tell, right?
Yes.
You've got 9.1 across the board there for Qadsiah, so that probably means each of them got like one multi-kill round.
Yeah.
Whereas for Evolution Power, I mean, solid numbers really there. Again, it just felt like there was really nothing in that at all for Qadsiah. They never really got going at all. Starting on the BL side is never going to be easy, but when you're getting numbers like this one from an opponent on the GR side, yeah, what are you really going to hope to achieve? I think the biggest problem out of this one, obviously, is that was Qadsiah's map pick, and they obviously opted to go towards Port. It had been a historical choice for them in the past. They didn't really like it, so they went to sub-base. They tried that against Evolution Power in the more recent series, obviously in the group stages, and that also didn't work. And so they thought, oh, you know what, we're going to have to try and change it up again. And so they've sort of backed themselves into a corner now where if they pick into Port, well, they lose Port 10-1. If they pick into sub-base, they lose sub-base as well. Maybe it was a bit closer. It was like 10-7 or something like that. But, you know, you're still losing that map. So both of your maps that you want to pick into in this series, you are losing. And Black Widow is not a map that they've ever beaten Evolution Power on. That's going to be the next map in the series. So I don't really see a way out here for Qadsiah. I think it had to start on that map. Certainly it couldn't start with a 10-1 against you. You know, like there's literally no redeeming qualities to take away from that map. But you can't say X or Y player played well or the strats were good or anything like that. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing there for Qadsiah. So this is about as bad of a start to an elimination game as you could possibly hope to have against a team that you have never beaten in a best of 5. Where's the tick in the book? Like, what can we say here to kind of give some hope for the Qadsiah fans? I don't think that there's anything really out of like cope or hope, you know what I mean?
And we'll come back to what we said, right? We kind of saw that veto process, vibes weren't looking great then, right? And we said that can kind of bleed into the game plan. And I just think as well, when you look back towards that first half, it was so uninspiring from Qadsiah, a side that in the past, I've had really nice calls on that BL side where they're setting a lot of a decent tone. They're playing with the tempo. They're throwing a couple of pace changes around. That can be really, really difficult to deal with. But there was next to nothing on offer there. So I'm really worried for our Qadsiah. But before we get into more conversation about this series, we're going to be heading to a little bit of a break when we are back. Map number 2 coming up next.
1-0 right now, favoring Evolution Power, and Qadsiah need to find a way to make amends for that first map, and perhaps for the historical approach as well that they've been facing here against Evolution Power, because they have yet to win a series against them, certainly in a best of 5, and they've also yet to find themselves a win on Black Widow, which is going to be the next map coming up. So it's looking like it's going to be a tough road ahead here for Qadsiah.
I mean, it's safe to say we're in a bit of a predicament where it is hard for it to get worse. Is essentially how that's the mindset maybe Qadsiah got to have. It literally barely can get any worse, bar if we didn't get the 1 round. So, it quite literally can nearly not get any worse. So we're coming in towards Black Widow, and you think you've just got to mentally reset in every single way and just say it happens. Sometimes things can be, slow to start. We've now got to find a better way to kind of implement our game plan, our style in towards this arena, right? This is life, tournament life on the line, right? And this is an opponent that is a familiar foe, but a foe that you cannot seem to overcome time and time again. Earlier in this tournament, beaten 3-0, and we had this moment of being a little bit close, but fundamentally 10-7, 10-7, 10-5, it's not the closest of series. EP didn't really, again, break a sweat in that one. We're not going towards the full rounds of regulation. We're not going towards the overtimes. We're not going past a 3-0. So EP were already full of confidence coming in towards this. They're 3-0 in the last 3 occasions of these side meeting, and they're looking for more of the same. The fact that that was your map pick you've lost is the thing that worries me most, because this next one, again, another map that you've never beaten them on.
Yeah, exactly. They should be really quite confident coming into this one, Evolution Power. Let me rattle it off. 10-7, 10-8, 10-7. Those have been the scorelines. Yeah, they've been close, but realistically speaking, 3 times in a row, it's not a fluke necessarily for Evolution Power.
Yes.
And the other thing that kind of gets me here is that obviously for Evolution Power, the next coming maps are Black Widow and then Subbase. Those are the 2 maps that they started the series with in the previous matchup against Qadsiah. Port was like the X factor. Port was the map that we hadn't really seen between these 2 teams recently. It was a bit more of a question mark. It was the map which we thought, hey, if Qadsiah is going to get anything done, maybe it's going to be on Subbase, on Port, because Subbase had been what they'd been picking into previously, hadn't been working, they changed it up. Now, unfortunately, we're back to kind of maps which are a bit more of a known quantity, and those known quantities are obviously favoring Evolution Power. Yeah. Not super heavily, but reasonably enough. And obviously, when we're talking as well about what's a bad way to win to lose a map, 10-1, the deficit there on that first map, we've been sort of saying, well, sometimes it's better to just get absolutely creamed on a map as opposed to lose super close. So, yeah, you can hopefully just forget about that one as Qadsiah go into this series and say, hey, look, we've still got maps that we're familiar on, that we've played them on before. If our preparation is good, let's just forget about that map. Yeah, it's now essentially a 4-map series with them having a map advantage. That's okay. We can still win this series. And I think that's a conversation that Qadsiah have to be getting into at the moment, going into Black Widow, because they'll know that they've made it close in the past.
Yes, exactly. I think
another couple rounds.
You've kind of got to the point where the tail end of that first map, you just kind of mentally check out a little bit. You say, right, let's not actually kind of expend too much energy in towards this. Let's just kind of focus our attention now forward to the series. There's still plenty of life left in this series if we believe there is. And of course, that's when now we've got to head in towards this map number 2. We've got to head in towards this Black Widow and try and make something work here. You're in a predicament again where we're talking about where, I mean, we already knew this. If Qadsiah wants to win this series, they're going to have to scalp a map or 2 away from the likes of the Evolution Power side. They're going to have to make life hard for themselves in a sense at some point. So why not now, or potentially even never, right? Is it going to be a repeat once again where it is another 3-0 that comes through for this Evolution Power side? We're going to have to wait and see. But, I mean, the signs looking towards this second map aren't exactly super fruitful.
That is true. I mean, everything's kind of working against Qadsiah here. But they've got to find a way to dig deep and sort themselves out if they want to be in that grand final again. Both these teams, remember, were a grand finalist last year, and I think that's really going to be the objective, if not the bare minimum for these 2. I mean, again, I think they're both looking for that trophy, and they both would have felt like coming into this tournament they probably could have been a trophy contender. I'd say right now in the server, in my opinion, there is only one trophy contender, and that is Evolution Power. I don't see Qadsiah, even if they get through this series with the way they've been looking at the moment, them really being able to get past Stallions, certainly not against AG either. I really think that unless Qadsiah can find a way to turn this form around, we're going to be seeing them disappear from the competition sooner rather than later. But we might have said the same thing about them last year as well, Nao, and they made it all the way to the grand final. They made it a very close and competitive grand final. So I've got a lot of experience commentating these tournaments here for CROSSFIRE, and I'll never say never.
True. Very true. I really don't know what to expect, really, because I wonder a lot about this Qadsiah side and how quickly can you turn this around. Crowd's starting to get a little bit fired up here in the arena. We're in lovely Chengdu, and myself, Jordan, Brendan, Sneaky, we had a little explore yesterday. It was pretty good. And
saw some pandas.
Yeah, saw some pandas. Vibes were very, very good. And we're hoping that the vibes can be pretty good over towards Qadsiah. They are in a predicament where, if we're being completely frank, I think if they don't get a strong start in towards this map, I'm talking within the first kind of three to four rounds. Yeah. If they don't get a couple of them, I think this series is all but done. But it looks like this map is about to get underway. Let's get things started. Map number 2 of Black Widow.
Well, how good is Qadsiah and how deep does the scrapbook run? That's what we're about to find out, because if it's more of the same, this is going to be a very quick lower bracket semi-final, but hopefully Qadsiah can show us something a little bit more. And you know what, now I think they should probably just take a leaf out of the book of the pandas that we saw yesterday. Those guys were very nonchalant. They didn't really care what was happening.
And they were eating a lot of leaves.
Yeah, they were going about their life.
Take a leaf from the leaf.
Exactly, and they were just chilling, man. So that's kind of the mentality I think that Qadsiah need to come in here. Maybe just settle down, try and reduce some of that pressure in their life, some of that stress.
Yeah, and do you know what? I will say is like one thing that I really didn't like when we saw in towards map number 1 for Qadsiah, which, you know, granted was basically everything. But one thing I really didn't like was I actually did think they overthink so many of these situations, especially when they're on the BL side, right? They overcomplicate this BL side massively. I want to see them just take a little bit more onus, but Zay's going to get 2 before he hits the deck. Yeah. That is not a bad effort at all. From that spot to get more than 1 there is pretty impressive.
You pretty much just get scissors, paper, rock there and come out even, which is really not too bad as far as EP are concerned. Zay has been phenomenal in this
TLG,
series
by the way.
So far.
That's an immediate adaptation, right? You know, he was literally had 0 kills in the final round of the first half. The final round was when he got his first kill, and he ended at half 1 and 8. He's immediately gone towards the TLG, and he's immediately got a kill. So there's already more impact. We just had to see him adapt to it and basically bite the bullet a little bit earlier. He's now then gone back in towards the rifle. So let's see as they're trying to pop in towards this site, and First is here to meet them.
He's let them out already.
Yeah. YH, does he want to get active? Yes, he does, and that stealth's not exactly terrible.
It's going to go through, doesn't do any more, but connection for First, and all he needs is a couple more to win this round. It could be a big clutch to kick EP off. I wonder if he goes for a big transition here. He does have the time. The plan hasn't gone down yet. And
yeah, he's going to go for it.
He's going to think about that. I like that as an idea. If he can get a rifle, if he even wants a rifle.
There is one down.
I don't think he wants one. I think he's just going to go with the PRG.
Oh, shot.
Nobody spotting it. MG now going to have to turn on a dime. It's a close quarters battle between the snipers, and they've spotted one another out. First, with the pistol, wants to try to put that pressure onto MG. And this is just a dance of death, and MG will win. 1-0 Qadsiah, but too close for comfort, and we get a really early tack timeout here from EP. That was actually, by the way, called very early in that round as well, so I'm perplexed as to why that call has been made. Surely too early.
Yes. I mean, no matter, you know, how bad in any situation your first round goes, going for a timeout this early does feel really presumptuous. It really feels really unnecessary, if anything. I mean, what can you really talk about in a spot like this? Sure, the round didn't go to plan immediately, but it feels very early to panic. And of course, it's you know, timeouts are such a rare thing within the game of CrossFIRE. You get 1 per map, so you've used it up. No matter how good or bad things go for the rest of this map, you are left without the input of the coach, bar the little bit of a preamble pre-round and you know, a brief moment of respite at the halftime break. So yeah, I'm with you. I think it is very early. Arguments we made it just completely unnecessary in a sense as well. I don't even think it was a terrible round. It was a very defaulty setup. They just lost a couple of their head-to-head duels, right? As simple as that.
It's an interesting one, but EP have always been one of those teams that tend to put a early tack timeout in.
Yeah.
You know, 2-3 rounds is often where you sort of see them call it. So yeah, it's early, but it's not dramatically earlier than they often use it. So let's see where this one actually ends up going.
Well, they have a timeout and then come in towards the next round and then immediately win it. I'm going to take back my statements of it being a little bit early. Credit where it's due in a way, but...
what's the setup?
See if that's the case. Triple. They might go quick here. This is a lot more like it for Qadsiah. These are quick rounds out the gates where they put pressure on immediately. And look, I mean, YH is isolated on an island.
Where's the util?
They've got to clear here in towards this box. Look left. Oh, he looks the wrong way. He doesn't expect that they're out YH, so he deals a bit of damage, but down he goes, and now it's going to be a numbers disadvantage retake.
Well, looks like they're going to try and push the issue here, Evolution Power. They're ready to go as that plant is getting tossed down, but they do decide to cancel. Grenades going over the top. Silver will be finished off. He's the unfortunate benefactor of a few too many grenades in his direction. G deals with Zay.
Nice shot. There's another flank, though, just to the right-hand side.
Yep. Mino coming through late. MG will be actually quite safe as Action is watching for him. And this round seems like it's just going to be a whole lot of nothing for Evolution Power. XQQ dueling with MG, but neither really connecting. Meanwhile, by the way, it's again First that's trying to put in a shift, but he's got no time for the defuse here anyway. So honestly, I think the last round, the timeout, didn't need it. I would prefer to have the timeout here.
Yeah.
That was a very poor round actually for Evolution Power. I'm not sure why they've gone for the triple stack on long. What kind of read have they got? Maybe have they done some kind of prior preparation and they thought, oh, they're going to go fast on long. That can be the only reason I would imagine you'd have that triple setup on A long.
Yeah, agreed. I'm absolutely with you.
But wasn't the case for Qadsiah here. Obviously, they've changed it up and Evolution Power a bit bamboozled to start things off on their map.
And I will just say again, right, there's something we didn't see at all in towards Port, but we're now seeing a lot. These are quick rounds to start. They are flying into fights. This is a lot more of that Brazilian CROSSFIRE that we'd come kind of, I guess, to know a little bit better. Of course, Liquid as a whole are a side that slow things down, but Alcad and previously Vasco, when they want to, they can play relentlessly aggressive and Action showing just exactly how good it can look. Beautiful work. XQQ. Gonna find one.
Yeah. I mean, this kind of goes back to like the CROSSFIRE that we used to see in 2018, 2019. Much, much faster than what we've been used to in more recent times. And it's definitely working. It's definitely sort of unsettled Evolution Power. And
yeah,
it is a complete change up from Port. The BL side on Port was incredibly slow.
Isn't it annoying if you're Alcad that you figured out how to play against EP is us going quick, but it took you a whole map to figure this out? Like, why, if you're Fefe, why haven't you called one of these rounds in towards Port and been like, oh, hang on, this works, this looks all right?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see what that ends up looking like at the end of the half here, because I think it is fair to say that Qadsiah have caught Evolution Power off a few times in this half, but to say that they've actually figured out how to play the BL side, I think that still remains to be seen. Is this a question of Evolution Power just yet to adapt, right? You'd expect, obviously, after those 3 rounds, Evolution Power now are going to be a little bit more prepared for the pace that Qadsiah are going to bring. So now the shoe is on the foot of Evolution Power to kind of like make something happen in that respect. Change up their setups or be more prepared or hit better shots or whatever. If that doesn't happen, then I think, yes, we can say Qadsiah have figured it out. But I would still say, we give the benefit of the doubt here to Evolution Power. Just see what they've got over the next sort of 3 or 4 rounds before we really sort of draw too many conclusions from this opener just yet.
Yeah, you're right. Back to a bit of a slower round as Silva continues to poke his head up forward. If he takes even just one step forward, XQQ has that advantage. YH did cross, hence why it prompted the shot. A positive note as well is that Action's looking a lot better here, right? Action didn't really bring loads to the table in towards that first map, and we always speak about it that when we see successes come through for this Qadsiah side, a lot of it leans at the back of him. He's been really quite solid, actually. I think he's kind of going more about kind of what we've come to love about Action. He can just be a bit of a juggernaut, right? That kind of one-man Terminator style where he sends himself into fight. He doesn't really even go in with util and support, but he's just so mechanically sharp. And that's a bit what we're seeing here. Mino spots some information, flash towards long in case he's getting scaled up there, but Alcad have gone back to a bit of a slower round. XQQ, that was an opportunity for a shot, but he just doesn't quite find it.
Well, that's a much slower round this time from Qadsiah, and let's see how it pans out because it feels more comfortable for Evolution Power. We are right back to where we found ourselves on Port. Qadsiah slow it down, and Evolution Power have no problems at all, so I mean, that has to be a round that is just screaming in your face as Qadsiah to say, we have to continue to play fast.
Yes, they have to get an engagement. They don't even have to commit to it. They just have to get an engagement within the first 30 seconds. That's all I really ask of Qadsiah at the moment, because they're just allowing this side to set up. They're allowing them to get comfortable. They're allowing them to be in a bit of a predicament where Qadsiah don't have so little to work with so late in towards the round. Again, you know, this is just the side for Qadsiah where I think when they have that call out of spawn and they have that onus behind it, they do their best work. And I think, again, you have to look towards somebody like a Fefe, right? You have to say, right, Fefe has to take kind of these rounds a little bit by the reins and say, right, let's put pressure on immediately. And again, right, if they ain't broke, don't fix it. They've had successes towards B. Fefe will open things up, but it's XQQ playing in through window for one. Silver one on his own as well. As he dives out through with the rifle, and this now becomes very difficult. But that kill from YH opens that door right back up. Nade over, but no one nearby. Sight lost, and Alcad can get a plant here.
Looking good again for Qadsiah. Assuming they can get this plant down, which is going to be comfortable enough. QQ in the window. Just going to have a look, see if he can deny any exit back into the locker room. Fires a shot off, but no connection. Now Silver's going to try and push it up and over, and it works out nicely. EP really struggling here, and again it comes down to First to try to clutch it out, but he's got to walk into a massive crossfire, and he can't even see anything. So praying on a miracle, 4-1, and again, I'm asking Evolution Power to change their setup.
Yes.
They cannot afford to keep allowing Qadsiah out of this box room so quickly.
I think, you know, really as well for EP, it might even be something as simple as in the early round, just overman the B site a little bit, right? Because they are sitting with these slightly, you know, well, very kind of standard protocol setups, right? 2-on-2. Being overwhelmed way too easily. I wouldn't even love to see them get super proactive in a way. I feel like that potentially actually could be a way in which they get kind of vulnerable. I just want to see them actually have just one more play in this direction. Basically play 3 towards B, 1 via mid, which you can still leave XQQ there. You just drag over Zay to be the supporting player, and then you have an A-long player who is playing very deep. And in that sense, your mid player can cover if they're going to scale up towards bridge and short, right? That's, of course, their sort of priority. And your A anchor basically spots whether they're going to head out towards long. And if they do start heading out towards long, you know you've got more than enough time to drag over rotations and call for them. So change things up. And this is exactly what they've gone for, by the way, right now. I was talking about it. They've gone for now this 3-1-1 split, but they've actually brought over now the sniper to support First. So leaving mid open. That'll be kind of held by Zay, but it's loose. But this is the setup that actually EP needs to be going for. You've stacked that B site early because that's where Alcad have been heading. Now he doesn't need to work with it. Yeah, he gets so unfortunate. He hits the needle, but he pops his head back up. And these snipers are causing issues. One apiece for First and XQQ, but they offer their lives back over towards Alcad, kind of for no reason.
Yeah, XQQ just sort of floating back onto that line that MG was waiting for. Now Zay's going to take a bit of onus into this one and get picked off by MG, who's in transition as well. This half is just not working for EP. You know, finding Silver in transition and another aggressive move happening here with YH. I don't know that Qadsiah will be expecting a third piece of aggression in this 3-on-3, which has obviously now fallen to a 2-on-2. Mino's set himself up with a nice position, but I think a lot rests on the timing of YH, and Mino goes a little bit too early, gives away his position, dies. And now on the shoulders of YH to try to clutch out, but with 18 seconds, very possible. Spots out action. If he wins this duel, that's the C4 dropped.
Oh.
Action's got nowhere to go. MG needs to hit the shot, and YH, oh, he won't let him. That is criminal. Gets away with it, the 2v1, and Evolution Power will need something like that to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit here in the first half.
I mean, YH could have just stayed tucked there, really. He didn't actually need to fight, but it's just such a confidence play from him. Pokes their back up and wins the duel as well. So second on the board for EP. If EP can get in the direction of like 4 rounds as a worst case scenario, I think that's pretty good, right? Obviously 5 is a possibility, but maybe slightly unlikely if we're being frank. That would be requiring them to go 4 in a row. It would have to be a completely different showing here on the GR. But if we're being honest, right, if they can get towards 4, it's great foundations. We even saw in the very slight amount we got to see from Port that EP really know what they're doing when it comes towards that BL side themselves. Very cool calls, flying into fights in the first kind of 15, 30 seconds, that sort of vibe, which is the thing we've been asking of Alcad. That's the big thing for me. For EP, I think they'd still be absolutely fine. Even 3 rounds as a worst-case scenario doesn't feel too bad, judging by the slim amount of the BL we saw from EP was so good.
It is a good BL map, you know, so you can get a lot done with a little. As long as they get to that 3, I agree. That'll be enough of a platform to play with, but I think at this stage of the half, they'll probably be aiming for 4.
Look at this, by the way. VNC should be dead to rights.
It's reminiscent of a lot of rounds, though, for EP, isn't it? Where they've just stacked one part of the map and thought, okay, we're going to let Qadsiah come to our stack. And it's a bit of a live by the sword, die by the sword setup. I mean, it was a good setup.
More time to move as well.
Mino's on the line now, but the flash causing a real problem, and Feifei was in behind him. And Evolution Power just kind of second-guessing themselves. I think if they just sit there, they might have been okay, but pushed the issue a bit too much. And now Qadsiah with the advantage again.
Oh, no. Amino he got stuck in no man's land. The second he gets flashed as well, he just is dead to right. Action spotted out towards long. Oh, my. Yeah, first should be in a lot of trouble here. To ice it all these fights would be such a big ask. He's also being scaled upon, so a lot of pressure, but he's hitting the shots, and they're not fighting him together, so he's being given opportunities as he dives down to chase. Oh, hang on. He could catch him. First, one-man army right now. He's given an opportunity to enter the 1 versus 2. Diving down, MG. Oh, my God. What in God's name are you doing? He should be dead. He is dead. And it's all onto one man. They pulled out, but VNC sees it off. There was only 16 seconds on the clock, and he gets 4. He just needed that 5th.
It's a 1v5. Why is MG sending it down?
Oh, what is he doing?
I cannot understand that.
What is he
He's
doing?
up top. VNC's got the bomb. Just let old mate plant.
Yeah, why? You know? Why is he? You've saw 3 teammates die down there. Where are you going?
Well, again, Qadsiah playing with confidence in this map at the very least is a change up from the last that is positive. And they're, again, going to try and test this B bomb site, which, again, is relatively undefended. It is YH solo, and he can't even go 1-for-1. He just keeps playing the same exact position, and Qadsiah just keep knocking him over. This has been a pretty one-dimensional defense from Evolution Power, I do have to say. They're going to force their way out through the smoke with a flash, but it's a huge crossfire they have to break, and that's not gone too well. 1v2 for XQQ. He brings down the first, and he finds the C4, so now it's just a question of where is Action?
Yeah, it's a bit of a searching game as well, and obviously both sides are going to stay very much on their toes. XQQ, I mean, he's playing super far away. Action can... I mean, he doesn't know it yet, but he can just pick up the C4 and just plant. He could plant open. He could plant 4-box room if he wanted, because XQ is so far away. He's hoping that Action's going to pick up the C4 and go for a rotate. And do you know what, to be honest, that's how a lot of teams would play this. They would rotate back out, set themselves up with a minute to work with, go hunting for a bit of information. XQ could read this super well. It's something that I've seen a lot of teams do where they just overthink these situations. They overcook just a little bit. You know, that thing that rings through your mind a little bit is, you know, is this a trap, kind of? And that's what Action's looking for, hence why he's really dipping and diving. Yeah, but he's going to plant just behind. He can play up in towards window if he wants to, but going to sit on the site, and now he's really got to keep eyes trained as they push on through. XQ, what have you got for us?
Oh, he's been able to clear box room without too much trouble. Action's tucked himself behind Unbreakable.
I don't love this. Where are we going?
Does he think it's A?
Oh my God, he does.
No way. That's a fumble.
Matey. Yeah,
that's a fumble.
How? How has he got to... Yeah, well, that's a...
All right, well, that's the round.
Yeah, it's a...
Oh, unless... No, he doesn't have time.
No time.
Oh, he doesn't have time. That's way too close, though, considering the circumstances. Man, oh, man. What is this half from Evolution Power? Like, this is really, really strange.
1,001 mistakes being made from them off the back of next to no mistakes in that first map.
Yeah.
It's such a flip in terms of the kind of the feeling of the game. It felt like Evolution Power were just going to waltz through this series, judging by how map 1 went, but this is nothing of the sort. If anything, they are an absolute shadow of their former selves.
Almost like the band pick graphic was the wrong way around.
Yeah, it generally feels like it.
It wasn't, because Evolution Power loved picking into Black Widow.
Of course, yeah. But it just feels like the feeling of this game is so strange right now. What has happened to EP? We said if they can get a third, 3 rounds in this first half, get a third on the board, it's not the end of the world. Granted, it's not as strong of the foundation as we wanted, but
yeah,
it's at least something.
I got to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that there's a timeout actually here from Qadsiah just before the final round of the half when, you know, they're up 6-2. And really, do you need this last round? Or does Evolution Power need it more? Do you know what I mean? Like
you give them a moment to talk.
Yeah, I feel like you give time. There's so many things that could be fixed by some coach intervention right here for Evolution Power. That if this timeout allows Evolution Power to sort of just reset that momentum, change up their setup, do whatever they need to do to get through with this third round, that gives Evolution Power a fighting chance in this map. Whereas Qadsiah just keep rolling through. Sure, you might lose the round, but you've still then got the timeout in the back pocket for later on in this map. I think that was an unnecessary timeout. I think for both teams, obviously.
Both teams, yeah. But I think, you know, you've got such a high amount of momentum if you're Qadsiah. You know, in a situation like this, like, why? Like, you're not really even doing anything wrong. I know that goes down into 1 versus 1, but it's one you've won. Granted, you've won by mistakes, but you've won all the same, right? I just feel like, what is actually the point there? And it's one of those where, you know, momentum's so heavily on your side that momentum would favor you to get a 7th, right? And then it puts you in a predicament here where we talk about, well, if you're 7-2, if things were to go wrong, and to go up in the air, you then have that timeout in the second half to cut off the momentum that EP potentially can build up. So, yeah, I mean, the EPs after the first round was mental. And also, not only was it just mental because it's such a weird time to call it, that you then immediately lose the next round to the exact same setup. So what did you even talk about? Yeah. But, yeah, Alcaz there, it just feels necessary because you maybe give an opportunity for EP to reset, as you mentioned.
Well, changing the setup here for EP, it's a 1-2-2, which is now turned into a 3-2.
I think 3 towards box in you know, kind of with focus on box room in the early round before the first engagement, I think is the right call for EP.
Particularly if they get active from this position at the right time. It's a really nice spot to get a fast flank. Just got first spotting middle. XQQ doing the same on long. Remember we said, again, these rounds slow down. That's where EP tend to have a little bit more success. And this is indeed a very slow round from Qadsiah, so if it blows up in their face and allows a third to go over to EP. ENC a bit hesitant to clear bridge, but just jump spotting it, not seeing much. Now we get that movement from Mino.
There's nothing on offer, by the way. This is looking very akin to map 1 on the BL side.
They see nothing outside B. Push is coming into mid. It's going to be a mid to B by the looks of it with that smoke up, but YH is here, ready and waiting. A big spray does a lot of damage. You've still got 2 players to get past on B, one of which has now fallen. Mino dropping, but XQQ backfilling into mid will just clip the back of Feifei as he tries to transition his way through. And now this round has fallen apart. I mean, can they even plant? I don't think they can. Yeah. Even if MG gets past A, which he's never going to, that round is over. So that is shocking from Qadsiah off the back of a timeout.
Yes.
That's the round you're going to pull?
It's the worst round they've had all map long as well.
Don't call a timeout.
Yeah, like they actually called a timeout there. There's like, we get quite a few of these moments where we sit here and I'd love to be able to just probe a little bit, right? You know, ask a coach, ask an IGL, like what was the thought process there? You have all the momentum in the world on your side.
70% for EP.
Feels incorrect, surely. That feels incorrect. We'll see.
Double stacking
back out towards long, and yeah, and they're actually going to claim it. In all fairness, EP are going to give them respect and fall back.
I think EP just kind of recognizing that there was maybe a few too many members there than what they wanted to tussle with. Back and look at this replay. This was the push from Mino at the end of the last round. And I think that was a decisive moment in the round because he gets the kill onto Silver and he spots info outside B that there's nothing there. And I just don't know. MG floating around with the bomb miles away from where he needs to be.
8 seconds to get through box room and plant as well. Like, such a big ask, isn't it?
Mm.
And yeah, not to be. They're going to pop towards box room themselves. They're going to take a leaf out of the book of Alcad, which for the most part worked quite well in that first half, of course, bar that final round.
Do much prefer this setup from Qadsiah than what we had from EP, unless VNC gets caught floating around in transition, but it'll be okay. Grenade's going to go through and do a bit of chip damage, and EP are not really making any secret about the fact that they are setting up for a B take here. When do they pull the trigger, though, is going to be the question.
Lead down Onto BNC as well. Silver going to be caught by YH in the jump out. Oh, we needed a double out of one of VNC or Feifei there, but it's XQQ for two with that. Diving out pistol, puts it all on the shoulders of Action and MG. Granted, two guys who are generally seen as the star players, but maybe not the star showing thus far. 10 and 8, 7 and 6, and they've got to find a way back into this. Action looks towards window.
So a really solid take from Evolution Power. It was a great setup for Qadsiah with 3 players over toward B when the hit came, but...
Gee, man, we gotta go, mate.
No defense, and you're right. MG just...
Gotta go.
This is MG in a nutshell in this event. He just takes his time. I mean, he's, you know...
Less than halfway ticked. Like, he's not going for it. Just saving his KD. While his teammate looks for fights.
That's unbelievable to me, really. It's like he wants to clear everything, you know, like he wants to 100% the round, but it's like there are instances in those kinds of clutches where you cannot 100%. You have to take a risk to not check an angle, you know, and if you gamble correctly, then you might win the round. If you gamble incorrectly, you'll lose the round, but at least you had a try. In this case, he's like, well, I'm going to clear everything, and then you find nothing, and you lose the round. So it feels like the worst of both worlds. Either way, another contest over long here, and the grenades are going back and forth. It is Silver first to go for a kill and a death, and Action in there to try and claim some more. Zay might be able to double down here, can't do it. VNC, third man in, but first will try and prevent his exit. Unable to with that shot, and electing to back off as a result. So this long fight pays off nicely for Qadsiah.
Yeah, Trey's benefiting the GR side there big time. They just had a few more bodies who are a little bit willing to die for the cause. If they cross, but XQQ didn't actually punish him on the cross.
Double sniper setup here for EP, so this is all going to come from the picks.
Let's go back towards B here. I feel like it's a little bit easier of a kind of a sight to entry with the snipers, especially because you've lost so much long control too. You really want to be playing a late retake on it. XQQ could be dead to rights here. BNC making a move. XQQ, what a time to double back and double check. What a find. MG gets one of his own as well first. All on his shoulders.
MG's hunting for him. Case of timing. That is going to go the way of MG this time around. 7-4, so good response from Qadsiah. I imagine that Evolution Power are probably going to shelve the long take for a little bit.
Yeah. Or at least if you're going to go for it, I just don't think as committed as they were. They were so committed to that fight, and of course it just doesn't work out for them. So, 7-4, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. You're getting mighty close. YH up close though, will get this first. So they go back for it, and this time they go back with even more bodies.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what's funny is that they've done it even more committed, and Qadsiah were the ones to back off, and instead it's worked out for EP. So we'll see what tends to be the standard response. When you see long get taken by the BL side, as the GR side, you push out a box room, take this position here that Qadsiah are starting to work now. EP will be pretty aware of that. It's really a push and pull game. CROSSFIRE, so when they push somewhere, you pull somewhere, and it's sort of supposed to be a bit of an equilibrium.
Flows like water.
The only difficulty, obviously, for Qadsiah is losing a player. Doesn't help.
Silver spotted. Oh, XQQ, what a shot. Just expert timing on that feed. What do you expect VNC? He actually gets a tag off, in all fairness, before falling. VNC left reeling just a little bit, but alive, still numbers favor EP as they go back towards the A site, and it's MG on the corner. It's going to be taken. The initial engagement, shot missed. YH punished as well, and that should be all she wrote here in towards round number 12. This should be a 5th on the board for EP. I cannot see a world in which you lose this one.
Yeah, this half has really been a tale of multiple rounds. You know, they've been very decisive rounds, it felt like. First round, really comfortable for EP. Second round, really comfortable for Qadsiah. Third round, really comfortable for EP.
Yeah.
We're yet to really see anything super close.
Or consistent, I think. You know, we're not really getting, like, in the second half already, it's like rounds really kind of chained together. Momentum really kind of got like a stranglehold on. Of course, first half, Qad were doing such a good job of finding consistency. We're not seeing as much of that, but this could be a good opportunity, right? You know, if you're EP and if you can get now like a couple of rounds back to back, it's going to be real pressure put on towards the Qadsiah side. And this would be, you know, if EPR to get the sig here, this would be a prime time where you want a timeout.
Oh, it slows down now. Patience across the map. No aggressive long contest from either team, although it is EP that are the benefactors of that position. XQQ just falling away from Barracks now to come across, maybe rejoin the team for a B take. Actually set himself up watching mid for a second there, but you do kind of get the sense that EP are going to hit B. They're not really the team that will set their forces up on one side of the map and then late in the round go somewhere else. So you see them start to congregate somewhere, you kind of get a bit of an idea of where they're going to go, but still a minute on the clock, so I'm going to try and clear out mid. And still thinking about where they want to end up. They clear out short, they clear out mid, they cleared out long earlier. Nino thinks they've probably still got control of it, so he's going to head in that direction, leading the troops toward Barracks, which will work out nicely here for EP. It's quite a bit of space, but time's ticking away, and they're going to have to try and take the opportunity now, just like Action does there on Zay. He's down early on in the piece. Action's going to come flying out long, and there's multiple members waiting for him, but he just dispatches of both. First is going to have to try and recover this one. MG playing an important role. I mean, C4's over on A right now. XQQ is waiting way too long on long. I think they've just kind of given up this round. Evolution Power, what's the value of that pick?
Yeah.
20 seconds left here. XQQ is fragging out like a monster, but I don't think he's got time.
No, he really doesn't. He'd have to actually win via the fight, and MG going to hold him towards window anyway. Diving out with a pistol. I don't think he can anyway. He's still going to clear MG, and he just can't. MG keeps on his toes moving around. So yeah, again, coming back to your initial point of kind of what was the value of the kill, or the kills, nothing really. He needed to be in support of his teammate, and this is a situation where, you know, I know of course the meta generally is pretty lurk heavy, always having one player, no matter the situation, lurking, but that's a situation where you just want to play trades, right? When he's left alone, you drop MG on the side, you know, Action does so well, for example, more bodies there, you clear the A site, you get a C4 down, and even though you wouldn't have the man advantage, you would still put pressure on. MG for the first, Fefe, one of his own, but XQQ and First will combine in their own regard, so the secondary sniper is doing very well himself.
Yeah, really nice trades, but you've still got to get the C4 across. Nice, and Nino causing a bit of a ruckus. VNC will spot out first here, but he goes diving back underneath bridge. XQQ is hunting for him, maybe getting a bit overzealous there. Unnecessary. Mino's going to go. And another round for EP. They're still kind of out of this contest at the moment until they equalize the scoreline at 8-8, but you can see that they're fighting for the map. No timeouts available to either team.
Yeah.
And this is a bit more like it. This is a bit more what we expect out of this matchup. I was saying it on the desk at the start that almost every single map we've seen from these two teams against one another has been very, very close.
Agreed.
And,
very back and forth as well. And
here we have another.
Like it.
That might be the first chance that Qadsiah have had to take the map of Black Widow. It's a consistent winner for EP against Qadsiah, but at the deficit now.
When we saw the last series as well, between these two, of course, earlier in the tournament, it was always, no matter the map, no matter the situation, it was actually always really Alcad playing catch-up. This is actually the first time we've seen, I mean, maybe since last year's finals, where we've actually seen EP forced to play catch-up themselves. Very rare that we kind of have, right? You know, in this series, EP have done a good job of just being a step or two ahead. It all comes down to just that lackluster first half. Early nade, decent chip damage. Look like they're setting up for a pretty standard B here. They're going to pop in towards boxes. Maybe off the back of the util fade.
Qadsiah reading it pretty well. 3-player setup on B. Made to go through to kind of indicate that they're aware of the possibility of EP being outside box room here. EP just going to go straight on in anyway. Flash through, missed shot or two from Silver. 1 for 1 on the entry so far. They've still got to clear out Feifei and Silver. And XQQ is watching on that line, hoping to pick up Feifei, who will just be barraged by grenades. It's a slow approach from Evolution Power, but it seems to have worked. They're in, and they've got the plant, and they've got a 3-on-3. Are they aware of that flank here from Action? First,
it looks like he is.
Got to hit the shot.
Oh, what a bad time to fall off the angle. First going to double check here, but he does miss the shot. He's under pressure. Second time of asking, delivering. Really, honestly, should have fallen there. I'm surprised that he doesn't. XQQ, his shoulder isn't spotted around that corner. Silver doesn't know. Silver doesn't know at all. XQQ could be here for the late round. It's the shot as well. Look at the C4. It's so far ticked. MG, he has just no chance in hell. I mean, he's spending all the time. He's expending it on just clearing SQQ. It's all well and good clearing him. You can't get the defuse off anyway, so who cares? You may get the kill, but it will not affect the scoreline. EP make this a 1-round game.
Still a little bit of a nervy round, I have to say, though, from EP. Was not clean. Went into the stack. They played it quite nicely, nice and slowly. But they're not getting through any of these rounds with ease at the moment, so that's still got me a bit concerned. YH leading the charge here. Action in danger of getting caught on the timing, but he's now got MG to back him up as well. There's multiple members from both sides. Looks like Zay wants to take the swing here. He is low. XQQ causing a bit of a ruckus, but he's getting flanked as well. He's not aware of it from backside. Silver has not dove through the window. He misses his shot.
And he's smoked now.
And again, we're into a 3-on-3 with EP having essentially taken that site control. They're just bringing pace. One plant now down, but it is a 2-on-3.
It's too nervy from Silver, isn't it? You've got to be a little bit more committed to the cause. Denying them getting out towards that site is such a priority there.
Oh, they're going to all come from window, which actually might not be a bad shout. You've got nobody watching it.
Bold.
Long has been cleared. SQQ just needs to get at least one here. He's unable to do it. Now it's all on the shoulders of First. Bomb's not planted for him. Grenade over the top. Feifei's low. Will it do the damage? Not quite. Oh, he lives on 4 HP. Probably doesn't make a difference anyway. I think the defuse still would have been achievable.
My God, that is close, though.
XQQ needed his one.
He really
needed it.
He deals damage. It's just not enough. Hundreds of kills, they say. Map point Qadsiah on Black Widow. Might be the first time that they take this one. 10-7, 10-7, 10-8 of being the scoreline. So it's always been close, but it's always been EP. This will be a big change-up.
I mean, you talk about historical data. There's been a lot of overtime maps between these two teams as well. So definitely an argument to be made that EP could still push this one through to the OT.
Reserve starter, though, for EP. Not loads on offer, at least for now. They're waiting for over-aggression from Alcad. I just don't think they're going to be given all too much here in the early round. Back to bridge, there you go. MG, pop shot from him. He spotted bodies out towards long as well, hence why attention drawn. Fefe going to double check it in towards bridge. Could this be at the cost of his life? He actually gets 1.5 in effect with how much damage he's done towards Zay. Zay's dipped away. MG managed to survive somehow on that spray on the cross, and the nade won't see him off. Feet spotted. YH will drop him. Action in towards window. Going to get one of his own as well. This is Carnage back and forth, but numbers favoring Evolution Power in a 1 versus 2. Action got to bail them out here.
Zay's low. First is obviously a little bit indecisive right now as to whether or not he should go and collect that C4, because Action was last spotted at window on the A side. So you can tell First is very wary about trying to get a plan here. He wants Zay to come across to back him up. 40 seconds, Action peeking the window again, and First watching it. That was some nice patience.
Yeah. Could be OT required in this one. 4 rounds in regulation here in this map. Energy palpable here in the stadium. Starting to get fired up as we head into the final rounds of regulation. We've gone for a big fight out towards long. It's only XQQ in this direction. He draws attention over. Initially 3, They go for a box room pop, but it's Fefe who leads by example, finds the first as YH hits the deck. MG here for fights of his own, but he's going to stay in towards window 4 now. Silver trying to support, but that'll cost him his life. Zay and First combine well, and MG just too scared to get out of that window for now. And First will keep eyes trained, so he needs support. Oh my god, XQQ should have really nailed that shot, but now they know he's somewhere on the lurk. And again, that's going to draw eyes over there.
Yeah, I think XQQ doesn't need to do anything but just try to survive here. Look at how deep he's gone into A. And that has drawn a full transition in from action. Missed shot from First, but he's able to get the pistol out, and it's all good. Mino
OT
shot down action, and I'd say you're right, 9-9, and that's a scary prospect for Qadsiah. They're not going to get many opportunities against Evolution Power, certainly not on a map like Black Widow, which has historically been the map of Evolution Power.
Yeah.
And it feels like they might have just let one slip there.
Yeah, it really is. It's super important from EP. You reset everything. And you make the argument that momentum's in their favor. We saw EP and their struggles on this half in the first half, so I'm not going to lump the praises on just yet until we see how this overtime gets underway. Qadsiah put a lot of their best work on the BL side, as did EP, of course, but in OT, the questions are, will that remain to be the same? Early long control was taken by Qadsiah, but they're going to double back as, well, we saw in that first half how strong box rooms takes were for Qadsiah, so why not go for it again?
Qadsiah back onto the BL side. I think this will be the side where EP really felt like they let themselves down. Didn't quite get enough done on the GR side. Changing up their B defense. I'm still not a huge fan, but going to shift a couple of players forward into the box room. The high-low setup, they do get it all nice and sorted, but it's only a 2 for 2. So transition in here from XQQ. Important action. Maybe coming online. He is very low. First still has the info that no one has crossed into B. He's going to toss a grenade over the top, see if he can clip action with that one. It very nearly does. But Action and Silver, of course, going to survive. Now we have to wonder what YH can get up to on this flank.
Got a minute to work with. YH is being held, though. MG knows about this possibility, and they now know where the last man is. Of course, Action will see it off. What a round from him. Continues to be very, very impressive here. And that is a lot more like it.
Yeah, Action coming alive. Could bring Qadsiah a 1-1 scoreline.
18 kills from 3 kills in that round as well. Beautiful work.
Straight out long. Action in front again. No contest this time from Evolution Power. We're going to be happier to play the range angle. Not the double sniper setup. XQQ and First both over towards this A side. So it is the sniper defense. YH will let them cross, and XQQ misses his opening shot, which is going to cause problems for YH, but you've still got numbers here from Evolution Power. Silva spots the feet of First, who is just tap dancing right now, trying to survive. XQQ will give him a helping hand, and MG struggling. Everybody's struggling. 10-10. So
everybody pulled the pistols out, and they're not the greatest at range there as well. So bit of a labored one at that tail end, but nice response coming through from EP. Do get a little fortunate on the scale up as they're coming through, that the trades just don't come through, as effectively, as quickly. But I think the real good news is that for EP, so even the first round in which they lost, it still looks a little better on that GR side comparatively. We kind of cast our minds back to the first half and how poor they did look on it. So this does feel a lot better. And of course, Mino, another opening kill here, which is exactly what you want.
Haven't seen Evolution Power in the lead at all on this map. What happens if they do manage to eventually claim the lead and do it in OT?
How CAD just implode on the spot?
Possible. They might just
they cease to exist.
Fall apart on the stage. Yeah.
We shall see.
That's the kind of the direction that we're heading in, isn't it? With the player
really
advantage here for Evolution Power. And I feel like, this whole time it's been Evolution Power like kind of clawing away to try and honestly stay in this map. But if they get ahead, I don't know if Qadsiah have it in them,
I really, really worry if Alcad let this slip, because we always spoke about it. the BL side where they've done their best work in this map so far, and the GR side was quite feeble. And then if you only go 1 for 2 on your BL side, you put yourself in a bit of a predicament where there is a lot to be worried about. Only bit of damage being dealt over towards EP, but still, numbers do favour them. That's ultimately all that matters, of course, off the back of that opener by Mino. We're under a minute now as well, as we're still making the decision, but it looks like that decision will be in the direction of the B site once again. And, you know, you can have to sort of say, why not, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's been the moniker. Action going to seek on by. Versus should be dead to rights here every day. But what a flick from first. Action caught Fefe, one of his own as well, to catch Zay, who was already low, so he's not exactly the worst person to lose.
Flanks on flanks in this round. You got MG in behind. He'll pick up YH, but what they're not aware of is Mino working his way into the box room, and he will be a big difference maker. That plant, like you say, should be denied. He's looking for it. Can't see it through the smoke. Eventually gets VNC. But the plant did go down, and Feifei tucked under Mino's angle. Could be a concern. He will be cleared out. Now we're back into the 2-on-1. MG has been spotted. Defuse. Just sit the defuse. Mino can cover it, and there is nothing MG can do about it. Evolution Power will take the lead for the first time on the map.
It's a great round coming through from Mino, though. He opens that round and he closes it too. Fantastic work from the IGL, from the leader. Captain Fantastic for Evolution Power as they take that lead, as you mentioned. And Al-Qaeda starting to crumble. Guys, time is running out for you. Your GR side had plenty of holes. And I worry, 4 kills from Mino. Fantastic work. Let's see. XQQ, he'll open things up as Silver goes down. Action wants to stick around, and he will get 1. He looks for 2 as well. There might be something on offer here. Action and VNC have gone massive towards long. Yeah, just when it felt like they're under pressure, they go huge.
I don't know, these long fights are crazy, but XQQ's taking a risk, and I actually kind of like it. Ooh, Action spots him. I don't hate the idea there from XQQ, but timing doesn't end up favoring him. He had to kind of try something when you're down 2-on-4. So use it 2 first. And he's had a couple of clutch attempts in this map, one of which was a 1v5 that got very close. So a 1v4 here with a bit more time. Never know. Feifei tucked behind the box. There's a flank coming in through mid as well. Action will spot him out, but he can't afford to shoot. If he misses his shot, would be danger, but he's got the info at the very least. Surprisingly, it doesn't pull a transition from anyone from Qadsiah apart from Action.
He like, honestly, he didn't even comment. Now he is commenting. But like initially, he didn't even comment, which was very, very strange, to say the least. He spotted him.
Yeah.
And then just made the move on his own without really kind of notifying anybody else, kind of getting in behind. Felt a little weird. Very much easily kind of could have just drawn MG over towards bridge and just played below, just even like a spotter, right? You know, just seeing if he's actually scaled in towards the A site or not. But it's fine in the end. Not the end of the world. Early damage being dealt towards Action to start off this round as he run through the replay. That was that flick from first, which was super sick to see. But back to a tied game here, 11 apiece. One of these two sides has got to go 2 rounds back to back to close it in OT, or the golden round will be required.
Yeah, to see this one go down to the golden round will be painful for one side or the other. All the effort that they put in on this map for nothing, decided by 1 round. EP playing the golden round on the blacklist side, which has definitely been the more favorable side in this matchup. So that is a slight advantage for them, if it should be required. Silver and first on either side of this engagement, either spotting the other out. It's going to go through, but Silver just caught on the timing. They've still got a clear Unbreakable with VNC deleted as well. These B hits have been really sublime from Evolution Power.
Yeah, agreed.
And to be fair from Qadsiah, the B side has just been absolutely pummeled in both halves. It's a great start to the round for Evolution Power, but let's see if Qadsiah can pull off a bit of a miracle retake here. First almost dies to the grenade. He's got the backup though of XQQ, so even if he does go down here, I think XQQ's position, being a bit unknown, is probably going to be enough to win the round, and it does lock it in.
Even on time alone, I reckon it would have been fine.
Well, Feifei here for a 1v4, and he's going to take the Feifei pause.
Yeah, time to talk here as well.
Have a look at the strats.
What are the notes saying? I'm going to give it this one. There will be EP up to a 12. EP map point here. Jay will go down with the ship of the C4, but now those question marks really look towards, or potentially could be the final round. It only goes one of two ways. Closed out by EP and OT, or golden round required.
Qadsiah would be wanting another round like that one. They might get it. MG has started the round nicely. It's a battle of long. It goes the way of Qadsiah again.
It's a nice bold move there as well. I think it's so easy to kind of to shell up and be a little nervous. Maybe if you're Alcad like this on the back foot, on the brink of losing this map. But they actually go active. They go hunting for a fight out of box room. So I've got to respect it. QQ is going to be smoked off by a pretty aggressive Feifei here. He's alone in that endeavor, but...
MG's come across to hold long. They're going to give them the A site. Feifei in transition back, but the timing's looking awkward. He'll be forced away on DeLong. MG now has to turn around. YH seeing through that smoke. And now a plant rushed by Evolution Power. They're just going to try and get that timer ticking in their favor. But they don't have a great post plan here at all. All three players playing from bridge. They need some kills, and they need them now. XQQ has spotted both VNC and Silva. Mino picks up Silva in the meanwhile, and now the number's starting to whittle for Qadsiah.
They've just got to play time. C4, half-ticked, action. Nervy about getting out. First fight on towards Feifei works. He can't get action as well, so it's all on the shoulders of XQQ. MG doesn't know. MG doesn't know. He's playing time, but he's going to get spotted out by action. And the defuse will come through. He had to take a bit of a gamble because the C4 wasn't planted for him. 12 apiece. Golden round.
Wow. Big one here. Qadsiah lose this round. They might lose the series.
Very true. Mentally, it could shatter them as well, having been at such a wealth of a lead.
So what are you calling a round like this one? Evolution Power maybe going back to the tried and true of the B-side take. It's been incredibly successful for them during regulation.
The aggression here, though, from Alcad, I kind of like it. They're not scared, which is the one main thing I want from this side. I think if Alcad play on towards the sides and play super passive, I'm worried about them. But when they're actually super keen to fight, that's a good sign for them.
Crowd's trying to get a little bit involved here as well to egg EP on. Get this final round. Nice setup in the box room. Feifei and VNC with the high-low. I love it. It typically is good for at least a couple. Evolution Power going to be baited into that trap. A minute and a half left. They have not really done much exploration at all. Silva spotting out first, but it's not really enough to indicate which way this is going to go. I think it's a good read, though, from Qadsiah. C4 still on the B side of the map. EP surely going B.
Yeah, surely, right?
Right into that trap. Unless they make the decision to start transitioning to A right now, and it seems like that will be the call.
1 minute to work with.
EP don't know how close they were to disaster, but they might just have heard it. 2 players to hold A.
First. It feels like he's got an inkling. C4 making a move now as well. There's still bodies towards B. They're leaving a couple here.
Is it a mid-B split? I don't know. Smoking for B. EP.
They're going to fight box room. They're going to fight box room. This could be a bloodbath here in the double stack. That might just kind of force them in towards the A side, but they're forced in towards MG, who gets one off the back of Feifei getting one of his own as well. It's a little bit chaotic. The spam here by XQQ. He actually dies around the corner. C4 goes down, he's being hunted, and he nearly gets a second as well. 2 versus 3, but damage dealt towards both Action and VNC. Might put life in this round still.
Oh, has Minnow spotted VNC? I think he has. Transitioning.
Just got to be careful, the flank. Oh, hang on.
It's all on Minnow, the captain of the squad now for Evolution Power, to try and clutch this round out. Time ticking in his favor. He's in an aggressive position, but he needs a kill and he needs it now. Silva will almost provide it. He does. Time is gone. Surely Qadsiah have it. I think they've got their defuse just in time. 13 for Qadsiah will be secured, and map 2 will go their way. It's 1-1.
Quite literally down to the wire by, you know, the finest of margins. It is a golden round win by Qadsiah. Action, a fantastic map out for him. 26 and 19, 111 ADR. MG not too far behind him. VNC as well, also part of the pack. Flip side, the two snipers of First and XQQ, but all that really matters is we have to look at the way in which that game was played out. Both sides struggled at times on the GR. The BL looked a lot better, but I think for Evolution Power, they'll look at a slow start and a questionable tag pause off the back of the first round. They would have loved that later on and towards the game. And on the flip side for Qadsiah, I think just losing a bit of control is a worry, but a map win is a map win.
100%, and again, one of the sort of important talking points was Action. He's kind of stepped up on that map, and we did highlight him at the start of the day and said if Action is playing well, Qadsiah can really compete in this series, and that's exactly what happened. You had to just look at a few of the rounds, you know, the entries that he was hitting on that BL side, in a lot of instances, is what get Qadsiah through a lot of those rounds, you know, and again, the fact that he's now online really makes this quite a scintillating discussion piece going into the next map of Subbase. It's a completely different ball game to what we saw on map 1. Qadsiah have arrived. We've obviously got a real battle of the Titans here between EP and Qadsiah. Number 1 and number 2 from CFS 2024. So big names, they know how to get it done on a stage like this. They know how to go all the way. And it's just a question of whether or not, you know, one of them's going to fall off a little bit, or if, you know, Qadsiah are going to regress to the mean, which was a little bit more what we saw on Port. If Action slows down, if MG slows down, I think EP with their consistency will be able to get through this series okay. But if they can continue to hold on to this level, then yeah, definitely we're going to be going the distance. It's going to be a tight one. But man, that is still way too close for comfort. A 13-12, and with how close that C4 was to blowing up in the final round, that's a very, very close round to being a 13-12 in the favor of Evolution Power. And at that point, if that had happened, we'd be in a completely different position right now, 2-0 for EP. But that's not the case. 1-1 for Qadsiah as they're able to secure map number 2.
2008年，那时候的我还是一个迷茫又叛逆的孩子，直到我遇见了《穿越火线》，是这款游戏把我从混乱中拉了回来。第一次参加 WCG 预选赛，那是改变我人生的重要时刻。我还拿下了金枪王的称号，但我没有选择强队，而是坚持陪在我身边的队友。这个选择也成为我一生的缘分。许多年过去了，我依然没有离开这片赛场。为了生活，我白天在超市工作，晚上则叫年轻选手们追逐他们的梦想。如今，我带出来的孩子已经站上了职业舞台。 在踢馆赛中以教练的身份登场时，那一刻属于我17年的努力都亮了起来。虽然我们最终遗憾落败，但那天我轻拍他们的肩膀，安慰他们，没关系，我们的路还会继续。我是火线人，未来的17年，我也会继续走下去。
谢谢你，穿越火线。
今后，我的旅程也会继续向前。
Welcome back. We're getting things underway. Map number 3 about to be on the docket with as close of a map number 2 as humanly possible. I mean, that defuse came down to the wire. If Mina stays alive, you know, with the benefit of hindsight, he stays alive for half a second there, you actually might have won it. Stay behind that pillar, who knows what could have happened, but honestly, at this point, Jordan, who cares? We're going towards map number 3. It's sub-base up next, and I really don't know, honestly, what to expect heading in towards this one, because we've seen now the worst of our Qadsiah, not the best, but better, and also maybe a little bit the worst of EP, right? You know, they're so clean map number 1, a lot more errors in towards map number 2, which is just not what we expected off the back of such a dominant opening map, that we really don't know the direction of how this series is going to lean.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit confused, I think, in some instances about how Evolution Power played that map, particularly on their GR side. I don't know if it was maybe a case of, hey, we know that we've played this map a lot. They know how we play this map. Let's change it up. Let's do something a little bit unorthodox, see if that works. Obviously, in this case, it kind of hasn't worked out there. So a lot of, I suppose, potential reasons why Evolution Power could have played the way that they did. In the end, it doesn't work. It is what it is. We have to move on to the next map. Subbase. And that is a choice from Qadsiah. They didn't opt to take it as their first pick in this series. Port kind of blows up in their face, but this is still home ground territory, really, for Qadsiah. They are going to be very comfortable going into this map. You can see how many times they played it in the Brazilian regional league, which was 19 matches. I mean, 23 for Evolution Power in CFPL. They're no strangers to this one either. So it's a map that both teams, I think, will be feeling pretty comfortable going into. But now that Qadsiah have actually stamped their mark on this series, they surely have to be feeling a little bit better going into this than what they were coming out of Port.
And we said it as well, right? We spoke about it heading in towards map number 2, saying that yes, Qadsiah have made life hard for themselves, that opening map, but if they want to win a series like this, they were always going to have to scalp a map away from Evolution Power. They were always going to have to make life difficult for them in some way, and they've done it here. They've taken that map, the one that really, again, felt like it was, at least on paper, more of a guarantee over towards EP, and now it opens the series back up. This manning a screen, of course, first has been absolutely fantastic. XQQ alongside them, those two snipers have been so unbelievably solid, so we're asking for more from them once again. Here into Subbase. Let's get it underway.
How far can this series really go? We're going to find out which team will walk away with the series point available to them after the map. It's Feifei getting aggressive to start things off with a 3K spray down. That is a fantastic way to kick off the third map for Qadsiah, although the exchange ends up being pretty even in the end. 2-2 remaining with 2 minutes on the clock, so there's going to be a pretty slow round building now, I'd say.
Yeah, the opening engagement, I really don't know for EP sort of how active they want to get. You can see they really slow things down. They're just waiting to see what the reaction looks like for Alcad. But there probably shouldn't really be one, in all fairness, that I can't really see them doing anything too crazy here. So, waiting game as VNC and MG look to try and salvage something out of this. Attention feels like it's primarily drawn over towards that A site, and that is the case because VNC sort of fallen off gel a little bit, and it's given the likes of XQQ and First, the two superstars as well, to EP, is giving them that chance of pushing their way forward. They're going to go hunting for a bit of information too. They're going to continue pushing through. C4 down, and momentarily, and there you go, planted by XQQ. Mark out on the retake. They put all their resources towards A, and now they've got a pretty difficult retake because of the smoke.
XQQ definitely got spotted there. I think he's obviously seen MG as well. First, missing a shot is going to allow VNC out into jail, but I really love this transition from XQQ. Behind the smoke, he walks right into MG. Maybe overcooked it a little bit, didn't need to get quite that aggressive. And that leaves First in a real spot of bother because the swing is going to come through. Quick shot in. Time ticking now, and MG under immense pressure taps the defuse, but First will wait patiently for that round. That's a good clutch from EP.
That's well played. Really, really well played from him. Comes right down to the wire a little bit there, but makes a good effort of it in that 1 versus 2. Probably shouldn't have been required to go into the 1 versus 2, but a win is a win, and that's ultimately all that matters. So, EP, get a first. Pressure on towards Alcad. Now, of course, a question to be asked a little bit of Alcad in terms of the response. It was a bloodbath to start, but I think, you know, you're looking at Feifei, who got so many kills at the gates. It's got to be a little annoying in a way. For the way that round started, it's decent map control. It's good trades, positive trades in a sense for Alcad. To let that one slip like that, got to be a bit frustrating.
Certainly. Not the end of the world. Still early days in this map, and Evolution Power also not too sure about the Qadsiah setup, so they want to have a little bit of a slow round out here and see if they can figure out what that's looking like. It's a bit more like what we'd been seeing in the opening couple of maps, a little bit of a slower approach. There was that flurry of aggression from Qadsiah at the start of the last map, but I would say by and large, the rounds have typically gone the distance.
Yeah. Well, for now, not really loads on display. Initially looks like they're setting up for an A dive here, though. On the corner, trying to keep a bit of mid-pressure on, but they're going to dive down the stairs here. Silver for the first, catches XQQ. We've spoken about him in the TRG many a time. It's a conversation that continues to come forward as Zay finds one of his own. VNC that A anchor put to rest. C4 planted as well. And now they can just keep dumping util to deny Qadsiah getting out here. A smoke down, a flashing towards windows. Zay needs to keep attention drawn towards stairs, but he takes his eyes off it, and that'll cost him his life. Silver, another one for him. As the numbers now go back in favor of Alcad, but only briefly, down into a 3 versus 3 as first up close, shotgun sniping, causing problems. They're trading back and forth, but now they're playing for the plant. A missed shot by the sniper. Mino might be called upon here, but first hits his, and he looks for one more. MG will clip him, but there's just not enough time. Has to try and defuse, and Mino wins it out again.
Yeah.
Another round where Alcad get close, but close not good enough.
It's just so nice that that's an open plant for Evolution Power, isn't it? If it's up close and personal by the missile, they don't have to cross that like extra step on the site, and there's then enough time to kind of play the defuse for Qadsiah. But because they have to come across, because they have to be so exposed, Evolution Power end up with a pretty comfortable victory there. So 2-0 the lead. Exactly where you want to find yourself on map number 3. And again, I sort of reiterate, imagine what this situation would feel like if Evolution Power had won the previous map. If they had picked up that 13-12, we'd be in map number 3 right here. Evolution Power with series point available, they'd be up 2-0, and there would be so much pressure on the shoulders of Qadsiah, but they at least have the breathing room of an extra map in the back pocket for now.
They're out.
The way things are going, though, it might not last very long. This is looking like a great map for EP so far. The retake comes early for Qadsiah. Might have gone wrong. First nose, Silver is stuck. He misses his shot. The 2v2 ensues, and Silver trying to take some space, but he's a bit tentative because he knows that swing can come through. And he just backs off instead, waiting for the flank from MG, who was watched for. Mino's experience shining through. C4 drops. Now it's Mino v Silver.
Oh, and the IGL wins it out. Great work from the captain again. And a timeout going to be called here. This one feels like it makes a little bit more sense, to be honest. Called by Alcad. We questioned some of the earlier timeouts, but this one does make sense. They're so close, but it's not good enough to be close. They've got to try and get these sort of 1v1 or 1vx rounds over the board. That's how you scalp a side like EP. They need something statistically against them a little bit, or else they're always going to continue falling further and further behind. So I actually do rate this. That's the timeout coming through. EP 3-0 start. I mean, every round has gone down to the wire, but if EP keep winning them, it is going to put such a mental strain on this Qadsiah side, because you start to believe, can we actually close any of these out?
Yeah. Yeah, Mino's doing it all at the moment. Very, very impactful. Not what you typically expect from an in-game leader. But Mino's an interesting story when it comes to CFS. You know, he's been around longer than most, and he had to wait a very long time for his first title, which was last year. Wouldn't it be a story if he could go from basically not having any for 10 years to 2 in as many years?
Yeah, it's true.
It's a real possibility, you know, like Evolution Power have to go through Qadsiah, which is a team that they beat last year. They'd have to obviously go through AG, which is a team that they also beat last year. The only question mark might be that game against Stallions, which they only barely lost in the upper bracket final.
It's true, down to the wire.
Semi-final, I should say.
Yeah. And you kind of always feel as well in matchups like that one, especially with now the kind of situation we're in of being in the arena and whatnot, that you'd actually favor the initial losers in the rematch, right? You know, they got a little bit more to prove, and also, again, kind of one of those things where it's like, we've spoken about EP and their experience of arenas and, I guess Stallions' inexperience with them, right? Especially not on that kind of scale. Reigning champs would love to go back-to-back. Silva. Looked like he wants to take a shot there, but just uncocks the sniper as he falls back. Top shot by MG, close but no cigar. Trying to find something in the early round here. I think, you know, a much slower approach by EP, just hoping that there's an overextension. But again, it's just so unlikely for Alcad to give it up.
It's be a mid to B. Out the left side, though, C4 trending A. What is EP up to here? This is a fake more than anything at the moment. Trying to pull some aggression into mid. But looks like it's just going to be 5 players trying to bull rush their way into the A side. Evolution Power are going to do it by firepower. The battering ram breaking down the door to the A site. Silva is desperate to try to bolster that defense, but it is not going to happen. Zay and Minnow, the rifle masterclass, gets EP into this A site, and again, it's the A site that is really just getting so hammered over and over. Yeah.
But again, you know, it's kind of credit to me. You know, it's such a kind of a basic call in the sense, but we saw them do this so much in that first map. It was just this mindset of it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, and just keep diving in towards these fights and just continue piling the pressure on. And that is where we're at the moment. A 4-0 start for Evolution Power. We've only the one casualty here too. I mean, a tougher predicament. A Feifei pause to be taken while MG just stays alive, just saving the KD more than anything. There is lots to like from EP. And we, you know, continue asking this question and continue saying, how would this feel right now if they had been able to close out that previous map? As it was down to the wire, as we spoke about, you know, if Mino been able to stay alive behind that pillar for half a second longer, it could have gone in their favor. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. 4-0. It's a lot more like it. Feifei trying to fly into a fight like he did in the first round. This time he gets his head ripped off his shoulder. Action for one. He falls back, but MG will nail one of his own. So the numbers are taken here by Qadsiah with a really nice aggressive move. And speaking of aggressive move, look who's in the backline. VNC, how has he got away with that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a whiff for Mino by the looks of it. Zay's still here, though, to clear up MG. And VNC's been spotted around the back. First wasn't ready for Silva, but he still hits the shot. They know that they have VNC stuck in the BL spawn, so we're just waiting now for Zay to kind of get back in position to try and start clearing things out. First, we'll leave that job ideally to Zay, who is healthy. You can see that he's hunting for him. And this has got to be a position that Zay's going to check. He looks for him and he finds him. That's really nice from EP to pull it back to the 2v1. And we could be seeing a similar story to what we got on the first map at Port, a 5-0 on offer here for EP.
Action. Oh, I was going to say, could get one for free here. First will go down, as does the C4, scooped up by Zay. Oh my God, Action, great work. 2 quick kills. Finally, Qadsiah get around on the board. It's a 1v2 converted by their star man. But in situations like this, I always ask one question. Is that a replicable round win? And the answer is indefinitely no. You cannot keep banking on Action, pulling off 1v2s to save face and to salvage rounds. You've got to find better ways to win if you're Qadsiah, and they know that better than anybody.
Yeah, just a bump in the road, really, for EP, it feels like, in the half thus far. They're very much setting themselves up for a Locker's take here. It's going to be re-smoked. I don't think that's going to keep EP at bay for long. Action knows that he's only going to be good for one there and just backs off wisely, not sticking around for the fight. He takes a third fight and eventually will be overrun by Zay, but he does well to grab 2. Again, fast play from EP, fast plant as well. And they're going to continue with that aggression. Zay and First happy to take the contest onto VNC and Feifei. Sooner or later, First is going to have to turn around to check what Silva is up to. He spotted him and he's ready.
Yeah.
Oh, EP are just not scared of these fights at all.
No, they're so happy to fight fire with fire. They're so happy to take the engagement to Qadsiah. It's such a confident showing. And again, a real kind of credit to them to bounce back off the back of such kind of like a heartbreaking loss in that map number 2. It's kind of easy to, in a way, fall into a bit of a headspace with that, but they just don't. This is relentless pressure being put on towards Alcad. Already guaranteed lead at the turn of the half before the final 4 rounds have even been played. I mean, a delectable showing coming through from this side. And there's been a few instances, and this is probably the more annoying thing for our Qadsiah, is that they're not even starting badly in towards the rounds. They're actually starting okay. They're not doing too bad when it comes towards opening kills. They're just not converting the rounds. And it's a stat we've spoken about all tournament long. First kills into round win percentage, and it's actually not looking very good for our Qadsiah in this series, but in this map specifically.
And EP has been one of the better teams in that regard as well. So that's where that kind of consistency conversation comes from. I think what I really appreciate about EP is when you look at the way that they play, they're one of those teams that doesn't really surprise you, right? If you freeze frame around, you get an idea of, okay, where are they going to go? How are they going to play the round? Should they win the round? That works out a lot of the time for them. Silva, a double. Mino, though, shuts him down and finds himself a double on the entry as well. Numbers disadvantage for EP, but they have got the site. And with Mino and First alive at 7 and 3 apiece, I do feel like the 2 players that could make this one happen with the numbers deficit. Mino's taking some aggressive angles here on the stairs, just trying to jiggle peek and see if he can catch a timing, but he's going to have 3 players busting down in his direction. Needs some clean first shots, or just needs to back off and play the angle with First. There's going to be a flash over the top. Mino looks to swing off the back of it, but Qadsiah are safe for now. The problem is the time, and if First hits his shot and Mino hits his, then it could be round over, but First missed. And that will save the day for Qadsiah, because Mino got his one, and unfortunately First did not. 5 and 2.
I understand wanting to be a little bit aggressive there, but I actually think once you get past the halfway point and you actually know they're all coming from stairs because Mino spotted them, you actually just want to fall away there.
Why does Mino not tuck
Mino just go up the ramp, exactly. Yeah. He goes in towards Cubby and First play back missile, right? And just invite the pressure on, because they're not going to be able to tap and defuse if you're consistently just being a nuisance and staying alive.
I agree, it's a great point.
Small things, you just got to play time. We don't see, I feel like we don't see it happen enough.
EP could have played that a little bit more reserved, maybe an extra 5%. Makes the difference, but again, same setup, same strategy. EP just going to try and bust their way into the locker room, and again, it'll be action to defend that, though in a far more forward position. He re-smokes it, and this time choosing to back off. They know they've got XQQ out on the lurk to catch action. They are really reading Qadsiah like a book right now. Feifei swings into jail for the fight, and so does MG, and both get deleted.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not what you want at all. Silva potentially gets one on the flank here, but even jumping up, he spots the barrel as A, so he knows he's there, and he will get the kill on towards him with a bit of damage on towards XQQ, but I mean, it should be all for nothing here. 2 versus 4, and this retake just feels like it has no backbone in it. A smoke down, YH behind it, and I mean, VNC's got a solo swing in towards lockers. He flashes himself more than anything, so he should be dead to rights momentarily. Ring around the roses. Mino sees him off, and the last man of Silva got absolutely nothing to offer here. He's going to save the KD. And that'll be yet another round for EP. 6 rounds heading in towards the final of the half. I mean, already 6 rounds in this first half is fantastic. If they get to 7, this map feels like it's all but done.
Yeah, I think the 7 will be a real big difference maker actually for EP. You know, 6-3 on sub base. It doesn't feel too bad to me actually. But 7-2, you've kind of taken one step too far. So important final round here, but again, it does feel like EP have got a really good read on things. This time, Qadsiah will throw a change up in, and it's going to be an aggressive round toward control room, which almost seems like EP were ready for. They have set themselves up for the recontest, and they just decimate Qadsiah. That is a brilliant call from Mino to wait patiently this time. They really cause a bit of a concern there for Qadsiah. Just play fast, multiple rounds in a row, and then slow it down in the final round, and Qadsiah get bamboozled. It's a great conditioning play from EP.
They slow things down right off the back of it just to see what the reaction's like for Qadsiah, but it doesn't really matter. I think from this point, you can more than happily just group up and just play trades. I mean, there's just no way in a 2 versus 5 they can multi-kill their way through this. Even if it was to be 2 apiece and traded, it still would not be enough. That's how easy this round is. So I think for EP, I would even say playing overly cautious here. just all 5 pick up that C4 moving towards the side. There's just no chance they can do anything. They're isolated too. An easy swing on towards Silver. There he is. They group up, as we said, 3 of them together swinging on towards that, on that angle. There's just nothing Silver could have been done. And MG, he was bunkering down the wrong side, so a 1v5 retake for him. Impossible to say the least. ZLB is probably his first engagement with YH around that corner, but getting past those 2 already feels next to impossible. You would say, in some situations, save the KD here, but final round. But again, you can also just save the KD, I guess.
You know, it gives you the time, I guess, to talk about what's to come in the next.
Yeah, timeout without calling a timeout.
It's going to have to be a really big half here for Qadsiah, so I dare say they'll try to take advantage of every opportunity they can get to have a chat about it.
C4 about to go off. MG, he'll stay alive. 7-2. This has got the vibes of map number 1 rather than map number 2, that's for sure. A really, really nice showing. 5 first kills, yeah.
And they get 2 rounds. That's not a good conversion rate at all.
Nope. Not at all. Highlighted a little bit earlier, it's just been a real issue for Qadsiah, especially at the start of that half as well. It was happening a lot.
Also, it was all bar 1 round there was a bomb plan as well. For
yeah, true.
That just shows that they're getting a lot of space throughout that half. Start things off a little bit slower here with Qadsiah. Obviously on the BL side, they tend not to be the quickest of teams. They look to take a little bit of that wood control, but it does take a bit of damage on the behalf of Fei to take. And for their own right, EP is still up to a few shenanigans, boosting Mino into the vent.
Worth mentioning as well, when we saw the best work in that previous map, it came from Qadsiah, who were taking fights in the first 30 seconds. You know, we spoke about it quite a lot, right? When they were like really quite aggressive out the gates because they put pressure on towards EP. You don't give them that luxury of, well, I guess just setting up and being kind of deeply ingrained in towards the site. Qadsiah looked quite poor in the first map because they were never doing that. And I worry that because of that, you know, poor first half, that they might mentally fall back into that a little bit where it's like, right, you know, we don't want to make any mistakes, therefore we're going to play super, super kind of passive in a sense or nervy in a sense, and that's kind of feeling where we're at the moment there. He's spending a lot of util to try and get in towards lockers.
Zay seems pretty aware of it. He's backed off first on a really tight line.
Good luck with this shot.
Ooh, and gonna have to probably hit this shot. VNC hunting for him. A lot of this round resting on the shoulders of what First does, particularly with YH down, and the fact that he has fallen puts this one well and truly in the favor of Qadsiah. Mino gets one on the fadeaway. He keeps it a conversation, but with XQQ kind of trapped on the A side at the moment, it's really Mino isolated. And he's just winning everything right now. This is unreasonable. C4's now been dropped. Silver has to cross. He loses a bit of HP. And he doesn't pick up the C4. Hello?
Oh my god, Nathan, towards the side. He just looked the wrong way. So puts it all on towards XQQ in the clutch. MG really hold for this. That is the question. XQQ's going to get out as well. MG having a look. Pistol up close. This could be a shotgun snipe, but a missed shot. Pistol on the turnaround. Down goes XQQ. That is close. Mino, it's a decent effort from him.
Yeah, too close for comfort there for Qadsiah. You know, nearly letting Mino take that round back away from them.
It's not reassuring if that's the way you're winning rounds, especially the way you're starting out this half.
Very, very tentative. 7-3 though. Better than 8-2. So they'll take it. A double sniper setup again here for EP.
Two highest rated players, of course, in this series so far for EP. First and XQQ have actually sort of been going toe-to-toe all the way throughout. A little slower from XQQ in this one, but we'll see if he can pick it up. He's already had a good map. We've just seen a good round from Mino, and he's been pretty difficult to deal with as well. If those two snipers come online, as they have every single map so far, troublesome times lay ahead for Qadsiah. Could be our advantage. EP. Also, it will be so crazy if it's like every map that Qadsiah have picked so far, EP win, and then the one map that EP have picked, Qadsiah win. the trading in the veto process. Over-preparing for their opponent's map picks while under-preparing for their own. The veto felt like it kind of wrote itself anyway.
It does.
It was just really what was that first map between the sub-base and the port.
Seems like Qadsiah have kind of pulled a bit of a defense towards the B site. Now they're going to move their way over to A. It's looking okay. Flash is going over the top. XQQ, he hits the shot, but it's not a killing blow, and that's awkward for him. Just decides to take matters into his own hands and give himself that one kill. I think somewhat incentivized to do that by the fact that YH got one as well, but still ends up being a 3-on-3. A lot of damage done, though, to these Qadsiah now defenders. First is also pretty tagged up. Action in and off angle. We'll see if he does get cleared out. Spotted by Zay in the end and gives up his life, which will make the job a bit easier for EP to try and creep their way down. 1v2 now. MG tasked with the clutch. Zay is going ahead of first, and just in time, the trade comes through. So EP are going to get their 8th as he does eventually lock in on that C4.
He really had to hit a hard shot there, though, first.
He did, yeah.
He really couldn't afford to miss either because of how low he was the other thing. If he missed at it, could have been wraps. Timeout called by Evolution Power. Maybe even feels unnecessary, to be honest, but I think they're trying to shore things up a little bit. See these first 2 rounds down to the wire, one going their way, one not, and they want to make sure that they can reassure things a little better. Mino getting pretty vocal. Not too much being said by Feifei as the coach for Qadsiah, doing most of the talking. But pretty close to taking an advantage in this series. Qadsiah still been very underwhelming on the 2 maps in which we actually favored the most on in this series, which is damning to see. And Car up next too as well, and it's a map I worry. EP is, again, a map in which they've just played so much domestically. It's such a favored map within kind of the Chinese region, generally because of how good they've been in the past. Now, we've seen this tournament, AG, who at one point were one of the better teams on in the world, have actually looked very, very underwhelming. But for EP, they're going to have good reps on it. So you then get that worry for Qadsiah as time ran out. We'll have to see. This time are coming to a conclusion.
Yeah, for EP, Coach Nice always has a lot to say. Seems like a bit of a brains trust between Mino and Nice. 2 very experienced members of the Chinese CROSSFIRE scene. 8-3. Looks like a great spot to be in for Evolution Power. They're almost at the point of starting to think about that Ankara, but just need to get this one over the line first. Lock it in nice and clean. Again, a long lower bracket run, and I'd love to have a bit of extra time to prep. You know, the extra, let's say, hour or 2 tonight that they could net themselves by having a clean finish to this series could make monumental difference tomorrow.
Absolutely. YH up close. This is generally a bit of a one-and-done angle, though. You quite exposed, but he actually is able to fall back. Can he get a second? He can. YH, that is massive. And he might even look in for a little bit more as well. Is this greedy? Whoa. No, it's not. It is just sumptuous. Never mind. MG on the trade finally, but too little too late. What a round from YH. 3 kills to his name, shutting downstairs. And it all but wrote the story in that one. This is map point now for Evolution Power.
Yeah, that's just the type of off angle that you're not expecting.
Behind the smoke too. It's so ballsy.
Yeah, I mean, if they just pop flash their way out there, you're kind of cool.
Oh, he's dead for sure.
Is Qadsiah really that kind of team?
Yeah, that's
Not
it.
Really.
He kind of uses their own tendencies against them, so fair play. Now or never for Qadsiah.
Kind of looking like a bit of a foregone conclusion, though, isn't it? Map number 3.
They look checked out, very similar to map 1, just mentally just not really there, not really present in towards sub-base.
You know, even though this match is going to go a deeper map than the previous series, this actually, to me, feels a little bit more of a comfortable series for EP.
It does.
Like, the maps, apart from map 2, have been much, much cleaner. So
yeah, the wins are effortless in a way, right? You know, if it ends here, right, it's a 10-1, 10-4 as the 2 maps you've won. It's like
10-3.
Oh yeah, 10-3 even. Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those where it's like it's 4 rounds across 2 maps. It's really kind of a damning showing from Qadsiah. So ineffective on their own map picks, which is even more surprising.
It's a bit of an indictment of the preparation, I suppose, for Qadsiah, or how they deal with the pressure. The series is not over yet, though, so I guess let's not count our chickens before they hatch, but at least this map is looking like it should go the way of EP, and then we are onto an Ankara, which could send EP into the lower bracket final against Stallions. Damage already done to VNC and Feifei, and that is going to be converted by Mino, who looks for the third on that spray down. Has to go back over to the pistol, but he's going to get the job done, and it looks like EP will be doing much the same thing. By the way, where's MG? Absolutely nowhere.
The question we ask a lot.
And that is surely going to be the map for EP. 10-3. Second map secured. It is 2-1 favoring Evolution Power.
Well, a much cleaner showing from Evolution Power. I mean, again, like we were talking about, in the winter EP, they really don't break a sweat. 10-1 first map, 10-3 here as well, and kind of everybody having a piece of the pie. Despite not being the top of the scoreboard, credit has to be given towards Mino. I thought not only playing excellently, but I think he just called an excellent game. He read our Qadsiah like a book. Action MG and Silver all getting towards double digits, but Feifei and VNC are non-existent, as were basically the entirety of our Qadsiah. They just offered up nothing there.
That's a very Feifei kind of map. I've seen a lot of performances like that on sub base from him, and it's a little bit more what I kind of expected from him. Like I've highlighted, he'd been a lot better throughout this tournament than I'd kind of remembered.
Yes.
But that exactly there is what I thought we would get from him. And I was going to say it would be criminal if Mino does not get the MVP here. He was slightly done on the kills, but the impact was just insane from Mino. 2.33 KD. The ADR especially, by the way, 122 is a monstrous number. So overall, certainly the MVP as far as I'm concerned. I'm glad he's picked it up here. Really excellent map from him. And again, like you said, you highlighted, he called rings around that map as well. So across the board, a really solid performance from him, and puts Evolution Power in a really good spot.
I'll say one of the most impressive things about Mino in that map is that actually when you see him in a lot of these situations, he's actually alone. He calls as a lurker, which is actually something that Feifei does at times as well, but it's really impressive in the way he sets himself up. I think for Mino, a lot of times, he realizes that it's more beneficial him being alone so he can gather information and then let the core do their work. Let the two snipers kind of cook, let the two riflers have a bit of impact. But in a lot of these instances when he's meant to be alone and lurking, you kind of meant to get one kill. He multi-killed a lot of times. So real credit to him coming through. I just think, unfortunately, the flip side for our Qadsiah, things started poorly and then they could just never recover and they just check out. We saw it happen in map number 1.
Yeah, most definitely. And that's got to be the, I guess, concern going into this last map or potential last map. I mean, I guess I've already kind of given my thoughts on where this one is going to be heading, because I mean, we sort of talked about it towards the back end of that map there. Ankara has always been a map that we've really associated with Chinese teams having a great time on. You've got that double sniper setup working pretty nicely for EP. Their riflers are on for the most part as well. Mino's had a great map. Zay had a great map earlier on as well. I think in general, we're expecting it, but we'll see when we come back from the break if they can close it out.
小时候，我总是和朋友们一起玩 CF， 我太喜欢 CF 了，所有比赛都不会错过。看到那些热情的解说，我也渐渐的 被解说这个梦想所吸引了。就这样 ，CF 自然而然地融进了我的生活。长大后，我的目标始终只有一个，成为一名 CF 官方解说。所以，我每天都会分析比赛。每当 CFS 举办，我都会去现场向我敬佩的解说老师们学习，也会一起拍照留念。直到有一天，我能站在那个舞台，用我的声音去讲述比赛。在那之前，我的梦想绝不会停止。
Well, once again, we find ourselves with an Evolution Power advantage, and for the first time, we find ourselves with a team on the brink of taking the series. It's not a position that Qadsiah will enjoy because they have faced this exact situation many a time against Evolution Power. Now, not necessarily with the scoreline being 2-1, because a lot of the time actually Qadsiah lose 3-0. But
very true.
They still may lose this series and they still may get knocked out of CFS 2025 as a result. There's a grand final rematch. Will we go the distance as we did in the grand final last year, or are we finding ourselves with a 3-1 now?
No.
What's your take?
I predicted 3-1 out the gates. My prediction on the graphic did say 3-1, and that's where I'm standing. I think this is done here. I think Ankara has been a really, really good map domestically for the Chinese region, and granted, while coming in towards the tournament, teams in the past who've been very good, like an AG, have looked actually very, very feeble on it. I don't think that'll be the same for EP. I think EP have now kind of figured things out. What works for them on the BL side? What is starting to click on that GR side? And I think they are starting to realize that Qadsiah, as they have been actually for the majority of this tournament, actually have been quite uninspiring here in Chengdu. It's not been the Qadsiah of last year. It's not been the Qadsiah who've been able to make deep runs in tournaments. And I don't know if things are going to change here, Jordan. If I'm being completely honest, this is a side that it feels very flat for the most part, and I worry that things will not change on towards Ankara, which is generally a map which can lean into being quite puggy if you want it to be. And EP on that BL side have loved being puggy. They've loved taking fights. They've loved making this work for them. As I was mentioning, within the Chinese region, this is such a common map. 22 times played in CFPL for Evolution Power. It's not that it's not played at all in CFBL, but only 15 times over there towards the likes of Qadsiah. So we'll see how things pan out at this tournament so far. Qadsiah have one more rep on it, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, look, I've got some good news and some bad news when it comes to this map for Qadsiah. They've played it, like you said, a few times. They were able to beat Twisted Minds on it. They were able to beat EVOS on it. But both of those map wins were very, very close. 13-11 against EVOS, 10-8, I should say, against Twisted Minds. And so that's, you know, positive in the sense that it's wins, but it's not great, especially considering we don't have a greatly high opinion of Twisted Minds. They lost it to Qadsiah lost it to Evolution Power earlier on in the bracket, 10-5 against Evolution Power. So that's not a great sign. I mean, if you go back historically, they have actually got a win on it. It was last year back in the grand final, but again, 10-8. So, you know, not a hugely decisive win, and certainly hasn't been a hugely decisive map in general for Qadsiah throughout this qualifier thus far. And we'll see whether or not they can change that here as we head into Ankara. I do love that music at the start of the map. It really gets you hyped up heading into it.
The graphic is sick as well.
Yeah, the fade, the transition. But Evolution Power are locked in on that GR side, and already a bit of a back and forth to start the map off. Qadsiah looking like they're going to bring some of the aggression that they did on Black Widow early on in the piece.
Let's see. Well, a lot of signs point towards this map being and looking quite comfortable for EP. The first fight by First is successful, but an insta trade by VNC. But as he was cooking up that, Mino's cooking up a flank, which he doesn't commit to.
I like it. I like it.
Do you know what? Probably, yeah, the right move, considering that MG's holding it too.
Yep. Plan will go down though for Qadsiah, and this will be the first test for EP on the map. How good is their retake? Bit of damage back and forth. Both Feifei and Mino, the two in-game leaders, are tagged up. Evolution Power waiting for the perfect opportunity. XQQ will survive that shot, but not the second. Flash over the top. EP have got to go. Time sticking away for them, and it's not looking good at all. Solid round from Qadsiah to start map 4.
Yeah, that is actually sublime. Of course, off the initial 1-for-1 trade, that is a really, really solid post round. That's a lot more like it by the Brazilians, and it's kind of the round that was an absolute necessity to start off this map, right? You know, we've already spoken about how this series really hangs on the Ankara. Of course, they're on the brink of elimination from this tournament with losing this map, and they can't afford to do so. And that's the perfect way to brush off what was, you know, a poor map number 3, a poor port as well to open things up. Both their map picks. That's a lot better. Now, the big thing is coming down to, can we chain these together? Can we find some consistency to give ourselves a bit of a chance? Build up good foundations here on the BL side, and I'll start to believe. I do feel like throughout this series, despite when they've lost, they've not really offered up much. Their better side has been the BL side. From the one map which had a bit of competition behind it, That's what did a lot of the legwork. So I do need to see Qadsiah taking a lead here on Ankara, and also just it is Ankara, right? You know, you put up a good BL side and there's no competition, but XQQ and YH double stacking the vent. What a way to start.
Yeah, it's a great read. Normally you'll only have one player in that position, but in this case EP have two. And it works out, perfect timing for that double stack as Qadsiah walk right into it. Now they've got two players set up in GR spawn as well, and Action just caught floating around in mid trying to find himself an advantage somewhere. Will not quite work out in his favor. So we're down to a 2v5. It's a tough one to recover from. Mino, whoa, look, it took a little while. Wasn't maybe his finest work as what we saw on Subbase, but job gets done.
Yeah, as long as it gets over the line, that's ultimately all that matters. But you are right, a little labored there, but 1 versus 5 should be next to impossible for Silver to make anything out of this. First is holding on the angle, but Silver won't round that corner. 45 seconds, though. It's not a matter of kind of if he dies, it's when at this point. Mino will hit the deck, but he does have the C4 on his back. I just don't think you are given the luxury of a plant here. You've got 2 players who can hold this cross.
Silver's pretty locked in, though. Look at him.
Yeah, he is. He is for sure. First is dancing with the devil a little bit, giving him the chance on that cross. He looks for an engagement. I don't get it. Finds A. C4 looks like it actually will go down as well. They've actually showed him maybe arguably a little bit too much respect there, Evolution Power. But in the end, XQQ at range will seal the deal. And I guess in the grand scheme, Jordan, who cares that you planted?
Yep. Not too much to be said for Qadsiah in that round. So good response from EP. Doesn't take them very long to get back underway.
Here's the double tag once again towards Ben. It's real nice work. Again, opportunity maybe given over towards Silver, but for the most part, who really cares? All that matters, that round being put on the board. Early smoke front main. It's just the solo hold for now as YH will start to get a bit of support from Zay. Doubles back towards the site. Pretty standard setup though for EP. We saw this happen a lot in towards map number 1, in fact, of that port where they were playing very defaulty setups and well, they weren't really being forced into tough engagements by any means. And I think for EP, until things really require a change, they don't really have to go for one.
Yeah, I mean, again, EP happy to get up to a bit of fun business. This is a great setup from Mino in first. Just some calculated aggression. And XQQ also hits a shot in mid as Action tries to activate. He has tried a couple of times now to sort of activate in the mid round into mid. And both times he has been dropped by EP. So imagining that that's probably something that he's going to have to put in the back pocket going forward. Now 5v3. Perfect setup for EP to find themselves another round. Good crossfire on this A side as well. It's pretty important that YH survives. You ideally want YH to be the player that will take the second contact, not the first contact, because Zay doesn't have anywhere to go. No, YH has gone down. Yeah, Zay has to take this fight, and he will fall. XQQ down as well. That's a bit of a whiff from Evolution Power. Verse is going to get in there with a grenade, but MG will shut him down. Oh, dear. EP, they had a 5-on-3. They're going to let that round slip. MG will fall. It's on Mino to get this one done, and he did a lot of good work on the on the third map. See if he can maintain some of that form. Straight out onto Silver, but VNT's changed up his position. Nice trade, well done from Qadsiah, given a bit too much room there by EP.
It's not a bad effort, really, by Mino. 1v3 turn 1 versus 1, and with VNC's low HP in another world, that could have been netted, but not today. So yeah, Qadsiah, an apt response. Just unfortunate, you know, for that kind of crossfire of Zay and YH, just a little too easy to crack open. So, EP, what's the response? Already spoken about it for Qadsiah. His first half really feels like it is the make or break for them. It's the foundations we talk about, but it's just where they've done their best work. And the real worry comes down to if Qadsiah can build up something here, EP might not have enough in them to respond, or vice versa. If Qadsiah can't do enough in this first half, EP could pull away on the BL side, which has looked quite clean for them as well. Zay was going to smoke, but he's going to be flat. Doesn't matter. Going to get one, diving down for a second, and he'll nail it. He's still alive. Hasn't been traded yet, and he gets a third before he falls. Perfect from here, and it's all on the shoulders of one man as MG caught on the late entrance towards the site. Perfect, though, from Zay. 3 beautiful kills. Shouldn't have even really got away with a second. Never mind the third.
Yeah, that's not good enough from Qadsiah. Zay being allowed to live for that long is crazy. Not sure how he gets away with that. 2-2. The response is pretty swift thus far from EP, but even the fact that it has to be a response is somewhat of a testament to Qadsiah being competitive in this map. I mean, they've been the team out in front for the most part. Nice line here for first. MG going to challenge it and gets tagged. It's a decent enough start, and hey, happy enough for first to just continue to hold these kinds of lines. Pushed away slightly, but not too much map control over to Qadsiah early in this round.
You can see, just jiggling the shoulder on the corner. Initially hoping to bait out a shot if there was a TRG posted, but it's now control that they can take if they want to, but it looks like they won't. Fefe likes sitting in towards tunnels and hoping that re-aggression walks straight in towards him. As we kind of go under a minute and a half, they've kind of got to start making a bit of a decision themselves.
So triple stack toward the A site here for EP. So they are expecting aggression on that side of the map.
First is actually, he's basically got to get an opening kill and then fall back and buy time for rotations.
He's not watching the correct line.
Yeah, that's true. He's watching tunnels.
The peak comes from Hotel. He's dead.
And it might, in fact.
Just falling away from that line now. Oh, in transition. His timing okay for that peak, but got to get back into the site quickly. Flashing his way back to safety.
Just buy time.
Just going to tuck on the site here. The rotation is coming through. You're right. It's a case of just trying to buy a bit of time here for EP if they can maintain 2 players alive on this site. Oh, XQQ. It's a scary position for him, but holding it with a double sniper setup like that, that deep in the site is never going to go well. And so Qadsiah just storm their way in onto the B bomb site. YH is putting in a shift and trying, but yeah, I think again, you kind of have to look at the setup there of the 2 snipers and say, why are they giving that much space?
Yeah, exactly. I think you just have to be a little bit more proactive there. And again, I don't even like the whole thing about him being anchored because, you know, when he's solo in that spot, there's just too many angles to keep eyes trained on.
If you're going to play 3 on the A side, I think you need to play a bit more aggressive on B.
Yeah.
If you've got someone in mid that's a fast rotate, right, then you've had sort of a 3rd defender on the B side, then I think you can defend the actual side itself. But if you've only got the 2 players here, you can't allow that push to come that close without the contact happening. You know, it needs to happen prior to that point. Otherwise, yeah, those snipers just become relatively ineffective and the swarm gets the better of you from Qadsiah. So much prefer, I think, a bit more of a default spread here from EP with the 2-on-2 setup, actually.
Yeah, it feels also as well we're at the point where I just don't think you need to be gambling, if I'm being honest. This EP side are in a bit of a kind of a spot where you're not under that much pressure. Yes, of course, there's a lead by Qadsiah, but it's not like they're running away with this first half. You don't need to be going for slightly more gambly calls. Like we said, you know, the default has not exactly fallen flat when they've gone for it. So, waiting game again. We know Qadsiah like to play a little bit slower on the BL side, and seeing it here, Nade's being set up, but no one even playing close towards Bridge or Hotel, so nothing really to worry about with those HEs.
Bit more of a forward hold here from Mino. First is also spotting this line. Holding a wide angle, and action's going to go down pretty quickly, but Feifei just spams straight back through the box, and now again it's on the shoulders of first. Surely he can't repeat from this line. The flash comes through to enable it. XQQ back in behind the box, but he's a rifler. Well, he's not. He's actually got a sniper in hand in this round. And the nade will finish him off. Again, this B side just seems like it's such a problem for EP. YH is in behind MG watching the line. He just fell off. He just fell off the line as YH came around the corner. This timing is insane. MG should be dead, but YH misses his shots. And EP, yeah, I like the timeout. I think they have got to change up this B defense. It's getting a bit exploited now by Qadsiah.
It's just too easy for them to get in. Way too easy. They've got to find better ways to secure things up. And EP still need to build some level of foundation. You know, we already spoke about it in the BLs where Qadsiah feel like they do their best work, but you know, we really need to be seeing EP putting themselves in a spot where at the very least there's like something for them to fall back on. Give yourself a little bit of leeway, give yourself a little bit of leg room heading in towards that second half, because right now they aren't. It is a strange predicament we find ourselves in for an EP side who, you know, you dominate map number 1, and then it's a slow start towards map number 2, and it's a close game. Then you dominate map number 3, and then a slow start here in towards map number 4. It's this lack of consistency that we very rarely actually credit to EP. Very rarely we talk about them ever being, you know, inconsistent, because it's just not really what they're like. Even when they lose, generally speaking, when they lose, the losses are pretty competitive, but right now it doesn't feel it. It just feels way too simple for Qadsiah, which is a worrying sign. That 5th map might be required.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't be too surprised though if EP have got something else up their sleeve.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more of an aggression out on the A side of the map. You know, that's typically one of the rounds that a lot of teams like to go to, is sort of 4 players pushing out of A early in the round on the GR side to take that space. You do run the risk of, if it's a quick B hit, kind of just completely cooking yourself. But again, often Qadsiah are not playing super quick, so I think that's still something that'll be in the back pocket here for EP if they want to employ something different. Doesn't look like it's going to be anything too different here, though. Still the 2-1-2 setup.
Let's see. Back into the wards. That replay as well, you can just see again,
it's just not good.
Issues with this defense.
You can't have 2 players stuck in that position, right?
It's happened 3 times now as
Something's wrong with your hold on the site if you've got 2 players standing on top of each other.
Yeah.
Like 9 times out of 10, okay, there maybe are instances where it's like kind of like a bait and switch type setup, something like that, but the vast majority of the time, especially if you're trying to fill into a site, transition in, you know, 2 players holding the same position is just never comfortable.
And also when it's a sniper, I think, as well. Your sniper wants to be at range, not playing up close like that. Having to rely on quick flicks and finds is just not where you want to be. So, let's see. First, waiting for a pixel. He spots it, but just can't hit the shot. Flash in to try and find another fight. He's going to play even more open. This is, a little wild. We'll go back to the pixel peek, which I think is a smart call.
Yep. Still on the line. I mean, so that little jiggle peek from VNC hasn't achieved a whole lot. And a minute now starting to tick over. Means that Qadsiah will have to make their move sooner rather than later. This time the presence is going to be coming from mid, though. Unless they just default back into that connector push, which is kind of been what they've been going for. And here is first. He'll, again, land a shot, but it's not a killing blow. But this time can reinforce that hotel position. Sees nothing. Defaults back over to the same line. Misses the shot, though, onto VNC. And again, this B site really under pressure. Mino is in hotel. Now it's eyes on YH. If he can't get anything done here, it'll be problems. Doubles down, though. Feifei and Silva dropping. C4 in transition. Not sure where to go with 30 seconds left. And MG, the hero perhaps with that kill. They still got to get past Zay, and he's ducked in the corner nicely to drop the C4. Why is Action going alone? I don't know. But again, MG saves the day. XQQ waiting for him at the top of the stairs. And that is finally a round for Evolution Power. But I have to say, it's a bit of a tentative one still.
Yeah. It's still not super convincing. I think it's kind of the main thing from Evolution Power. But a round is a round. I think at the moment they'll take it just to break the slight streak that Qadsiah looked like they were about to build up.
Yep.
And just trying to get their individuals online too, which is the main thing. Especially those 2 snipers, first and XQQ. You want to get them really playing to the level as they have all series long. Made over. YH looks like he wants to play up close, but the Hages that are right at the edge comes a little early. They're actually not scaled up close, just outside of A main.
This looks like a bona fide A hit. Grenades into the corner that we've seen Zay playing. He's back up on the site this time around, and YH just spotting in the vent. Not going to be seeing too much just yet. This would be a great timing for Qadsiah to hit the site, but I don't think they're going to go for it. And XQQ is going to smoke off main, which will provide a little bit more of assistance to these A players. He actually comes in to hold the side as well. So it's a commitment. That kill, they're gonna commit, but an extra player on this side does not make a difference. Everybody from EP caught off guard there, and Prime and Qadsiah just kind of walk their way into A.
Yeah, what an execute. What an execute. So well done. 3 simple fights all taken at the same time. I mean, the first one really with kind of YH, it's a little unfortunate. He's just jiggle beacon in towards Vent on timing, but that works against them. Actually going to be tagged by the sniper, but it's just not going to make a difference, really. Mino, 1-for-1. First at range will get his, but who really cares? 1v4 turn, 1 versus 3 for him, and that C4 already ticked. He'll look for some frags, but I don't think it's going to make too big of a difference, and he should be caught on the flank as well. MG, always lurking, always somewhere. Sometimes it's not good. In this one, it'll seal the deal in the round. First will be caught. It's MG who closes it. And now Qadsiah will guarantee a lead heading in towards the second half with 5, with 1 round to play as well. Maybe a little worrying. I just wonder for this Evolution power side again, is this just a little too flat from them?
Definitely does feel pretty flat. I mean, you've got the double sniper setup, and I feel like it's actually been a bit more of a liability than anything else. I haven't really seen anything from First or XQQ that has made me feel like it's worth running. And now XQQ's obviously gone over to the rifle instead. I think that's a good change up, but the setup is still an awkward one with Action getting away with a 1-for-1. Again, though, if XQQ's got a sniper there, he probably doesn't trade that kill out. So maybe that's a good adaptation for me. I think it's a good choice. I do believe that XQQ on the rifle here is maybe going to be a bit more effective, considering it's just been a bit mid with the sniper, but has that choice come a little bit too late?
And to be fair,
my concern.
If he is wanting to wield the sniper, this is the time to do it. When you've taken damage and you know that maybe if you have a raw head-to-head with a rifle that you'd lose it just because of the HP bar already, now would be a time if you want to wield it in a secondary manner.
This is a great setup, though, for Qadsiah. I mean, you've got 2 isolated bomb sites, 2-2 splits, so in essence, it's a 4-on-2.
And you've got mid open. You can do whatever you want with mid.
This should be a round for Qadsiah. If you freeze frame right here, and you say, who wins this round, most people should be saying BL side.
They're going to group up now as well and join up with Silver, it seems. He's kept pressure on Hotel to see whether there was a reaction off the back of that initial bridge fight. And the fact that it wasn't is kind of nice to see. It's probably what's giving them confidence to start moving their way forward. Tunnels will be the play as first. Posted on the line. He needs to hit the shot. He struggled last time, but this time he does. Finds it, flash around the corner. It's attempted for a second. It's a tough fight as Fefe's there, and he'll find the trade. I feel like the re-aggression was unnecessary.
I think so too. I mean, he was kind of solo holding that site, so he felt like he needed to, but I don't even know if he needs to aggress onto the line so much as just hold the line, which had been successful. Now XQQ is in behind, nice and quick. They have not spotted him out. Silva should be a dead man. Spray is through. XQQ gets that one done nicely. All he has to do is hold on to this position now, and with 19 seconds, Plant will be forced by Feifei. YH, though, spots him out. They've got him locked in on the site. They're just trying to catch him in transition. Now it's onto MG solo versus 2. They don't know where he's coming from, but they'll find him in the end, and EP will secure a 4th, which, you know, on the GR side, it's not too bad. This is a very, very close map at the moment. Could still go either way.
Yeah, there was a brief instance where that felt like it could have been kind of dicey, but not to be. I guess the big takeaway from that is just 5 opening kills, but 4 rounds for EP, and of course flipped vice versa for Alcad. It's not doom and gloom just yet, but it's sort of a handshake, I think, as well. You know, both sides have looked a little bit better on the BL side, but Alcad to take the lead. But EP going in towards the side, which they felt like a little bit stronger on, especially in that closer map, in map number 2. Of course, that was back on Black Widow a while ago now in the grand scheme of things. So let's see how the BL side gets started here. More Evolution power. Slow out the gate. Smoke front main will keep them at bay for now. That's what the C4 is on the back of first. You know, wielding that double TRG, as is Qadsiah.
slows down. Patience a bit of a virtue there, but Mino looking to push the issue. Will walk right into the line that Silva is holding. Qadsiah hoping to start this half with a positive round. Sort of push that advantage back out to 2. Bit of recovering to do here for EP, and it might be on the shoulders of First. I don't know if he's going to have an easy time of clearing out action here on close angle. Wasn't expecting it. Zay eventually forced to make that trade happen, but that's still going to keep the numbers honest here for Evolution Power. YH, though, insane shot onto Silva. The B side opens up.
Yeah.
Can't be aware of the fast flank.
They're not holding for it just yet, though. That's the worry. Still not. MG's actually going to get in behind it. XQQ, he's sort of keeping an eye on it. Pop shot by MG. Did need to connect, and now he's an own quantity. Now they can kind of keep attention drawn away from him.
But how do you play this post plant? Because you don't want to get stuck on the site. They need to take some space somewhere.
Yeah.
It looks like they want to think about maybe connector. Feifei has grabbed Zay. In the meanwhile, yeah, they're just going to try and take this fight to VNC, try and push him off the line. That's going to give more room to the rest of the guys. XQQ, bit of a whiff from him. Gets VNC down to about half, but still alive, and that'll be a concern. XQQ, the only remaining player, and they know exactly where he is. He's going to try and come screaming into the site. Feifei down, that forces MG off the bomb, but it will not matter. EP, just a few too many missed shots there. The fact that VNC survives is criminal.
Yeah, it does come down to raw mechanics more than literally anything there. EP starting to seriously concern me. Bit of a predicament now. If this goes all 5, new compound opening things back up.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Here's a revenge, a dish best served cold for Qadsiah.
It would be so strange as well in terms of when you're looking at this veto that, you know, EP are winning all of Qadsiah's maps and then Qadsiah are winning all of EP's maps. Well, it's so uninspiring so far, EP, in a pretty similar manner to how Qadsiah were on the previous.
I mean, the scoreline is still 4-6, so there's legs in this map.
Yeah, for sure, but just so far from EP, it's not looked fantastic.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You know, some maps, EP just look like they can't make a mistake at all, and in the other ones, it's really close and competitive, and it kind of feels as though, you know, Qadsiah are, to an extent, kind of hanging into this series by the barest of margins, right? Again, it could have been a 3-0 if that 13-12 would have gone the way of EP, and even if Qadsiah win this map, it's been competitive so far. But Qadsiah would prefer to hold on any way they can. Here comes the push to the A side, and VNC has shut it down early on in the piece. Needs a little bit of assistance from the rest of the fellas up on the site, and that works out nicely. Feifei in action for 1 each is good enough. Puts First into an awkward spot. This should be 7 for Qadsiah. Ooh, and First, nice flick, but no more than that. Qadsiah charging towards a victory here on map number 4.
Yeah, really good lockdown as well there. Really, really nicely done. I just think, again, you know, it's just that ability that we're not really seeing from EP of on the defense, just multi-killing, right? Just getting 2 for rather than kind of going 1 for 1 in the trades, making such a big difference. Meaning that you can bolster things up in the defense. And it's not really a whole thing as well where for Qadsiah, you know, people are running away in the kills department. So of course, VNC 13-8, it's decent, don't get me wrong. It's not like anybody is like electric right now, 20 and something. You know, this has just been a pretty decent performance across the board. Everybody having their moments.
Yeah. And a bit flat from EP.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. That flip side, you know, we've seen already spoken about it. You know, First and XQQ, those two have been kind of lighting the server up, but Zay's actually had a lot of good moments. That previous map was all really Zay. Mino, of course, as well, looked really good towards sub base, and we're just not seeing those kind of introductions from people who are taking control here. Speaking of Zay, he gets 1. Mino caught, but XQQ can have one of his own as well. So numbers taken back by brute force of EP as they look to scale in towards A. And it looks like they will, but they've got to drop MG, and they do. This should be a plant, this should be a round, all on the shoulders of action.
That'll be a tough ask for him.
Nope.
And it will be impossible. Just as I was about to say, he's the kind of player that can do it. But that's what you say about everybody in the clutch.
Of course.
You
got to do.
You got to do.
Yeah.
But really, he is the player to do it. But
in all fair, yeah. But the one time it comes true, you're like, see, told you.
Yeah. I know all along.
Yeah. The Prophet. Well,
the Prophet did say this was going to be the last map, so we'll see if the Prophet knows anything.
2-round game. It's much better from EP. Need you know, a couple of those in a row, get another one here, especially with that level of kind of domination, you put pressure on. EP don't have a pause to work with. Qadsiah do, but I was just about to say, you know, Qadsiah do have a pause to work with, but they actually called it. So pause to be had off following this round. They love to go into that timeout with a 3-round buffer, but you know, maybe getting ahead of it a little bit. If EP do make this a 1-round game,
yep,
it'd be a good time to try and break a bit of the momentum.
It's just not a bad call for EP if they just kind of contact play their way to B from connector here. MG sort of watching it, but he's also got to be a bit aware of Hotel. He's just so exposed. But no push coming from Hotel. MG though, oh, caught in transition, awkward timing for him. Silver did pick one up on Dezay in the meanwhile, but EP really threatening this B site now, and Silver's position, it does feel oftentimes like a bit of a one and done.
Yeah. Ooh, on the reload, he potentially could have swung on towards YH, but he dropped down. Over. Yeah, they don't know about him. They might actually overlook that position and be focused elsewhere.
See how this plays out. Yeah, Silver might have been spotted out there by Mino. That fight going to go the way of first. Information was given, and that is important. Knowledge is power. BNC trying to be a thorn in the side, but he is not a problem at all for Mino, nor for the rest of EP. And well 6-7 is the scoreline, and that is a timeout from Qadsiah, which I wonder if they'll regret.
Yeah, first does incredibly well there, though. 3 massive kills playing up from the stairs. It's very, very often that, you know, you find that first, your known quantity, you then get traded, but he does well just to continue chaining them together. So again, now an interesting spot for Qadsiah. You lost a bit of control of this game. It's a 1-round game. Had a lot to talk about as well, because EP, for the first time really in this map, feel like they've actually, you know, got a bit of a threatening aura around them. They've just been like, you know, biding their time, picking by until these last couple of rounds, which really have shown a little bit more about them.
Okay, I don't know if you were watching just then, the hand movement from Nice. What would that hand movement tell you?
Let's go. Get fired up. Let's go. We're in a good spot here. You know, we're starting to find something. I mean, we saw, and we kind of spoke about this a little bit with, you know, the previous maps, right? When we saw how we saw a lot of the best work from EP on the BL side when they were getting into the engagements actually kind of early, and they were kind of setting themselves up for fights in the first 30 seconds. And I think potentially for Nice is one of those of like, right, continuous pressure. We have actually got them on the ropes a little bit, not only in the scope of the series, but now in the map. It's a 1-round game, all the pressure on their shoulders. If we tie this up here and now, if we make it a 7-all game, mentally, they're going to crumble.
That's kind of what I thought about Black Widow, though, and it didn't end up being the case. But I wouldn't be too surprised to see something a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit pacier out here from EP.
Yeah, agreed.
That seemed to be the conversation, but again, can't say for sure. Let's see what we get. Well, it does look like it. Util's going to get tossed straight away over towards A. We'll go back into a replay for a second here. Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice post plan for EP. Super solid hold. Nothing too fast from Evolution Power, but they're taking the space nicely.
I like the idea of an A hit here as well, because you've had 2 back-to-back pretty solid B hits. If you can then kind of chain together a 1 towards A, you then start to really toy with Feifei a little bit, because he's then like, right, where do I actually focus my resources? Where do I focus my attention? It looks like, you know, at the moment, because you've had 2 back-to-back decent B hits, attention is being focused towards B. The issue is, if they now just pop in towards an A hit and it goes quite well, then for the remainder of these rounds, Feifei has hard decisions to be made about how he wants to go. And naturally, there's a little bit of a leniency into kind of gambling of where do we actually kind of keep our resources. For now, we're about to pop in towards the A site. BNC paying down low. Feifei will probably be first contact unless BNC can get something, but he can't. Feifei does get that first, as expected. The second behind it, looks for a third, and he delivers. He's leading by example here, and he's bought time for the rotations because Action's here to join. Pistol pulled out. Feifei does it all 5 for the IGL as Qadsiah respond, and they do it emphatically.
Well, I tell you what, I guess that timeout has worked. That is a huge round from Feifei. He's just pulling these kinds of rounds off every now and then in this tournament, isn't he? I think his individual level, as I've mentioned quite a number of times, is largely improved from previous years.
Yeah.
The gap again back to 6, and this will be an aggressive start for Qadsiah. First words, waiting for it. That was kind of the setup that EP had in the last round as well. And this time Qadsiah have rung the dinner bell, but they are continuing to contest even despite losing the first 2 players, and they find a way to trade it back. That is crazy.
Well, they're going to just double pump this hit on towards the A site. They're looking towards Ven as Feifei. He was keeping eyes trained there, but he could be caught in timing. He could be caught in transition here. Oh my god, YH is starting to scale up quickly. Feifei has no clue. That's so unfortunate. It's such a bold move coming through from YH. Just a whole W on that engagement. But it works. C4 goes down. Smoke going to come down as well for that rotation. This is a really difficult retake.
Yeah, see, that's the reason why we always say when picks come together equally and it's a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-2, that's always going to favor the BL side because there's holes in the defense. There's positions that are not being watched. And that is an example of it. Now for the retake here, 2-on-3. A really tough ask, but Action in a position to step up. First, watching the line. Will miss the shot. YH is there to try and recover it, but Silva finding that angle, and now they're all falling. How is this possible?
No way!
The time, is it a factor? Oh,
they've got it,
I think they've got it. EP just let that one slip. That is really bad.
Poor. That's really poor. Numbers disadvantage retake. Credit where it's due. Now Qadsiah, each and every moment and round, they aren't going down without a fight, and they've now got themselves a map point. Map 5. Looks like it's going to be required here. EP have fallen flat on their map pick.
Yeah.
Really, really well done, though. I mean, this is back to the Feifei ace. Gets the first. He should really get traded immediately, but he just does so well. He dip and dives between the angles, the attention that gets drawn out as well. He pulls the pistol out. It's fantastic work from him. It really is. And well, Evolution Power, they've just not been able to respond. Since the pause, they've just crumbled further.
And this is not even a map-dependent thing, really. Yeah. You know, that's not EP playing it poorly from a strategic sense. That's just a complete misexecution of the firepower.
For sure.
Can't be missing those kinds of shots if you want to win a game like this. You know, this is, this year, probably one of the most important games that Evolution Power is going to play.
Yep, agreed.
And to fall flat in a moment like that one, all three of the players don't even get a single kill.
Yeah. And again, you know, you're in actually what is a crossfire. So how is that crossfire falling apart so easily? You're all playing up towards main, and it crumbles just way too effortlessly. Let's see. Flash over. Feifei looks for the first. Oh, he's going to get two, in fact, with the support of VNC down low. This is wraps. No chance, surely, for the remaining two as XQQ goes down to Action, who doubles back to drop it, and VNC will close 10-6. We're going all 5. Map number 5 will be required, but we'll decipher what we saw here in Ankara of map number 4. 10-6, Qadsiah. What a showing from them. I mean, again, there was kind of this moment where we got a little bit of back and forth to start off the map in that first half, but when it mattered most, this Brazilian side locked in. And, you know, there's a lot of people that we've got to give credit to. I think Feifei in particular, I think calling, but also that ace was pretty special. But if we're talking about consistency, VNC, from the jump, from the get-go, putting the pressure on towards Evolution Power. And it's such a surprise. You know, Jordan, this is, again, we've spoken about this buzzword we like throwing around, a consistency. And I know we can say it on a negative note for our Qadsiah in the series, but we also can for EP. Such a flat showing after such a great sub-base. And a large in part was because of how good this guy on our screen was. VNC, 1.42 KD, just shy of 100 ADR as well, and a 31% multi-kills.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm always kind of hesitant to broach this kind of a discussion, but does that feel like the worst map that we've seen from Evolution Power in the event so far? You know, because this is obviously, when we have this discussion, we're kind of taking some of the respect, I guess, away from Qadsiah by saying, oh, that was just a bad map for EP. Qadsiah, they played well, but da-da-da-da-da, you know what I mean? But I generally feel like that was probably the most flat-looking map we've seen from EP.
Yeah.
I mean, Black Widow was kind of the same sort of vibe, but like they were really sticking in there, and they really were quite gutsy in that one. But that map, I kind of like, it was just kind of like, what else? You know, it was like nothing. There was a bunch of shots missed. Is it fatigue?
Yes,
tired on the stage? What is it? I don't know, but that was definitely not the best of EP. I'm certain of that.
And I'll say to the flip side as well, you know, for our Qadsiah, like, as much as, you know, it's a great win, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to take away anything from that. It was kind of just okay, right?
Yeah,
you know, I think they just looked all right. And there's nothing wrong with looking all right and winning. If anything, it's actually even more impressive in a way if you can look all right and win. But I think a lot of it comes down to that takeaway of saying that EP just had nothing really on offer. And they've got to really lock in heading in towards map number 5. But before we get there, we're going to head to a little bit of a break before our decider.
The match kicks off. Let's follow the global risks perspective to see how the match starts. Watch out for that grenade. Quick reflexes, he dodges just in time. The Blacklists are pressing hard on A side. They're spamming through the boxes to get the C4 planted. What a great shot. After losing one, the Blacklists rush B site and secures the plant. The global risk got to rotate fast for the retake. Everybody's down. It's just him remaining. Is he slipping into the site undetected? He takes one down. No hesitation. He goes straight for the defuse. It's a critical moment. Only a single point of health remains. 2 enemies alive. The clock is running out. He commits to the forced defuse. Takes out another one in the smoke. But the last opponent pushes in. The final 1 versus 1. Only 8 seconds left. Is he going for the ace? Can he close it out?
Here we are again, 2-2 between Qadsiah and Evolution Power. It is mighty reminiscent to the CFS 2024 Grand
It's following
Final.
a trend. 3-0, 3-2, 3-0, 3-2. But the question is for who?
Exactly. Vasco up against EP, of course, in the Grand Final of CFS 2024. Went 3-2 the way of Evolution Power. And Neo, what was the last map in that series?
New Compound.
Oh, well, it was Compound. It's
well,
New
of
Compound
course,
now.
New Compound now, but
yeah.
Compound then. Well, it's basically the same thing.
What
We had a couple of texture changes. It's more or less exactly the same.
The next question is, what was the score?
Overtime.
Overtime. So exactly right. We're expecting this one to be another very, very close series. Look, it's
13-10 of what I'm saying?
You are right in saying 13-10, yes.
That memory's still sharp, sharp. Alzheimer's hasn't got me yet.
Well, hopefully Vasco and Evolution Power are going to be still sharp going into this map. Because, look, I will say this series, I think, has been generally of lower quality than the Grand Final last year. Because that one was just like balls to the wall.
It was the opposite. Every map was perfect, nearly, and it was just who was a little bit more perfect than the other. This is the opposite. It was actually
a bit messy.
Who makes the most mistakes is kind of been the talking point throughout this. I mean, you brought it up at the tail end of that last map. It was it was average from Qadsiah, but it was so underwhelming from Evolution Power that we're in a bit of a predicament now where we have no idea really what to expect.
I agree. I've got no idea which way this one's going to go. It could go to Qadsiah. It could just as easily go the way of Evolution Power, although it doesn't seem like it's going to be too fantastic for Qadsiah. The thing is, though, like, when you're this deep in a series, when you're on a stage, I think you can throw everything out the window and just say who turns up better on the day. And right now, it's hard to say that it's going to go one way or the other.
I couldn't agree more. I actually couldn't agree more. Even though on paper this looks bad, we've realized that on paper means nothing, right? You know, and we've even spoke about it, right? History in towards a tournament like this, and as it has been with sort of every CROSSFIRE tournament, history means nothing. It's all about the here and the now. It's all about who steps up to play here heading in towards map number 5. So I'm not going to read into anything. I think it all comes down to who gets the first few rounds out the gates, who can get a strong start in towards this. That's where you start putting yourself into a good spot. And coming off the back of what was a decent map from Qadsiah, if they can just come in towards this first, you know, for newcomer, get a couple of rounds out the gate, I think this will make a world of difference because we've seen how this EP side can just sort of regress into their shell a little bit.
Tense times for both teams, but we don't have to wait too much longer. It's time to jump into the final map of the series. New Compound coming up.
Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. New Compound to close it here. This is essentially now a best-of-one brawl with elimination on the line. And the match with Stallions tomorrow being your prize for the win here. This is a tough one to call because nothing has really followed protocols. They've taken 2 of each other's map picks. Nothing really going the way as of expected. So as we head in towards map number 5, Jordan, I'm not even going to make predictions. This is a tough one to call.
I think that's a fair statement. Let's just enjoy. Watch and enjoy. Zay not really enjoying what he's seeing, so he's just going to drop a smoke and back away. Trying to maintain some semblance of control on long his EP, and it looks like they've been able to achieve that, even despite the fact that they've been pushed back into the A side. It won't last long, though, as Qadsiah just push their way through that smoke, and this is going to be an A split, so these A defenders needing to be mighty locked in. Mino has spotted the info, the push coming through from long, covered off nicely by XQQ. Mino still in on the side, and he's desperate for some assistance, which is not going to come. That's a quick shot from XQQ, but it might not be enough. The flood is in, and Qadsiah have the site.
ENC's up close. I don't know whether XQQ knows about this, but it might not matter because look who's in the back lines. MG drops one and spots the other as well. It's all put on the shoulders at first, and it's action to close it. That's the way to start. We spoke about this. Qadsiah, if you can get out the gates quick, we are in a bit of trouble with your Evolution Power. That matchup against Stallions, you'd maybe even favor EP heading in towards that one if they were to get there, just because of, again, experience and the reservations around Stallions on the stage. But our Qadsiah match was maybe a different story. That one a lot harder to predict. First round's theirs. Again, slightly underwhelming from EP.
Yep. Yeah, they had the setup, right? They had the players there, but some of the shots just missing. And maybe today is the day that Qadsiah can finally take down one of their old rivals. It's a good rivalry that has been built between these two teams. A lot of matches internationally over the last few years. Looks like EP fighting their way back into the map early on in the piece. XQQ will be the one throwing the punches there with the TRG and YH alongside Zay to finish the job. So 1-1 is where we'll start. And maybe we'll just continue going tit for tat throughout this map, similar to the way that the last couple have gone.
Yeah, the big question mark for me is just how back and forth is this map actually going to feel. I think for a side of Evolution Power, especially off the back of a bit of an underwhelming map, you just like some level of consistency to kickstart, or even just, you know, just to find some level of form where you can really put pressure on. But I do worry a little bit if you go back and forth, that things could be put into a spot where I think Qadsiah can pull away second half. But then again, BL's been pretty good for them, so who knows? Tough to call, tough to predict. I just really still have my worries about EP. It just feels like if they don't get a super clean start, you know, we've seen like 2 maps where they've got really clean starts, they just run away with it. But the 2 maps where they've not got clean starts, they struggle to ever get into it.
It's a little bit sad, isn't it, for EP that, you know, the entire run has been really consistent. They've been very solid across the board, and this is maybe where things are falling flat a little bit and they're not delivering their best performance in what theoretically is the most important game, although, you know, almost every game in this tournament is essentially a do or die, even from the group stage, with only one team being able to make it out of each respective group. You know, it's been a long tournament for EP. They've had to work hard, but you don't want to falter here.
And I will say some teams really thrive in the kind of like backs against the wall type vibe, right? But you can't really afford a loss, and that's with EP having played the groups. That's sort of how it's been for them, as you kind of just alluding to. Only one team making out. Basically, you lost the best of 3. That was it, right? So they're sort of used to this pressure, but it doesn't really feel like it's lighting that fire in them anymore. Let's see, they're popping in towards the B site. It's going to go pretty well. VNC going to get 2, but still remains as he looks for more. 3 versus now 2 as Zay will pop his head up and get 1. C4 will go down. They can't deny that, but the numbers favor EP.
Yeah, trouble for Qadsiah here is that they're not going to be able to get off of the site for the post plan, so they just have to go down swinging, if go down at all. Minnow dropping, though, will give a bit more space for Qadsiah. They know the rest of the retakes coming through from the A rotators, and they can focus their attention in. MG has 2 low players, now just 1, as XQQ finds himself alone, and it is a game of cat and mouse, and MG wins it nice and easily, and that's got Qadsiah pumped up.
Statistically as well, it's actually one of the hardest sites to retake in the competitive pool, and you can kind of see why that you can just keep dipping and diving around the servers. And do you know what I will say? One of the things I loved about that, the main thing I loved about that, just play time. They played the clock. Well done, MG.
The only reason they can do that, though, I think is a little bit of an error from Minnow, right? He should not be the one taking that first contact. When there's 2 players coming from the other side, you've got to let that contact come through there, because chances are the most dangerous part of the retake is the initial contact. That's where that first shot comes through. You don't know exactly where the defenders are. Ideally, that's on one of the 2 that are coming in from GR spawn rather than Minnow, because that ends up opening up the other side of the site. They can play on the back of the site. They can focus in on one direction instead of being split between 2. So maybe just a bit of a miss-execution there on the retake. Perhaps a little bit of an overstep from Minnow. Gives Qadsiah a small window. It's only a small thing, really. It's not a big deal necessarily, but at the highest level of play, especially here on a stage like this one, those little things make a big difference, and Qadsiah have got that advantage heading into what is now an EP TAC timeout.
Yeah, I will say I actually don't mind the TAC timeout here. I don't think Evolution Power can afford to be playing this back and forth affair. I think for Evolution Power, they're a side that, for me, they really struggle when they're the ones playing catch-up, when they're on the back foot. I think they need to really cut off this momentum early from the Brazilian side if they want any chance. I feel like if they constantly kind of put in towards this position where it is this, you know, again, like I said, like a catch-up game from them, I think it massively works against Evolution Power and the way they like to approach CROSSFIRE. So I don't actually hate this one. Nice one towards the mic, and a moment for Minnow just to kind of just relay a bit of info. Take a look back once again. The execute initially was pretty good. Cheeky little double that comes through to crack it open. But MG, he just kept dipping his head up right above the servers, spotting information about where XQQ was, and he does well.
Like we said,
Good start for Qadsiah. Will be important on this last map, and I think I would classify this as a good start. Typically a little bit easier to get the work done on the GR side than on the BL side, so having a 2-1 lead at this stage of the game is a good spot to be in, and I think that's why it's forced the tack timeout for EP. They're not necessarily too shy of calling the early tack timeouts, as we've even seen throughout this particular match. But I'll show them there's a bit of pressure on Evolution Power right now. It would be an interesting ball game if EP was knocked out here and we had a Brazilian team, a Filipino team, and a Chinese team remaining in the competition. Be a nice spread. And it certainly would do a lot, I think, for the Brazilian region to see Qadsiah still performing.
True.
When the rest of their teams did not make it out of groups.
Did not make it out of the groups, but I would say we're still really impressive in their own regard. It's sort of a weird kind of oxymoron to say. Both got group, but both actually kind of impressive. But I actually really did like what I saw from Liquid. It just obviously, you know, a hard draw with X-Rock. Yeah, and then exactly, to kind of follow that point was Na'Vi, the rookies, a core of 3 guys on a debut tournament. And those youngsters are incredible. I mean, Juan is still statistically one of the best players of this tournament, right, in terms of KD and average ADR. He's in top 3 in both of those statistics. So, you know, it's just been one of those kind of things where I think the format sort of hurt them a little bit. In a different world, whereas 2 making out of the groups, they're both actually looking really deadly in towards this playoff spot. Not to be this time. And back to the here and now with an opener.
Yep.
For XQQ.
Good start for EP.
20 seconds, by the way. They do not have a lot of time.
Yeah, but they know where Qadsiah is coming from. The trouble is YH, he needs a bit of backup on this site, and Zay's going to fall quickly. YH couldn't double down. Qadsiah are looking really clean. Not panicking. Back line again. And it's an easy cleanup for them in that post plant. So 3-1 the lead here for Qadsiah, and I'm starting to feel that maybe this will be their map.
Yeah, I'm feeling it right now. It does look, again, that issue that we've spoken about for EP at times just underwhelming. 3-1, and even kind of more damning is EP have caught a timeout, and then EP have then lost that round to a pretty standard kind of Brazilian style of round, which is really run down the clock and a pretty clean execute, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, but doing it 4v5, I think you got to give that credit.
It's true.
to Qadsiah.
It is very true. It's kind of one of the real downsides of when you play shelled up towards the site in that fashion. QQ taking hopeful pop shots, but they bother anyone over towards Qadsiah. They're gearing up for a B hit. There's 3 players here to meet them, though, so this could be a bit messy.
Flash through. Qadsiah not wasting any time. Running straight into Minnow Spray, a 2K for him. Not enough done by First, who gets taken down. We're back in for the 2-for-2. And that's fine. Qadsiah know there's going to be holes in this defense now with a minute and a half that they can exploit that. Starting to, I guess, now get the feeling that this is the Qadsiah that we've really been waiting for all year. You know, we had high hopes for them at EWC. They really didn't deliver it there. Obviously came in with high hopes for them here at CFS as well, based on what they were able to do last year as Vasco. And I don't know that we really were quite fulfilled by what we'd seen so far for Qadsiah, but now it's starting to come together. Zay on the defensive long.
Hang on.
Bit of a job to do, and he'll be run down by multiple members. And again, that's the problem when you've got the 3-on-3. It's isolated 3-on-1s, really.
Yes. 45 seconds. Action. He's a little vulnerable. 1 foot in the grave here, so I don't know what to expect, really. XQQ posted. This is a difficult one. They'd love to kind of flash him off the angle, but in a raw, you know, Aimdor here should win every day of the week. XQQ should never lose this. Oh my God, but he's baited out. The pistol pulled out. He'll get 1. He looks for a second. He's given chance to reposition. XQQ doubles it down and anchor towards the site, and an excellent work for him just to get that shot, fall back, reset the TRG, and seal the deal. Oh, Evolution Power, they really needed that.
Back in round number 6. Things still close. Evolution Power not done quite yet. They're going to throw something aggressive in the mix here. Pillars, Feifei and Silva waiting for them. There's multiple members on that push, but EP just get wiped. A double for Silva.
And a nice map for him to start having a bit of that early impact. A little bit slow in this series in general. But, rifling well here.
Also in that previous round, a rare sighting of the AK. You don't really get to see it these days. All HK and EBR, but Mino, a vet in his ways as well.
Hasn't worked out for him.
Yeah. Got a doubled end, but not to be the same here. First all, yet to frag, by the way. It's a pretty big indictment of kind of why things are going pretty poor for EP. He's so crucial to success of the side, and him yet to get anything going is a tough look, especially on the GR side, but he's given a lot of angles to fight from.
Well, especially considering he's been the kill leader for Evolution Power in this event so far as well.
1.4 KD as well heading in towards this matchup, and he's, if anything, sort of added to it at times. He has some really decent maps.
Yeah, but it seems that EP really do rely on him to have some kind of impact, and at the moment, not. This is definitely a round that's looking like it's going to angle towards Qadsiah as well. XQQ does take down action. That's beneficial.
They're going to rotate and react off of that, which is kind of interesting. Sort of feels unnecessary. You know, you've lost action towards mid. He's just in no man's land, really, and he goes down and they just drag everybody over, and they go straight back in towards XQQ. Sure, trade is good, but a 2 versus 3, and with time ticking, Zay could be the difference maker. He's going to get one. HK trying to tap down for another, but he won't be able to get it. MG and VNC combine well. And now Qadsiah close yet another round. EP, I'm pretty unconvinced. And the fact that they've already used their timeout as well, this is a damning position right now. They really look like they're kind of lost. You know, it's a point that you brought up heading in towards this map about fatigue. They actually do look quite fatigued. It's kind of sloppy.
Yep. 0-5 for first.
Yikes.
9-4 for XQQ though. He's been
credit to him,
trying his best, but can't cover the whole map. Yeah, it's been a bit of a problem. This B side has been run down a couple of times. Qadsiah already starting to get away with a bit too much on the BL side, you feel. If they can continue to add to the number that they've already achieved, then it's looking like a bit of a foregone conclusion so far.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Still early days though. See what EP can do to recover this half.
Well, let's see.
Not being given much by Qadsiah though, to be fair. You know, a lot of these early rounds are quite slow. The TRG's not given the opportunity to have an impact to find picks.
And to be fair as well, I like kind of the way that Qadsiah are approaching this. Like, no matter what they're doing, you can kind of maybe talk about the rotations being a little funky or even kind of the sad ideas, but they're just sticking as a pack. And I think that's netting them so much sort of leverage right now on a lot of these executes. They just have so many numbers in them. We're not seeing as much of that, you know, it's something that we've brought up a hell of a lot when we talk about Qadsiah, is sort of like, what is the point of this MG lurk? Why is he doing this? Why is he alone? Why is he not with the group? But he's actually just sticking up with them in like most of these engagements right now, and it actually looks really quite successful. Even look here, right? He's part of that three-pronged attack as Fefe flies in towards the first. He catches XQQ tunnel vision in looking the wrong way. Yeah. And Fefe will continue to go in towards the backlines here. Mino's around this corner. He's now the insurance policy, or, well, that might be VNC. He's going to get one. Mino spam down, dead to right as well. He gets one before he drops, but it's all for nothing. That's the sight. B-side Baron, and a retake feels very difficult. Already spoke about how statistically how hard it is.
Yeah, XQQ just has way too much faith in the smoke.
Yeah.
And Qadsiah walk through it. Smoke's not a wall. Yeah, this round's pretty done as well, and wow, maybe it seems like this map might be 2, 5, and 2. Qadsiah slowly building their revenge arc.
There's only one thing I don't want to see from Qadsiah in this first half. We've got 2 more rounds. If they call a tactical timeout, I'm going to be so annoyed. Yeah. Do not do it. You've got momentum. Keep running with it.
100%.
Regardless, honestly, even if EP get this 3rd round, do not fold under that pressure. Just take this. You're going to need it at a later date. We know that EP have looked quite solid at times on their BL side. Save it for when it matters most. Honestly, both sides have used their timeouts in the first half, like every map so far. Having one in the second half can be so valuable here. Now, don't leave it too late, don't get me wrong, but if you start seeing EP build up a bit of momentum, that's when you slow them down. You try and ice them out a little bit. Right now, you are in complete control of the tempo of this game. Keep hold of it. So, a 5th round, a guaranteed lead already for the Brazilian side. And like you said, this revenge arc is really on the cards. EP looks so vulnerable right now. And, well, first, looks like he's good friends with Owen. 0-6.
Not the friend you want to have in a final map.
Potentially tournament life on the line as well.
Definitely tournament life on the line.
Well, yeah, definitely tournament life.
No potential about it.
Yeah, true.
At the end of the day, it wouldn't have been a bad run overall for EP, but to go from world champion to 4th place is not what they want.
It's also about the way they've lost maps as well, right? I think more than anything. Like, you've dominated 2 maps where you've won 2 maps with a combined score of 20-4, and then you've not been able to chain those maps into your own picks.
Yeah, they'd be looking at the Black Widow right now and really regretting not closing out that final round.
You are so right.
Could have been a 3-0. Could have been in bed by now thinking about that game against Stallions, but instead, Mino fighting hard on the B side, finding himself a double stuck in the corner though. Action will do his best Superman impression before being plucked out of the sky by XQQ. There's still numbers here for Qadsiah. Silva, big spray is not going to be enough. MG though, again, set up for the clutch, and let's see if he can be the clutch king again.
Honestly, at this point, if you're MG, get that C4 down, put the pressure on Zay.
Doesn't know where Zay is, that's the concern.
But force him to make a move. I think that's the big thing, and now he's making a move. Oh my god, he dips his head up, my friend. MG, that is dicey. He's dipped down as well. MG looking for the fight, Zay looking to hunt him down with the rifle, looking to be versatile on his feet, and Zay gonna win it out. He does a decent job of just diving around the surface, something MG did earlier. This time it's EP who win it, but it's skin of their teeth.
It's always going to be favorable for the rifle in an environment like that one. If MG misses the first shot and the space is taken by Zay, he is favored to win that duel. So a bit hard done by, obviously, MG, but it's what it is. You needed Silva really to win his duel. I think that would have been the difference maker in that round, but doesn't go his way. So Evolution Power get up to 3rd. And if they can find a 4th, and this has not been a terrible half for them. It certainly has left a bit to be desired, but it will be playable. 6-3 though, and Qadsiah maintain a lot of control in the map.
First gonna fall back. Pixel peek for the window. He can also hold door as well if he's unscoped. Oh, he's committed to this though. You can see he'll crouch his way under. It's a little bit of an unorthodox angle here. It's a little bit exposed by first, but if it works, it looks pretty elite. And now hold for the door swing. Back into that standard cubby position. No commitment here, though, by Qadsiah. We don't expect them to really do anything for the next minute or so shouldn't be too concerned about it.
Aggression here from Qadsiah going in the direction of Mino and XQQ, but neither of those players really holding the GR spawn position, so a nice B split here would be good. Contact has to come from GR spawn though, not from this position. The C4 cannot afford to drop. That's really nice patience from MG. Mino trying to re-aggress will lose his life, and that will allow safe passage for the C4 forward. It should be a 6-3 now. Qadsiah have all the control in the final round of the half.
There's just nothing you can do here. This retake has no legs behind it. They have no information about how they're even set up, and never mind trying to get a negative bound round, but it won't make a difference. XQQ hits the deck, and it's all on YH and Zay. No chance in hell for these two as they make their way through pillars. MG going to be their first point of contact. I don't know if he spotted Zay, but it might not make a difference. Even if he is too tired, they just do not have the time. You've got to be on that defuse now. And it's too little, too late. Zay, you're getting consolation kills, but that is as good as it gets. Fefe to close, 6-3 Qadsiah, and they are so close to the finish line.
Yeah, those drums are booming right now. 6 opening kills for EP, that's 3 rounds.
Terrible.
That is a very bad conversion rate. And EP are really going to be feeling it now.
And another bad stat as well on, I hate to kick him while he's down. First still yet to get a kill. He's 0-8.
Oh, 76% win rate as well.
0-8. Didn't get a kill the entire half. I mean, it's showing.
Yeah. We'll see if he can improve that and still come good in this map. It's not over until it's over. But it is looking like
Qadsiah will finally get that revenge on EP for what occurred in the grand final last year. It's almost fitting that it is on new compound that we end this series.
Yeah, the one they've not played all year.
History repeats itself, as they say, but maybe not in the fashion which Evolution Power want it to.
Yeah, new compound, new winner is how it feels at the moment. Old compound, the old winner.
New map, new me.
Yeah.
Timeout to come from Qadsiah after this round.
I don't hate it. You know, again, I just said that as long as it's in the second half, that's kind of essentially my my sentiment that I was saying. As long as it's in the second half, I'm fine with it. They take that very literally as it immediately gets into towards the second half. But, you know, all's well that ends well. Especially if you can go in towards your attack timeout with a 7th on the board, being 4 ahead, 3 away. Oh, what a nice predicament that would be. But no decision made just yet as we creep towards that minute mark.
What surprises me about it, though, is why do you call it at the start of the round, right?
Yeah,
why not at
true.
least just see how the round plays out? If you watch the round and it's like, oh, look, Qadsiah have a great read on how the CT side is playing out, how the GR side is playing out right now, then, you know, why do we need the timeout? But if it goes poorly, then yeah, call it with 15 seconds left.
My only thought is that they are going to make decisions based off how the round goes regardless. MG going to get a couple, but hey, he's going to split in with Mino. Silver. Can he get 2? Oh my god, how he stays alive for that long, I have no idea. VNC and MG with it all to do, but if we're being honest, this is all really on the shoulders of VNC, the only one with real HP to work with.
Yeah, and he's smoked off at the moment. So he's electing to pull that transition alongside MG. VNC, he thinks he's cleared it out, but he hasn't. Mino was waiting for the timing to come through there alongside the XQQ swing, and that is a 4 for EP.
For the timeout, in hindsight,
yeah,
good call.
Yeah, but again, you could call it.
Yeah,
with 5 seconds left.
I think in general, though, I think if I had to make an assumption, and this is quite literally just an assumption, the only reason why they've actually called it like that is just because I think the likes of Feifei, potentially even the coach as well, they're going to say, right, we have seen them do this.
Yeah.
They're setting up for this side, type of a BL side. We know how to counter this. So for the rest of this half, this is what we're expecting out from them. That's the only real assumption that I can make out from this, but we'll see. Feifei is doing all the talking. They're over towards our Qadsiah. Flip side, nice, and Mino getting pretty active, but the smile's coming through as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, 6-4.
Plenty of life in this game, both sides.
Still hanging in the balance. Getting late in the evening now, past 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Both teams going to be feeling it a little bit.
What time's the game start tomorrow? Is it later? Is it 4?
5, I think.
Or 4? Okay, 5, yeah. So I guess they will have enough time to rest, recuperate, and, well, prep.
It's not early. It's definitely not early.
I think prep is going to be kind of an interesting one, because even the likes of Stallions as well, like waiting in the wings. Obviously, they can kind of just do basic prep for both teams, and the second this result's done, bunker down on the one specific, but, you know, whoever wins this, probably like a bit of a long night for the coach. Maybe the background team behind it as well. They've got an analyst.
I'm sure both these teams have got quite a team behind them.
Yes, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So, bit of a long night for them, but, you know, do some sleep now to potentially win tomorrow, right? So, worthwhile trade-off.
Yeah, big
temporary pain for long-term
gain.
Yeah.
That's it, mate. Yeah, as well.
I hate to keep bringing it up, but first is still yet to get a kill.
I think you got to keep bringing it up, you know, because
so integral to the success.
This is not a map you can go missing in.
0-9. Whereas Sniper counterpart on the flip side as well. XQQ 12-7. He's actually looked really impactful. If he'd had a bit of support, I don't think there would be that much of a competition in this. When those two light up the server together, it's so difficult to stop.
Yep. Every sniper delivering right now, except for first. MG's also 12-5. Silver's mostly been rifling on this map.
I think if things start to go bad, he might go dip back into the TRG. That seems to be a bit of a kind of a crutch for him.
Yep.
Speaking of, it's a good place to be with a rifle where he's at. This is a mean crossfire because essentially for Feifei, you do not peek until Silver is fighting, if not even dead.
Yep. I mean, you've even got Action there who was sort of floating around. Still thinking about it. He was checking in toward mid. Hasn't seen anything. Early smoke from Qadsiah. They must know, they must have an inkling that this is going to be the B hit. Changing the position up though.
I don't think they needed to do that, you know.
No, maybe they don't know. Maybe they're worried about this GR push.
Yeah, I think they are. This is where their attention's being drawn here. Nadal come through, just minute amount of damage towards A. Oh, and they come. See, and if they were in that setup as they were earlier, there'd be no questions about this one. They just shut it down with ease. And now Silver under a lot of pressure. He's got to find success. He gets 1 3/4 basically with the damage dealt towards Mino. He might be doing enough to see him off, and it's with some support that he can. XQQ is 1 foot in the grave, so all of this relies on the man still yet to frag as first put in a 1 versus 4, and now 0-10 for him. Still yet to get on the board as Qadsiah respond, and they respond in kind.
Yeah. I mean, a kill there would not have mattered, but it might at least have sort of got the monkey off his back in a sense. You know, you feel like you've still not been able to get anything going.
8.9 ADR.
That's not a lot at all.
Really?
I don't know. That means maybe he's like hit a leg shot once.
Yeah, or like no, maybe like honestly like a HE did like half damage at one point.
Yeah.
Like 8.9.
There's his first kill, by the way.
Finally.
First with his first.
Only took 12 rounds.
But could that be a bit of a catalyst for a return to form for Evolution Power? They're going to play a little bit quicker here in towards the A site. They get the better of VNC as well, and maybe they start to put the pieces together.
The question as well for first, is it too little too late? Well, I mean, this round looks like it
not
might
necessarily.
be Orbi, but sealed, right? MG, lovely flick from him as he finds YH, and he's got the right idea. Oh, attention drawn away. Not like he spotted him out, but Zay'll see him off. So action, well, he's nowhere near the actions. This round's all but settled. The 1 versus 4 required for him. And again, if anybody was going to do it, he would be the guy who could. But safe to say that this one feels very, very unlikely indeed. He's going to go for the long rotate all the way around. But I don't really have the highest expectations from him. He might even just play for exits for the stats. So EP up to a 5th, a 2-round game again. They're still kind of keeping within arm's reach, but convinced just yet. There's that consolation we were talking about.
EP's not done yet. Is this where the nightmare begins again for Qadsiah? How many times have they faced Evolution Power and lost? 3 already in the BO5s. Could it be 4? And this would be the worst of circumstances. A comeback being forged, potentially, for Evolution Power. He returned back into round number 13. Unlucky number for some.
Question is who?
Mm-hmm.
Once again, a little slow to start for EP, hoping that Alcad overextend. It just is so out of their nature. They very rarely throw in rounds like that. Yeah, something that we spoke about in a bit of a high note in previous maps. Fefe, of course, calling department, but actually the numbers department too. We said that this year has felt a lot better from him, but this map's been a little slow. 4-11. He's in a good spot to get a kill. It's an information play, and of course, with him being spotted, Nades is going to be dumpstered on top of him. He's going to sneak his way past as he just crouches under the window, and he'll tuck himself here. Silver did have support, but he actually makes a good move to dip behind that smoke, and they can reset the round.
Back into mid for Evolution Power. Going to smoke off the left side. Draws out a bit of counter util actually for Qadsiah, who seems to be pretty aware that the push is coming in the direction of mid. So I don't think this is actually too bad of a round as far as Qadsiah are concerned. Now comes the push though into GR Spawn, and Silver for 1. Overcommits to the fight, will go down. Action was there, couldn't find a trade through the smoke, and now the transition back across to the A site. Qadsiah need a defense here from MG. VNC has dropped, but Feifei's there to help out. It's a 2 for 2. Plants going down. Action getting ahead of the play, might have been a little bit too aggressive. as it leaves it on the shoulders of Feifei. We needed another captain's knock from him.
Yeah, he struggled like we've spoken about, but both players tag, so not going to count him out just yet. He's looking to see whether there's a lurk brewing, but none will pop up. They don't need to go for that. Zay up close. Mino at range. Head spotty. Trying to bail out the fight of Zay. Expecting the swing on the pillar, but again, doesn't need to be given up here. He's trying to get up close. He's trying to spam, but he'll be caught in the end. What a post plant coming through from Evolution Power. Really, really well played. And they chip away at the deficit once again, getting closer and closer. This map is far from over.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like Evolution Power are believing. You know, you just sort of see the interaction between the coach and Zay in that round, and it's kind of like, all right, now we're back in it, you know. We can make it happen.
Yeah.
And that's a scary sign for Qadsiah. If that belief is creeping back in for Evolution Power, then they can do anything.
Agreed, bro. Agreed. I've definitely got my concerns about this Qadsiah side if they're starting to falter. EP never felt like they were super clean in this map until the last couple where there's a real second wind about this side. Honestly, real worry. You know, if EP tied this game up, I'm concerned that Qadsiah might mentally boom.
Again, the similar reserved approach from both teams on both sides, really. BL and GR, they've been quite respectful of one another for the most part in this series. Outside a couple of pockets of aggression from Qadsiah. Not going to be the case here for round number 14. EP letting that timeout tick away. Qadsiah burning through quite a bit of their util, but holding on to all of their flashes.
45 seconds. Guys, we got to make a choice. I mean, they look really indecisive. It's a very kind of defaulty setup in terms of how you'd start a round. One towards A, one towards B. Rest take as a pack and make a decision off the back of reactions, but there hasn't been one from Qadsiah. So with 30 seconds on the clock, and now starting to take this banana control action. The first to fall as Mino will spam on the edge of that smoke, and he'll find him. That's a good way to open things up. And this shot by MG is going to give them room to scale in. They are diving in towards this site. VNC gets one of his own, but how big of a difference is it really going to make? The flash is pretty sumptuous, but VNC's gone huge. He's given life in the round as Feifei flies in towards the site, and a pistol pulled out. How in God's name have Qadsiah recovered that round?
VNC, that is exactly who. He has done it all along. The fact that he gets a double there, the flash through the window might have just telegraphed the intentions a little bit too much from Evolution Power, and they've walked into a huge spray down from VNC. 8-6, Qadsiah leading.
What a round to take. What a time as well to take it. Oh my. Oh my.
And they can sense that opportunity, you can see.
Yeah.
Qadsiah are really trying to lock in for these last few rounds.
Mental fortitude as well, by the way. For them not to crumble in the spot that they were in, the pressure was so high on those shoulders.
Yeah, definitely.
So heavy. They overcome with a round like that. Individual brilliance, sometimes it can be the differing factor.
EP, will this be a bit of a faster attempt? Straight in onto Feifei. He's been typically quite good at the multi-kills. And see that again from him, get himself 2 from this position. That'd be a big win. Doesn't really have a lot of backup. Silva just watching the window, but if a missed shot is happening here, then bad news for Feifei.
Very true.
No real assistance beyond one shot from Silva through the window. That's all he's going to get.
Well, I guess positive news first on the other side, who's obviously had his struggles.
Well, now Feifei is truly alone.
Yeah.
Just got to hope that that smoke's going to be enough to keep them at bay. He's backing up himself.
It's a nice idea. Decent damage there. A re-smoke as well towards window, I really don't hate. You know, with under a minute on the clock, doesn't give them loads of time to commit to this play, but the C4 over here Feels like unless they start rotating now, they've got to go towards B. And it looks like they're going to split for it as well. Banana control going to be taken in a second, but if FA's here to meet them, he's happy to fight. Of course, you've got MG for the cross too. You kind of back him in this first engagement like that every single time. He isn't losing when he's turreted.
Yeah. That shot's too easy for MG. You know, what are you doing to push him off that line?
Yep, where's the flash?
Exactly, there's plenty of util for EP, but it's not going to be used.
Oh, no.
For another one on the side. He's doubled down. Out of nowhere, he gets 2. I don't know how he's pulling these multi-kills off, but he just keeps doing it. And 20 seconds left on the clock. That C4 needs to be retrieved. YH with the clutch of his career going against him. 9 and 6. And Qadsiah are 1 round away.
EP have crumbled at the worst possible time, but on the flip side as well, this Qadsiah side, they have found an extra 20% when it's mattered most. Late game on a map that they have not played all year long, by the way. They have got no reps on this.
Well,
and somehow, some way, it's actually looked like one of their best.
EP can't do anything to prep for it, and that might be a bit of a concern. You can see Action and VNC are trying to get the light boost there, but unable to do it. They don't want to waste too much time.
It's such a goofy boost to do. It's so hard.
It would be perfect in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so hard to set up. You have to like really catch it right.
It's fine to have a crack, but
yeah, like you said, don't waste so much time. Not in the early round.
Don't overstay for it. 9 to 6 though, and you can hear that music ringing in your ears. Evolution Power with their backs against the wall. We'll need to do something monumental here to recover this series, and it'll be 12 months since it was Evolution Power that beat Qadsiah in the CFS 2024 Grand Final. But finally, Qadsiah get their chance to send one back in the direction of EP, and they'd love to do it clean here. 10 and 6, not let it really go in the wrong direction, not let it get too high pressure.
YH and Zay creep their way forward. It might be a little bit of a quicker early engagement. You've got first with that TRG at range taking pop shots, but they're trying to bait an engagement in towards long here. They actually want somebody to swing out from the A side. I just don't think Qadsiah are going to give them anything. First was taking pop shots to try and draw attention there, but they just don't need to.
Not going to be a bad call to go A though. It is that 3-2 split, and EP...
Yeah. And B's look bad as well. They're just not being able to get in there.
Yeah, have that over-index towards the B site, Qadsiah. The EP reading that nicely, but Mino going down early. MG caught completely unawares. VNC, good for the trade. This time won't be the hero. Turn our eyes back to Action, who had been the man of the moment many a time for Qadsiah in the past, and here he'll be satisfied with 1.
Action, Silver, Fei. All have had their moments in this series, but this becomes dicey first. Still, we're looking for that impact from him. Off HP at 1 and 14. Is it now or never? Fei flies in for the first. XQQ will go down, and so does everybody. EP fall Qadsiah close the series. The map 10 to 6 and a 3-2 revenge dish. Best serve cold.
And just like that, we have our victors from the lower bracket semifinals. Qadsiah do it in 5 maps. They win on New Compound 10-6, and they will be the Brazilian team moving on. And that leaves us with 1 Brazilian team, 1 Filipino team, and 1 Chinese team. So we got great stories across the board, regardless of who makes it into the grand finals here tonight, or tomorrow, I guess. And it's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. Once we do get there. It was a very back and forth map. I feel a little bad for First that he had pretty much a really rough performance here on the last map, especially when it all came down to it. It's pretty rough, but action was fantastic here on New Compound.
You know what they say, if you ain't first, you're last, and I think that's probably how Evolution Power is feeling right now, and especially First. 1-15 pales in comparison, obviously, to what Action's been able to put on the table here, so a rough time to go missing and a rough time for Evolution Power to exit the tournament, but I kind of like what we're getting from Qadsiah now. They're really starting to
a lot better
shine in the tournament. They have really taken their time about getting to the point where they feel like a competitor. And I will still say I don't think that they look like the strongest of competitors here at the CFS 2025 Grand Finals, but at least they are in the competition. And if they can continue to find that improvement day after day, match after match, bring it tomorrow against Stallions and find their way into that Grand Final against AG, then they can have another crack at a CFS title.
I'll come back to the conversation that we said all the way back in the first day of playoffs. Who are the sides that are going to benefit from group stage play? Who are the sides that are going to benefit from having a couple of games early to warm themselves into towards tournaments? The first name is Qadsiah. Every day, this just leans into their style. They do need a couple out the gates. Even a couple of losses just to kind of like really find out where they are. Of course, they got their loss to go into the lower bracket. It's a wake-up call. It's pressure put on the shoulders. This is the side that do benefit from just having a few more games in the tournament. I think, if we had them in the groups, we wouldn't be talking about them being worried because they would have got that out the way earlier. So a lot better. But like you said, right, what a time for First to not show up. He's been the best player for Evolution Power all tournament long, averaging a 1.4 KD, averaging something like 98 ADR across every map they've played so far, and then look at a time where he goes 1-15 with 14 ADR. I mean, it's just, it couldn't have got any worse, and especially considering that kind of everybody else at their moments, XQ looked really solid in that final map, Mino, Zay, all of them were really showing up in the way that you'd want to see. It was just him, and it was a glaring gap in both the defense and the offense.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unfortunate because, I think you can make a case that if he were not playing really well this tournament, maybe they wouldn't even be here at this point. Like, maybe they would have fallen to a different team, but, they do make it here based off of him, but then they also fall based off of him. It's not an individual thing, but obviously him not being there.
Giveth and taketh, really.
Yeah, was really rough. So, hope he is going to be okay, but at the end of the day, you got to show up. That consistency is something we talk about all the time, and that's something that Qadsiah had. It was 2 best of 5s that we had today, and really, I think the team that was able to play really well in the last bunch of maps were the ones that always took it down. AG only allowing like 4 rounds won from Stallions in the last 2 maps, and then here, obviously in map number 5, made it glaringly obvious that everybody on the side of EP was here to play, whereas AG was here to play, whereas on the side of EP, obviously, was not. So it doesn't all boil down to that, but certainly is a bit unfortunate. So now AG is going to be waiting for one of Stallions or Qadsiah to make it through.
And we do need to reiterate how close that could have been to EP going through this series and doing it cleanly, right? That could have been another 3-0. I mean, you look 13-12 on map 2. If that goes the way of EP, it's the cleanest 3-0 we've actually seen, even though one of those maps was super close. The other 2 were very decisive. It was 10-1 and 10-3.
Yep.
And then a 13-12 in that instance. We would have been saying, hey, EP look great. They look like they're continuing to improve throughout this tournament. They're getting the job done. And up against Stallions tomorrow, again, a rematch of the match that we saw earlier on in the upper bracket that was a very close one that Stallions only just won. It really felt like if that was the case, if that was the story that we were telling, EP could have been the team going through the grand final, would have been EP AG in that final. But not the case, and you've got to really shout out the tenacity of Qadsiah to just keep on hanging in there. It has been a really long tournament for them. They've had a lot of these like slow, kind of drawn out matches, even in the cases where they were 3-0s, and yet they find themselves the ability to walk away with the win. So I just feel like, history changes on such a tiny difference, that defuse that we saw, Mino, if he survives another sort of half a second behind the pillar, that series is over 3-0. We're all in bed right now. We're waiting for that game between EP and Stallions tomorrow, but instead, Qadsiah, they push the issue and they make it all the way here to game number 5 and they get it over the line. So, yeah, that's just the difference that couple of seconds can make.
Well, it's not super lights out in comparison to what we've seen in previous series. It's another MVP coming through for Action. He's pulled off a few of these already throughout this tournament. And again, I'll come back to a point that I brought up on the start of the day. On the first desk, I said, if this side are going to win, one man has to step up because they rely on him every single time, and it's Action. He is the lifeblood of what makes Qadsiah tick, and especially on that BL side, if he doesn't get going, if he doesn't find form, Qadsiah don't play well. And if you look to the maps they lost, the 10-1 and the 10-3, again, they were the ones where Action really wasn't pulling anything to the table, so real credit to him.
A big performance once again tonight, and we are going to be hearing from him and seeing some of his highlights right now and having the interview right afterwards. Stay tuned.
Qadsiah, the last hope for Brazil, stays alive, pushing forward to potentially being in grand finals in back-to-back years. The job's not done. However, the job today definitively is beating the boogeyman of Evolution Power Gaming, taking them down despite multiple attempts to do so. They finally get it done. I'm here with the man himself, Action. Congratulations on your win. Tremendous victory. Now you push forward. Let's get into the interview. You've been losing to Evolution Power consistently. Now you finally take them down. The team that beat you last year's during the CFS Grand Finals. How does it feel to finally take down Evolution Power Gaming after trying so many times?
Ok, agora a Qadsiah venceram o Evolution Power Gaming nesse momento e nós convidamos o QAD para ficar aqui a participar nessa entrevista. E a primeira questão vai ser, no ano passado a gente perdeu para Evolution Power Gaming e nesse período a gente venceram o lado vai ser que nos traz muitos desafios. E agora, como você se sentiu?
A EP é um grande time, a gente sabe do potencial deles, por isso que a gente se preparou bastante e conseguimos sair com a vitória desta vez.
我们在这个之前呢，也做了很多
Before this
准备
match, we
因为
made
我
full
们其实
preparation
对 EP 的
because
他们的能力也是
we
有一个
have
了解的，
general
所以说我
understanding
们
about
对
EP's
这场比
strengths.
赛呢
So
非
for
常重
this
视，
match,
也
we
非常的有
pay
信
great
心。
emphasis on it. We're very confident about it.
Preparation is key, clearly, especially against a team that you face so many times. The preparation this time paying off. But I want to go back to map 1, because that was insane. You lose 10-1, I'm thinking, uh-oh, Brazil's in trouble. Qadsiah might not be able to win this series. What was the vibes like on your roster after losing map 1 in such a severe fashion?
Acreditamos as preparações que vocês estão vai ser muito concluída, muito completa e voltaram o nosso primeiro mapa, a primeira partida nós perdemos por 10-1 por Evolution Power Gaming e como é que o estado do time naquele momento?
A gente está jogando o Mundial, a gente sabe que time que quer ser campeão tem que suportar esses momentos, é um grande time, já disse, e o importante é ir para o próximo mapa de cabeça erguida.
我们其实对这种情况呢，我们也有很多的经历和
We
经
have
验，所
much
以说我
experience
们
about
也
this
是
type
比
of
较平静的
situation,
去
so
对
we
待的。
try
然
to
后
stay
后期的
calm
话，我
in
们
this
会
type of
认真去分析
situation
这个
and
地图
we
的
will
我们
review
落后的原因。
why we lose in this map.
Fair enough. Obviously, review and preparation went into the series. You end up winning. What was the turning point for your roster? I mean, your turning point where you finally said, I think we can win this series.
Ok, então eu quero saber qual é o ponto de viragem do nosso equipe para vencer o Evolution Power Gaming.
A gente sabe que é um jogo truncado e acho que é importante sempre ter calma e bastante comunicação contra esse time, porque eles têm uma rotação muito rápida.
I think the most important turning point is that we stay calm and also have clear and positive communication among teammates. We try to cheer each other up. This is the most important thing for us.
Fair enough. Well, you now find yourself in the loser bracket finals. You're going against Team Stallions, a roster that beat you 2-0 at Esports World Cup. You prepared for Evolution Power Gaming. Are you prepared to beat the Stallions?
E agora estamos na entrada para ter uma competição próxima com o STS. Essa equipe já venceram o nosso no ano passado por 2-0. E eu quero saber se vocês já tiveram qualquer preparação para esse jogo.
É um time muito bom também, a gente sabe do potencial deles. Ainda não nos preparamos, mas vamos nos preparar e com certeza estaremos preparados.
好的，我们也对 STS 呢非常重视，因为我
We
知道他们的
also
队伍其
think
实是
they
一
are
个
a
非常有
very
潜力、也非
strong
常有
and
能力的队
potential
伍。
team.
那说实话呢，我们
So
还
to
没
be
有去
honest,
进行非常充分的准
we
备。
didn't
我们
make
相信
full
在接下来的这
preparation,
个时间呢，
but
我们就会好好去准备下
we
一轮
will
比赛
make
和 STS
full
的比赛。
preparation in the next match.
Well, one of the things you have, though, I think over the Stallions is experience on the stage. Second place last year. Let's talk about that. You get second place last year to Evolution Power Gaming. You've now defeated them. The Revenge Tour is completed. What would it mean to you and your roster making it to Grand Finals once again, but this time with an opportunity to finally win it all?
Acredito que vocês, quando enfrentaram o STS, sem dúvida que nós temos muitas experiências de jogo do que eles. E eu queria saber, nesse ano a gente entrou no competição final e o que significa para você e para o time?
Com certeza, gratidão e foco, porque é meu sonho ser campeão mundial, é o sonho do meu time também, dos 5. Eu e meus mais 4, é nosso sonho. Então, vamos dar o nosso máximo até o final, sempre com foco e sem deixar cair.
我觉得进入决赛其
I
实一直
think
以来都是我的梦
entering
想，然后不
the
光
grand
是我的
final
梦
has
想，
always
也是
been
我
my
们队一
dream,
起
not
努力的一
only
个
for
目标
me, but also the goal for our whole team.
Well, dreams, that's what this event is about. Making your dreams come true. Action so well done. I know you got to call it a night because you need to prepare to play Stallions tomorrow. I'm going to give you the mic one last time. Shout out who you would like to shout out. And more importantly, talk to Brazil as you are their last hope and you're looking to win it all.
Sim, acredito que as confianças vai ser o núcleo para vencer os jogos. E, por último, quais são as palavras, as frases que você quer falar com os fãs, tanto na região brasileira quanto nessa região?
Queria agradecer a todos, a torcida, para todo mundo que está assistindo no Brasil, que torceu junto com a gente. Muito obrigado e queria mandar um beijo para minha mãe, minha mulher, minha filha, meu pai, meu irmão. Está todo mundo assistindo. E agradecer de verdade pela torcida, de coração. Obrigado.
First of all, I want to thank all the fans that support us in Brazil. I also want to thank my family, my wife.
Well, there it is. Action from Team Qadsiah representing Brazil. Second place last year. This year, they're looking to get first. However, they got to get through Team Stallions tomorrow in the competition. Will they be able to get it done? We'll find out all that and more. But for tonight, they celebrate as they are the winners of the matchup against Evolution Power Gaming. Casters, off to you to close out the night.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, for that awesome interview, and of course, Action and our wonderful translator. Great stuff. there from Action. A lot to say, and
he did have a lot to say.
He just kept going. You know, it just never ended. And you know, loved his shout-outs to Brazil and trying to make dreams come true. It's what CFS Grand Finals is all about. So they weren't able to do it last time. Might be able to do it this time. It is going to be either Stallions or Qadsiah up against AG in the Grand Finals. Any initial thoughts? Who do you guys think is going to make it through?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's actually kind of sick that we're here at the CFS and we could have, it's one of 3 different regions. I mean, this has been obviously kind of a game for a long, long time, which has been so kind of dominated by kind of China. And then we've had maybe, you know, introductions by Brazil here and there. But for the most part, the fact that we even have a chance of a Philippines champion is sick. But it's really hard to predict. I think I don't know really what to expect out of Team Stallions just because of this being an arena and this being this sort of grandiose environment. Studio environment, I back them 100 times out of 100. But it's just that Qadsiah have the reps here. But I kind of just, my heart wants to go Stallions because I love what I've seen from them. I think they've played the best CROSSFIRE so far this tournament, despite still being in the lower bracket here. So I'm going to go them, but I think it might be a bit of a barn burner.
It wasn't a bad game from Stallions against all gamers. You know, there's no real shame in getting...
Last couple of maps, that was it, really.
No shame in getting knocked down to the lower bracket by pretty much the best team in the world, historically speaking. So I'm a fan of Stallions here as well. I think there is definitely a world where they do drop to Qadsiah. Obviously, there's that experience buff that Qadsiah have got on this stage in comparison to Stallions, and that's definitely weighing on my mind. But I like you. I kind of want to see Stallions. I like him, and I am like him.
So
is more so what I should have said. I am like you, a fan of the Stallions, and I want to see them go through to the grand final. Not just even necessarily to see them win, but I think even to see Stallions get to the final already is a step up for the Philippines region, which has never made it to the top 2 before. So I'll say Stallions as well. Keep my fingers crossed.
Interesting. We don't have a lot of time, but I was actually going to go for Qadsiah. But we're not going to get into it, guys. We're done here for today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.